yourself are a purveyor or peddler of pseudoscience, science denial, and conspiracy theories, think about this. If your views require you to assume that every expert that disagrees with you is part of a vast conspiracy, you should probably rethink your views. Go ahead, Joe.
The timer's not on, by the way.
I realize I didn't set it, but we're at about 2.5 minutes, so I'll reset from there.
Joe, you got to unmute, bud. All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Joe.
I would like to apologize to the audience that we didn't actually get to talk about the topic at all tonight. The plan was to talk about biblical Adam and Eve. We talked about evolution. We talked about why Carter looked at only 7% of the mitochondrial DNA rather than the whole thing. We talked about the same paper over and over and over. We talked about logic. We talked about all sorts of things. We didn't talk about Adam and Eve. And you guys wasted our time and everybody else's. That's it.
All right. Well, that was quick and easy to the point. Donnie, I believe you said you wanted a screen share for yours.
I think we're going to have Sam kick it off, and then I'll screen share with you.
Okay. Let me reset the timer on this one then. All right. And Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what debate our opponents were at or where they're going to apply their closing, but I mean, I made a few positive arguments for God. Whether or not I can defend those arguments, I mean, unfortunately, we weren't able to see that. However, as far as this debate goes, my arguments were not addressed, and so therefore we took the win at least those times, as well as the arguments for Donnie. And so, I mean, I'm underwhelmed. It doesn't follow that because our opponents didn't understand our arguments, or they're mad at our arguments because their feelings were hurt by them, that therefore I didn't make arguments. And so, yeah, I mean, that's just what happened here tonight. Donnie?
Okay. And I'll push pause while you get your screen up. Or
Appreciate that, Sarah. You're a great host. And okay, here we go. So looks like the audience had a good time there, Joe. I think they had a good time watching you guys dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. I guess this is what we expect when these are the arguments you get from evolution myths. I mean, creation myths. Dr. Rob Carter, who was appealed to by Austin Sims, is I hear a little bit of background noise.
I'm trying to figure. I'm going to stop your timer. I apologize because it's not. Let me remove it and then add it back up. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let me get that back up. Okay, you let me know. It probably just sees us, so I'll go to the article and then feel free to let me know when you're good, Sarah.
Okay, here we go. There you go. I apologize. That's hard when the format's all shifted. Go ahead.
You're doing great. You got good patience. So, okay. Joe, looks like we've had a great audience, over 100 people, the whole debate, enjoying the evolutionists here dodge the argument. So Rob Carter, selection. He addresses selection. He points out that selection, although it exists, it does not do the job of removing enough mutations to slow down the rate from 6,500 years to 200,000. He goes into the population genetics here, explaining why the neutral rate approximates the fixation rate. Right here, I wrote a long, in-depth article addressing Austin Sims' argument here beforehand on the mice, the rats, bonobo chimp differences on the Y chromosome. So to reiterate, we got a lot of dodging, but we never did get what? I challenged them to provide us the inferred ancestral Y chromosome, major duplications and deletions, inversions and rearrangements. I found it hilarious that Kentucky atheist, who doesn't understand what's being discussed here, heard me say Helgeson and then starts to attack Jensen. And it was fun because I was still able to debunk his argument and attack on Jensen about supposedly not sorting through errors. Well, that's just an assertion, and Jensen's faster Y chromosome rate, which takes Y chromosome Noah back 4,500 years, has led to fulfilled testable predictions. So we did show the evidence. We demonstrated here many different mutation rates, not just Parsons. They keep saying, oh, you just discussed one paper. Parsons paper gets to 6,500 years. Ann Gibbons here talks. Wow. And these are all evolutionists. And I love it because she's an evolutionist and she says, regardless of the cause, evolutionists are most because you'll see don't call us evolutionists. You lose credibility if you call it. I mean, their own side calls themselves evolutionists. She said 6,000 years. And then subsequent studies, Howell pulled together all the different mitochondrial DNA studies, and he got the faster rate. Okay. So I just find it funny still that Austin Sims, he used the math from the D loop and then applied it to the total diversity in the mitochondrial DNA. Max is 120. Of course, you're going to get those numbers. He could not show us in Parsons, though, where apparently he did the calculations and got 40,000. No, he got 6,000. Okay. So the topic was the biblical Adam and Eve existed. We showed through diversity. We showed through mutation rates. We demonstrated through the Y chromosome dissimilarity. Sam's excellent worldview arguments. I rely on him for that. He's a great debate partner. And so, yes, we did meet our affirmative here. The biblical Adam and Eve existed. And I think the audience could see that our arguments from mutation rates, DNA diversity, so on and so forth, were not addressed. The phylogenetic tree that I showed from Dr. Rob Carter showed that the branches are all close together. There's only a few DNA differences on average separating people. We're concerned with how quickly does it take to accumulate 20 to 30 differences from Eve or 120. In light of the mutation rate data, no time at all. I also showed evidence where there can be hypermutation in some lineages. So, okay, I got 40 seconds left. I didn't see any rebuttal to that, which would explain the 120 differences max. And we never did get a quantitative model to show how background selection, which was Austin Sims' appeal, can take us from 6,500 years to 200,000 years. Why multi-generational studies like Helgeson, for example, huge sample size? Why is it nearly in line with Parsons? And I'll just wrap it up there.
Beautiful. Thank you to all of you. For the record, I love all of you. I love it when people want to come to the screen and have a big conversation and try to get through it, even with differing opinions. It's a lot to go back and forth, and it's a lot when somebody is completely on the opposite end of you. So kudos to all of you for willing to come up here and argue your ideologies. I'm very happy with that. So I love you all, even though y'all piss me the fuck off. All right. A few super chats that come in. Chuck in Tennessee with the Big Ten said, who is that foxy babe on screen? I don't know. I think he's talking about maybe Joe, Donnie,
I thought he was
Sam.
talking about Sam.
Look at this goatee.
Sure,
Clearly.
Gotta be clearly.
Sam, you did
You
get a
all-
fresh cut right before the debate.
You all look foxy and beautiful. Thank you so much. And Chuck, of course, says, if I had Sarah as my woman in my life, would be complete. Shout out to that. Let's see. Robin, with their membership, says, burden of proof lies on affirmative. Nice dodge, Sam. Sam, you're welcome to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I gave 4 positive arguments. My arguments were not neutral. They were positive arguments in my opening. So I don't know what you're talking about. Go watch it again, slowly.
Oh, that's between you and Robin.
Get the sound up this time, maybe. I don't know.
Fair enough. Big Bad Mama with the Big Five says Sam and Standing for Truth. In 2018, an analysis of 94 hominin fossils showed that average brain size increased gradually over the past 3 million years. Explain.
Actually, I think that Neanderthals had a larger brain, right? So wouldn't that be inconsistent with
Well,
not only
because-
that statement, but with their model?
Well, you find overlap as well with the hominins. Hobbit, technical term for hobbit is Homo floresiensis, Homo naledi, Homo neanderthalensis, heidelbergensis. There's overlap between all of these different hominins, and there's no good linear progression in brain size. But on hominins, I pointed to in my opening statement, I don't think we ever got an answer, the discontinuities that we find, specifically the hyoid bone, which ours is designed for sophisticated speech and language, and there lacks a major transitional series from an Australopithecine creature like Lucy up to Homo habilis, up to modern Homo sapiens. And so it's these kinds of discontinuities that point better to separate ancestry rather than ape to man evolution.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that, and then since
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
question was for Donnie, he can have the last word. I think that fuzzy perimeters a blended continuum instead of a definite perimeter around organisms is kind of what you would expect from evolution. And then you can also see certain synapomorphies, like besides just the brain pan size, there's also movement in the foramen magnum. So I think when you line those things up, you do see a transitional kind of sequence from ancient to modern primates. And go ahead, Donnie, and you can have the last word.
Yeah, if I take a unicycle, a tricycle, and a four-wheeler, I could say, oh, wow, there must be a mode of transportation out there with two wheels. And lo and behold, I find a bicycle, stick it right there. And oh, look at that. Look at that nice series. No, in the fossil record, we see a lot of overlap plus discontinuity. And it's that addition of discontinuity like we see in these hominins with the hyoid bone. I mean, Austin could have answered that there and he didn't. So that's telling. And then also the ischium, the skull in your Australopithecines versus the homogeneous like erectus and humans. So it's those discontinuities that favor the creation model.
Okay. Excellent. Anani says the entire ethos of humanity is embedded in the Adam and Eve part of the book of Genesis. I'll take a while to see it, but it'll take a while to see it, but it's there. Anyone have a thought to that?
That's interesting, because what I see in Genesis is the sequence of evolution attested by the cognitive social model of religion that says that all modern religions evolved through a process of animism, totemism, shamanism, polytheistic paganism, and then monotheistic deism and theism. And I think you can see the roots of that in every modern religion. And you can also see a lot of contemporaneous plagiarism. You can see the Bible borrowing from other contemporary myths, like the Book of Enoch, the myth of Gilgamesh. So yeah, no, I don't agree with that, obviously. And I think there's a completely different way you can look at it that you can support pretty well with facts. It's speculative, but I think it's a reasonable speculation from the evidence available. And Joe, if you want to weigh in, you can add whatever you like.
I mean, I don't think the ethos of humanity is incest and genocide, so I disagree.
Yeah, Austin, what is your fundamental guiding principle for determining the truth or falsity of anything that exists or at all?
Curiosity.
That's not a guiding principle.
Sure it is. I want to hear every argument. I want to turn over every rock that I'm capable of turning over, so I know exactly what's underneath it without guessing at all. And if I can't turn a rock over, I'm going to admit it, and I'll never stop questioning what I postulate is under the rock, because I can't flip it over and confirm it.
Yeah. So
which is exactly why precept fails, because it pretends like you can know what's under this rock that you can't actually flip over, and it does so in a very circular fashion.
So again, I'll correct you on this again. A presupposition is just a foundational belief about reality that's not tested by the science. Everybody has them.
Okay, thank you, Sam.
So Rene Descartes questioned everything. And he's the one who came up with that, thinking is, or I think, therefore I am, or I doubt, therefore I am. And that was an argument for theism, because he realized that when he placed himself in the egocentric predicament, if you are to be consistent with what you believe, there really is no way out. And an atheist actually critiqued that and said, well, actually, you can't even know that, because it doesn't follow that because thinking is occurring, that you get the identity of the thing that is I am. So when you just want to step into skepticism and say that's your fundamental guiding principle, it's basically going to lead you into absurdity. But I mean, I guess if all you have is repeating the slogan that you're not a presupper, even though I've explained to you multiple times that science rests on a bed of presuppositions, then I mean, hey, slogans for the win, I guess.
All right,
but
thanks.
The whole narrative is summed up there in Genesis and the fall with the prophecy of the serpent, the woman crushing the head of the serpent. You've got the fall of mankind. You've got the prophecy of the Savior and the redemptive story all summed up right there. And so, yeah, my fundamental guiding principle is going to be something that is greater than my own mental states. It's going to be something that's transcendent with the great making properties.
Yeah, I mean, you can make up whatever properties you want for something that only exists inside your mind. And because the question was addressed to us, I think we should get the last word on it.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that it was, but sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, have the last word and address nothing I just said. It's fine.
I'll have the last fucking word. All right, next question. Big Bad Mama says, Sam and standing for truth. What
Extant.
Oh, so that's not a type. Okay. Extant haplogroup is closest genetically to Adam and Eve. Provide biogeographic and genetic evidence, please.
Can you share
Sam, you or me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, for sake of time, I won't, but I could pull up the phylogenetic tree, mitochondrial DNA from I think it was the 1,000 Genomes Project. Actually, in that article that I screen shared in my closing with Dr. Carter, he shows a phylogenetic tree there where you got all the different haplogroups. L, M, and N. Evolutionists would argue that L is your oldest. M and N came from L. But if we just look at overall DNA diversity, compare it with the mutation rates, all the haplogroups would have come in rapidly, all within the last 4,000 to 6,000 years. It's interesting that we got 3 or 4 major haplogroups, L, M, N, and R, and yet the Bible says that we all go back to what? 3 reproducing couples. Noah, his wife, their 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their 3 wives. Well, that's interesting. Mitochondrial DNA is passed down maternally. So mothers pass it on to their daughters and so on and so forth. So it's uniparentally inherited, and yet all worldwide mitochondrial DNA traces back right to, as she says, haplogroups here, those 3 major, L, M, and N, or bring in R. So there's a few different models. Regardless, there's only a few, lines up with the Bible. She's asking about provide biogeographic and genetic evidence. Well, again, that would require me screen sharing, doing a whole lecture on the phylogenetic tree. So you can save that for another day. Good question.
I would
But you
like
can
to
go to
respond
Standing
real
for
quick,
Truth
and then
and find
you can
that.
have
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
final word.
Austin. Sure.
So it's a great question because what he's basically asking is he's asking in a more racially sensitive way. What a haplogroup is it's a descriptor of a phenotype, and what he's asking is who among the Adam and Eve, or the Noah lineage, who was carrying the black gene, who was carrying the white gene, who was carrying the Chinese gene. And this is a question that kind of plagues the Adam and Eve worldview: is where do these different, what we call races, these racial phenotypes, come from? If we all come from that common ancestor. And there was another point, but I can't remember. Go ahead, respond, Donnie. You can have the last word on it too.
Yeah,
real quickly, we could do a whole, and then Sam, if you got something to say, we could do a whole debate on created heterozygosity. I mentioned it in my opening statement, where rather than the majority of DNA differences being the result of mutations over time, they're due to the front loading of DNA at creation. So there's not just one gene for black skin, white skin, or different cultures. No, those could come about simply due to God front loading Adam and Eve with pre-existing DNA diversity or DNA differences. And it's interesting because if you look at allele frequencies, or let's take the Y chromosome, there's geographically specific Y chromosomes, Chinese Y chromosomes, Australian Y chromosomes, European Y chromosomes, which line up beautifully with what? The Babel dispersal. When people start spreading out to all parts of the globe, this is the pattern that you'd expect to find. So yeah, those DNA differences to explain the different shades of skin could be explained by front-loaded DNA diversity at creation.
Okay. Shout out to Plumpy giving out 1 Raging Tomato gifted membership. Congratulations to the lucky lottery winner. Tom Carpenter, unacceptable behavior. You're not allowed to be late here, but he says, I'm late to the debate. What did I miss? Does Adam exist? Shout out to you. He also comes in to say, I found a helpmate. I'm thinking helpmeet. I don't know, for me, which is Jax. We love you, Jax. Shout out to you for the win, of course. And IoT gifting out 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to those lucky lottery winners. Objective Ethics, nice to see you back, sir, says with the big 20, Donnie can't do math. He is a Trinitarian who thinks 3 persons equals 1 God. According to Donnie, 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. There's no way he can deal with 4.5 billion years of natural processes. Donnie, that's a direct shot.
I am now forced into early retirement. So sorry, Sam. So
That's rough.
Maybe for Sam, we'll save the Trinitarian point for you if you'd like. There is no way he can deal with 4.5 billion years of natural processes. Well, that's an assertion that there are 4.5 billion years of natural processes. But as we've shown in the debate, we focus largely on genetics. We've got mutation rates that take us back within 6,000 years. If there was a debate on the age of the earth, we can bring up other points like C14 that we find in carbon, dinosaur fossils, and diamonds where it shouldn't be. We find an abundance of helium and zircon crystals. Those zircon crystals can't be billions of years old, or else we wouldn't find the amount of helium that we do find. So regardless of the field of science, you can go to geology, astronomy, genetics, biology, and you're going to find evidence that corroborates a young earth. Sam, you want the Trinitarian point, brother?
You got 2 words real quick. Heat problem. And then go ahead.
I got 2 words. Well, 1 word, debunked. And so, but yeah, one times one times one. What's that? And so the argument that I would make here would be that the God of Scripture alone, the triune God of Scripture alone, is the only God within the Christian worldview that can resolve the problem of unity and diversity, the problem of the one and the many. And so that would be another positive argument for the triune God of Scripture.
So you guys are Trinitarians? I didn't want to assume that just because a super chat said so.
Yeah,
we're
you are
Trinitarian. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. 3 more questions. Then we'll bring up our panel and we can get into some more. Bionics sends a big 5, says, I'm still waiting for a positive argument for Adam and Eve. Tick tock, tick tock. Did you want to say something to that?
Well, I would say people can go back and watch the debate. Might have went over people's heads because they're invested in believing they're related to banana plants, whales, and pine trees. We showed several lines of evidence, starting off with Sam's approach, and then the scientific data that corroborates exactly what the Bible says, that God created 2 people, Adam and Eve, Adam, the first man, Eve, the mother of all living, Adam and Eve special from any other form of life, the mutation rate data, DNA function, Y chromosome dissimilarity, all corroborates that account.
All right. Bionic says Sam never even said Adam and Eve. So how did he prove they existed? He clearly prepared for a different debate. Sam?
Yeah, I mean, you could just go back and probably look at the transcript. I think that's an option. And you can see that I not only did mention Adam and Eve a few times, solving the problem of racism, one race, we're all related to Adam and Eve, but I also argued that Adam and Eve is within the biblical creation narrative. And then I argued for the truth of the biblical worldview. You guys got to pull the cotton out of your ears. I don't know what's going on. Turn the volume up or change the batteries in your hearing aid. I don't know. I can't help you.
Definitely on board with being against racism. That's good for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was Darwinism paved the way for eugenics, and eugenics isn't a philosophy that even makes sense without aside from the Darwinistic method, or philosophy. Yeah. So I mean, one race. I don't know how you're going to say that people can be racist if there's only one human race.
That's fair.
Makes sense. What's the problem there, Austin?
I would say that we're a social species, so pro-social adaptations are going to be positively selected by selection.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm older than you, and I remember when I was in school how racism. I mean, this isn't even controversial. Like, this isn't even controversial. Like, go read a book about it or something. I don't know what to say. Like that whole you know who Odo Bango is? Just search Odo Bango in the New York Zoo. I mean, they literally put this poor guy in a zoo and said, "Hey, look, he's not quite evolved to a human yet." They dragged this poor guy out of Africa.
Evolution
that's your model, but that's your world. Yeah, I mean,
no.
You know what eugenics is? What do you mean no? Just look it up right now. You go on your phone.
Yeah, eugenics is a twisted, inaccurate application of evolutionary principles.
Yeah, I mean, this is not even controversial.
Eugenics goes against natural selection.
Austin, do you know what eugenics is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a twisted application of evolutionary principles.
Well,
it tries to replace natural selection. It tries to fight against natural selection. It tries to fight against mutation, and it tries to preserve a perfect racial ideal. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. The premise of eugenics and Margaret Sanger is to rid the human population, which would be like an artificial
by fighting natural selection, by fighting mutation.
Settle down. Of inferior, what they deemed as inferior race. That's your evolutionary philosophy.
No, it's the
You're
exact
not going to be able
opposite.
to find that in the Bible. Yeah, I mean,
every eugenicist was not a fan of evolution. They explicitly went against the principles of evolution. They were against random mutation. They were against natural selection. They were against common ancestry. and they were against hybridization. Miscegenation, they lose their shit over that stuff. So I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, again.
Actually, I do. It's just propaganda. It's
Right.
propaganda.
All right,
and
that
bullshit.
sounds like another debate prompt that would be really good, actually.
Or you can just go watch the
away.
video I did on it on my channel called "Is Evolution the Foundation of an Immoral Worldview?" Spoiler: no.
So ethics again, right? Ethics again, Austin.
boy.
Ethics. I mean, what a blunder when the unbelievers with no ethical framework start making arguments in the domain of ethics. I mean, and this is why logic and reasoning is important for you, my friend.
All right. Logic and reasoning says I should move on. Dark Lake, shout out to you. Miss you. With the big 5 says, would Adam and Eve be Homo erectus, Homo habilis, or first Homo sapiens? Thanks. Really curious. Oh, I hope I said all of that right.
You did a good job.
You were close. You said homeo instead of homo for 2 of them.
Oh.
But
you were very
close
close
on one of them, so we'll give her a point.
And homeobox genes are a real thing, so I think you just got a little
so
mixed up.
the word just was in my brain. Okay, thank you.
Sam, you or me, brother?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say if you look at the hominin fossil record, you'd have to compare the phenotypes or morphological traits of erectus, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, which I've got a whole presentation showing could have been a wastebasket taxon, as many paleoanthropologists have pointed out, or the first Homo sapiens. So most likely, to give a short answer, closer to Homo heidelbergensis. Homo heidelbergensis could be the early stage Neanderthals, because Neanderthals, we understand, were 40% less fit, highly inbred. They had these long stretches of identical letters, which is called homozygosity. So they were inbred due to isolation. As a result, they experienced a higher genetic load and harmful diseases manifested. So heidelbergensis is more robust, healthier phenotype. We'd assume same thing for genotype. So yeah, quick answer, Adam and Eve, probably more similar to the heidelbergensis morphology rather than the erectus.
Why not Neanderthalensis, if I can ask?
Well, I think Neanderthalensis could be the end stage of Neanderthalensis could be the end stage of heidelbergensis, because of what we know about the genetics of Neanderthals, that there's several papers you're probably familiar with, where they had a high genetic load, 40% less fit. They're found in across Eurasia in ice age conditions. So because of the inbreeding and the mutation accumulation with them, the heidelbergensis, I think, would be the better candidate for but we're just speculating here. But I think heidelbergensis would be the better candidate for what Noah and his family looked at, but that's the flood bottlenecks. You still got a couple thousand years before that. We might not have any good representatives in the hominin fossil record for that.
All right, gentlemen, I've got a full panel backstage, so I'm going to bring up the first 5. We'll get through a Q&A portion with that, and if we have some more time, I'll be able to feed the rest of them in for additional Q&A. Are you ready to meet your panel, gentlemen?
Let's do it. Let's have some fun. I'm going to refill my water, I think, once you bring
go ahead.
in.
Take a quick, I'm going to get some water as well.
Yeah, go ahead. Step away. Do what you got to do for a second, and I'm going to get them up here. Here we go. All right, gentlemen, let me do a little switcheroo on the screen, get everybody back in place here. Where am I missing? Okay, and get these two flip-flopped around. All right, if you are on the bottom row, you will need to mute up your mics for me, please. Top row, you can intervene and be a part of the question as well. But everyone below me will stay muted unless it is their turn. This is meant to be a round robin style. We will go one at a time, asking their question to one, two, or all of the panelists up top. We'll get through your question, get an answer, and then we'll move on to the next person. Please be mindful of time. As I said, we have a full backstage. So I want to be able to rotate some people out if you don't mind. Because I know they all have great questions back there. If you are anticipating the gauntlet, just know that Mr. Balderson is going to carry the gauntlet on his channel. I have to go catch a flight after this. So if you are not already subbed up to Mr. Balderson's channel, I'm sure my mods will be dropping that link into the chat for you. You want to be subbed up over there if you want to continue in gauntlet mode. If you know what we're talking about, you want to get subbed up now. All right. I'm actually going to start off with you, Mr. Balderson. If you have a question or comment to one or any of the panelists up top.
No, let's just rotate somebody else in that's going to be on that. I'm not going to put out any hard opinions on this. Outside of hammers exist, so Thor obviously exists.
Okay, I'll switch you out when we get to the end and I'll use your seat as the rotator. All right, Ant, I know you are coming from an atheist perspective, so you're most likely going to be going for the affirmative stance position here to attack. Go ahead, Ant.
So I think this can be a biological question, but also a historical question. Problem I have with your timeline, both the Egyptian and Mesopotamian empires pre-exist the 6,000-year timeline you have for your Earth's timeline. Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, that's just controversial. They said at
it's
one
not controversial.
Am I going to be able to interrupt with, or am I going to be able to respond without being interrupted? Or do we do dumpster fire here? It's okay if we do dumpster fire. We can do that. I'm new here. So yeah, it is controversial. There's Egyptologists that question that. I mean, we find sediments, I believe, within the stones that are created the pyramid. Donnie's had Egyptologists on his channel addressing these alleged objections as well. So this is all going to come down to, I guess, the same question that I asked Joe and Mr. Sims here is, what would be your fundamental guiding principle when it comes to, believing something as true or false?
Fundamental guiding principle I would look at the summation of the evidence and infer the most likely explanation.
It's arbitrary. So when
no,
you
it's
talk
not.
about
it
evidence,
isn't arbitrary.
When you're talking about
arbitrary
evidence,
would mean I made it up.
Can I finish my response, bud?
Well, if you let me finish.
Are you going to be okay? You going to be okay if I address that?
Please go on.
Great, thank you. So when we talk about evidence, we're talking about interpreted facts. Facts are going to be interpreted within a worldview. So when you talk about things like parsimony or best explanation, those are also going to be worldview statements. Okay, so that's arbitrary.
No, it isn't.
Great rebuttal.
These are objective measurements. These are based off of facts that are accumulated from multiple experiments, multiple tests, multiple observations. Like, you're just acting like this appeared in a vacuum, and it didn't.
I would say on that particular issue, we could talk all day. As Sam said, we've had Egyptologists and experts.
I understand you don't want to answer the question.
I understand, but I need to be able to finish my thoughts. Okay. After I'm done answering, you can point out if I didn't answer it, but we could talk about overlapping dynasties, co-regencies, the interpretation of king lists, some kings reigning at the same time. So you get inflated ages. Okay. So we have explanations for that, but I would like to point out that tonight's debate was about mitochondrial mutation rates and molecular clocks. So even if we did a whole 3-hour debate on supposedly the history of civilization going back past 6,000 years, it wouldn't change the empirical pedigree mutation rates that we mentioned, like Parsons, Howell, Helgeson, which it doesn't seem like you have an answer for. And here's the last thing I'll say. PhD biologists like Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, a Harvard graduate, I have one of his books behind me called Trace, where he made a prediction that if this data is actually true, and brings man and woman, all humanity, back just 6,000 years, we should be able to trace the history of civilization within 6,000 years. And he published those findings as a fulfilled prediction.
No, actually, the debate was biblical Adam and Eve existed. That was the debate.
Mutation rates confirm that.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. So
Absolutely
that's your
do not.
assertion. Okay, then
But I'm not here to argue the biological
actually,
case.
you're here
I think Austin already argued the biological case very well. I don't need to add to it.
Okay,
like he completely demolished you on that, so I don't feel the need to go there. I just felt like I needed to bring up the historical context since that got left out.
You're posturing, bud.
We demonstrate.
No, I'm not. I'm presenting you with facts, and you are just trying to run away.
Then
no,
why don't you
I just
engage?
explained co-regencies, overlapping king reigns. There's a tons of things that we can show you from Egyptian chronology, the chronology of other historical civilizations that go back within the 4,500 years. But the genetic data is the empirical data. It's genes, traits, and genetics that are inherited sperm and egg, and they go right back 4,500 to 6,000 years. And you're not providing a rebuttal to that.
But the genetic data can't show a two-person bottleneck anytime in the last 500,000 years.
Actually, it did. It did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
Can't.
No, that's your assertion. I showed in the phylogenetics.
No, you didn't. You just claimed it. You showed a picture that claimed it and that called it evidence. That's not
a picture. A picture based on real mitochondrial DNA sequences. Do you know what a phylogenetic tree is?
Vaguely. I'm not a geneticist, so I know it by name.
How do you know that Austin refuted him?
If
you don't know the argument Donnie made, how are you going to say that Austin refuted us?
Because you didn't really make an argument.
You're not looking too good here. Okay, nobody has refuted the data that has been derived from the conventional literature.
They did.
I get you're excited. I understand you're excited. Relax. Are you going to be okay?
I'm fine.
Well, it doesn't sound.
Why are you worried about me so much?
Well, because
about your argument? It's dying here.
And grass.
He's just a sweet guy like that.
Mutation rate data contradicts that idea. So
Sarah's saying stop.
I think you're.
We can't hear you, Sarah. You're unmuted.
That might be why we got a little wild there.
Oh my God, I've been mute. I hit that fucking. I'm not using my normal gear, but I guess that button really is sensitive. I apologize. I've been sitting here yelling the whole time, like stop.
Sorry, Sarah.
I'm
so sorry.
Before
I wish I'd seen it a little sooner.
It's probably best we didn't hear it anyway.
Ant got me thinking. Sam, can I ask you a quick question? I think this should be a quick question.
You want to ask me a question?
Yeah, quick one.
You want me to respond to it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll do what you couldn't do in the whole debate. Go ahead.
All right, cool. If you know the rules to chess, can you play a game of chess?
Yeah, seems so.
All right, cool. That's all I wanted to know.
All right, Ant, did you want to wrap?
Well, yeah, but if you don't understand the strategy, can you understand the game of chess?
Doesn't matter. You can still play the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think that your analogy actually engaged with anything. I mean, we made arguments that weren't actually addressed, and the whole point was God come up. This guy, whatever was it, Ant?
You just say Ant. Ant's fine.
Yeah.
Ant. So Ant made a statement that we were refuted, but when Donnie asked him a simple question, it turns out that he didn't know the strategy or the game of chess.
Suddenly he's not a geneticist.
No, the reason I brought it up was because you make this argument that like you have to assume God to do science.
That's not what I said.
I don't think that's the case.
That's not what that wasn't
or
the
you
argument.
said that science proves God. I think all you need are the rules, and there's no need for any God in any part of it. That's the comparison I was trying to make.
Somebody
will clarify one
we
thing.
don't have to belabor that point.
Maybe somebody will come up and engage with that argument, and then I will help you understand it.
Just want to clarify one thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ant, why don't you wrap it up with your final thought here?
Only reason I didn't want to tackle the biological question is because time is limited. I want to respect everybody's time up here. I was focused on one specific area in question, and I didn't want to expand into areas I wasn't as comfortable in. That's why I said what I didn't want to get into the biological argument of it. Okay, that's it. And thank you for the time, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ant. We love you. Ant's a regular here, always contributing to great panels all the time. Effigy. I know where you're going, sir. Donnie and Sam, be ready for another one. Go ahead, Effigy. You are muted, Effigy, on our end. Now I think
Spin's not here. Fucking rookie.
Effigy is not coming through. Effigy.
I see the movement lines on his screen. I think
Yeah.
he's talking.
Check your
but we can't
OBS.
hear you.
Well, we
Check
can
your
probably
OBS.
guess what he's saying.
I believe that he's saying that the Christians have convinced him, and he is now a biblical adherent.
You want to get Effigy talking real fast? He'll
He's
figure it
seen
out
in
real quick.
he's seen in real time how much dodging the evolutionists have done, and so he's forced to admit he's not related to grass or pine trees anymore.
You know what? I
Effigy.
think that he's without words because we did so good, Donnie. He
According to
doesn't know what to say.
evolution, things are supposed to get better on their own. So let's just wait a couple million years, and I'm sure Effigy's mic will evolve a couple beneficial mutations.
Effigy, it's still not working. Let me move on to Clay. While Effigy, you unfuck yourself. I love you. All right, go ahead, Clay. I know you're gonna hand it over probably to Austin and Joe. Nice little change of pace. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. Can you hear me? My sound is good.
Yep.
Excellent.
Loud and
Excellent.
clear.
Awesome. So before I go to Sims and Joe, I want to just try to get a baseline. A lot of times when I watch these debates, I see the debaters talking past each other.
Yes.
And so with Donnie and Sam, I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page, and maybe this might help with other people when they watch the debate in the future, or perhaps these other fellows coming up with questions and that sort of thing. So Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm understanding is that you were basically using information well known to the scientific community in order to refute theories, to ensure a separate answer, a second answer for pretty much the same data set. Is that kind of along the right lines?
If I understand your question correctly, I was showing from the conventional literature a number of studies backing up my argument that both Adam and Eve. Now, when I say Adam, it's actually technically Y chromosome Noah for reasons we could get into later if you'd like to. And they go back 4,500 to 6,000 years. What we care about is the data itself. Okay. Scientists, they don't really care about opinions and interpretations. The data in these papers based on observed mutation rates and overall DNA diversity go back just, again, roughly 6,000 years to two people. And this is a double whammy because it not only confirms what we're saying, that the biblical Adam and Eve existed, it also contradicts the evolutionary model. So it does two things at once: refutes common descent and confirms separate ancestry.
Perfect. Yeah. So if we go by the well-known data set, genetics specifically, we're going to probably come up with varying answers. And typically what happens within the scientific community is there's a consensus, typically with the majority, or at least the well-learned. And then we can infer upon ourselves, what the data tells us, what the evidence tells us. That confirming data would maybe tell us separate things, but then the consensus might come out and say, well, this is what we have resolved. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that is a factual, actual statement. It could be varying even still within the scientific community.
It would be similar to, like, if I put up the paper we were discussing on the differences within the Y chromosome sequences of humans and chimps. We have the data, right? We have the data. When you consider everything, overall architecture, size differences, and gene content, the Y chromosomes are less than 30% the same. That's the data. Now there's interpretations on the data. So you can read the discussion section, materials and methodology. Those are important in these papers, right? But now you're going to have scientists looking at the data, and they're going to say, well, okay, this is interesting. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because faster rates of substitution or sperm competition. But now we're getting into the interpretations of the data. The interpretations aren't necessarily true. They have to be supported by the data. And so then that's what Sam and I do, is we show these technical papers from the conventional literature. We cover the data, and then we go over what we believe are the implications of the data.
Perfect.
And then what
just
I
to
did was
get
I came in and I said that if you have one
Yeah.
generation or one mutation for every 33 generations and 120 mutations in maximum divergence, you need to count for. I did all the math that shows that even
you're not
it just
accepting
doesn't work.
correction though, Austin. You're not accepting correct. You can't do the math from the D loop region and then apply it to the whole mitochondrial genome. That's not what Parsons did. He looked at D loop mutations. The 120 max is, I don't know why this is so hard to understand. It's like, I'm actually flabbergasted. You can't do the 1 out of 33 is the D loop. That's the D loop mutation rate.
Again, why are you cherry picking 7% of the mitochondrial DNA? You can't ignore the rest of it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I don't want to
address the entire. Yeah, we're just reading.
Yeah, I think Clay just wants to. I think Clay wants to jump in here and maybe either clarify or elaborate further on what's going on.
Yeah. So essentially, Sims, from what I'm understanding, you're looking at the data and drawing a separate conclusion. That's fair.
I'm looking at more of the data.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. You're looking at the data and drawing a
no. We're not looking at the same data.
Donnie. Hold on.
So it's not. We're not looking at the same data.
Hold on. Let Clay explain his point, and then Austin, you're welcome to chime back in on him. Go ahead, Clay.
Because I want to get through Sam first. From what I understand, Sam, you're approaching things from a philosophical understanding mostly during this debate. Now, when I say that, what I mean, you're approaching it from logic and reason, and you're saying, hey, I need a baseline. And what that means is typically in mathematics, we call it an axiom, right? This is a circular reasoning. This is the baseline. We can't get past this. We all have to agree on this, or there is no mathematics. Is that kind of accurate?
I mean, so yes and no. So I mean, science is philosophical. Science is done with philosophers. There's a whole field of study, the philosophy of science. This isn't controversial. Like when Austin and Joe dismiss these things, it's comical. I mean, I don't know. I'm really taken back by that, and that's why I cited atheist philosophers of science. But and not to be too disagreeable with what you're saying. I mean, I would reject axioms. Axioms are basically unjustified presuppositions, which our friends Austin and Joe, they have unjustified presuppositions. They're presuppositionalists as well. They don't know what that word means. That's also quite funny. I've corrected them numerous times, but they like the slogan. But yeah, so what I guess you would say that my arguments would be more foundational or fundamental.
Yeah.
So
I'm about foundations. That's where I'm at. So because the thing is like language, basic language, we have to agree on definitions. This really boils down to definitions. This is what axioms means. This is what presumption means. It's all based on, okay, we're gonna go off a baseline. Like in philosophy, you can't do that without reason. Now, logic comes immediately after, and we begin to do our P1, P2 conclusion after that, once we have reason as to what we are baselining. But we cannot do that. If we trail that back, we're actually going to have to go to what is morally right. You actually touched on this, morally right or wrong. Though now we're talking about virtues. This is Aristotle 101. So
yeah, like not to interrupt, but the three main categories, your metaphysic, epistemology, and your ethics, although those are distinct, they're still unified within everything that we talk about. You can't talk about one without the other. So our opponents here like to accuse everyone of being dishonest, which is, I mean, that's, justify that, but they're making ethical statements there. So they're not able to disassociate their emotion from the argument, which is probably a lot. I mean, we saw him crash out a few times. So it's fair to ask, like, on what undergirds your indignation? What would that be? Nothing. And they want to scoff and mock. But I mean, again, I specifically, there's a million Christians I could have cited.
Yeah,
I didn't.
And Clay, let's get to a wrap up.
Yeah, I want to give these guys an opportunity now to defend themselves, because from what I'm gathering is, especially during that last portion of the debate, Sims primarily, Joe, you weren't doing it so much. You were discounting reason alone. When Sam was trying to create at least a reasonable baseline for you, and then Donnie would come in with some statistics, some data for you, you were discounting quite a bit of it. And the baseline, again, is Sam's philosophical points, in my opinion, which is the reasonableness of whether this fits or not. So a lot of things were happening where you guys were basically mudslinging, accusing each other of being disingenuous. This came from both sides. Now, I believe Christ is king. I also believe in the 6,000-year-old model. And I really appreciate Donnie and Sam coming up, not on apologetics, but in a preaching fashion, because this is not apologetics. They are actually making a claim. Apologetics is a defense. So I don't like apologetics. I like a preaching stance. I appreciate your actual claims, but when you come up, I want to make sure that these guys have the ability to defend themselves. So the mudslinging doesn't help, but I want them to defend why it is that reason was not applicable in this standard of scientific evidence.
It is wrong for anybody, anywhere, at any time, to believe something for which there is not sufficient corroborative evidence to warrant that belief. When it comes to the young Earth creationism model versus old heliocentric globe Earth evolution, there's the disparity in evidence is overwhelming. So I touched on this in my opening, that if Adam and Eve were real, you would see humans at the deepest layer of strata. You would see anatomically modern humans before you see Paranthropus or Homo ergaster or Chihuahuas and golden retrievers. It's more than just a burden of proof. They have to explain why all the data we already know about looks like it completely proves this idea wrong. So when they're bringing up this other data too, and I'm finding problems with it, I'm finding that they cherry picked or they've done their math wrong. Yeah, they're just not reaching the evidential standard, the corroborative standard to which such an outrageous claim needs to be substantiated in order to warrant accepting it, because you're talking about a really big claim. You're talking about the first humans being created by the magical creator of the universe itself, and it's a large claim, so it needs sufficient corroborative evidence.
No,
I'd like to respond.
Well, let's because the question was I do need to move on because we do have more people.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate your view. I expect you guys to be able to defend yourself. So that's why I wanted to make make it possible for you to do so. I was talking to Joe and Donnie for quite a bit. So thank you, Sarah.
And if you if the guys stick around for Gauntlet, you guys can certainly tackle this way more in depth for sure. Effigy, we can hear you now, I believe, correct?
Yes, sorry. OBS has been buck shit lately.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Cool. Thanks for waiting. Yeah, first off, well, what a strange debate. You see the word biblical in the title, and no one talks about the Bible for like 3 straight hours. First, let me go on the biological side. I don't have a deep knowledge of biology. I'm just surface level on that. But can I clear something up between Donnie and AC? What the fuck does mitochondrial Eve mean? Because it seems like you guys are both working off of two completely separate definitions of what a mitochondrial Eve means and implies.
I wouldn't even use mitochondrial Eve. I would use mitochondrial most recent common ancestor. It just means a female human who is a common ancestor that every human on the planet shares.
And I'll say this. The evolutionary community coined tongue-in-cheek this first woman of whom we've all descended from, and also the first man in the Y chromosome. Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve tongue-in-cheek. Then we look at the data.
Well, it's not first, right?
It is the first because listen, I'm getting to my conclusion. You're assuming my conclusion before I get to it. So here's my conclusion, okay? So we got mitochondrial Eve. Y chromosome atom, who the evolutionary community asserts existed 100 to 200,000 years ago in Africa. Okay. Then we look at the data, which I presented all throughout the debate. And I love how you say, oh, not once was the Bible discussed. The biblical Adam, don't we know what the Bible says? That God created Adam, and the Bible says he's the first man, Eve's the mother of all living. Jesus says from the beginning of creation, he made them male and female. So the question is, did the biblical Adam and Eve exist? The answer is yes, based on overall low diversity in the mitochondrial DNA, which is maternally inherited. The Y chromosome is paternally inherited, passed down on the father's side. The DNA diversity is low. The mutation rates are fast. So what does that mean? Yeah, the biblical or the mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Adam is actually Y chromosome Noah, because it doesn't take much time at all to accumulate those differences in light of the fast mutation rate.
But mitochondrial Eve does not imply in any way that it's the only lineage, right?
Real quick, Effigy.
Hold on. I didn't hear what Effigy said in response to that.
I don't know if you listened to my opening, but which one of my arguments did I not support with Scripture? Which one of my arguments did I not ground firmly in Scripture? I did all of them. And so I don't know what you got in your pipe there, but I'm curious.
Oh, well, I didn't hear any arguments about Adam and Eve, though. Right.
Okay. Reiterate the argument.
You basically tried to argue God is real and therefore Adam and Eve. You didn't actually argue Adam and Eve. You just argued God is real, therefore Adam and Eve.
I mean, that's
so if you wanted to have another debate, you probably should have altered the topic rather than smuggling in your favorite topic into a debate about a different topic.
Right. So notice now you've contradicted yourself, because now when I point out that you're actually wrong, you went ahead and just provide a caricature of my arguments that I
think
did.
This whole debate was a caricature.
So excuse me. So
that's your assertion.
Which is it? Which is it? I either grounded my arguments in Scripture or I didn't, and you didn't like them. Which is it?
I didn't really hear much Scripture for the last few hours. Did anybody else?
I just gave you Scripture about 30 seconds.
This is again why I question what's in the pipe, my friend.
Oh, there's definitely something in the pipe.
Yeah, there's something in the pipe. Yeah.
The halfling leaf.
Effigy, do you want to get to a point? If not, I'll move on.
Well, no, I basically just had an admission. Yeah, they completely are using the mitochondrial Eve in a different way. Like the mitochondrial Eve, even as quoted as tongue in cheek, is just it was never implied to be the actual only person, right? No one's ever used it that way. This is just the same. This is the same thing precepts do all the time. Is that they use enough science to like bastardize it into something they already believe.
No, I want to respond to something real quick, Sarah.
Oh, I definitely don't have the knowledge. I know that of biology to actually address your arguments, so I don't know if they're messed up or not.
It's been
go ahead, Donnie.
Okay, thanks. It's been said a couple times here. Oh well, the mitochondrial Eve would fit the evolutionary model. We'd expect just one mother of all living people. No, that's actually not true. Because if deep time evolution were true, again, and they completely dodged this in the discussion, assuming evolution is true, you go back to the out of Africa model, a couple 100,000 years. Nobody disagrees with the fact, maybe there's a few outliers, that you'd have humans existing in smaller populations, 2 to 10,000. Some have said maybe 30,000. They would exist in isolated tribes, and they would typically be marrying within those tribes. Okay. There'd be very little marriage and interbreeding from this tribe over here in Africa to another tribe, miles and miles away. Okay. So there's not what's called random mating. So actually, if evolution were true, we shouldn't expect to find one mitochondrial lineage. We should expect to find many, because you'd have many different interbreeding tribes. People didn't spread out to all parts of the globe, according to the out of Africa model, until roughly 70 to 100,000 years ago. So no,
there's no implication that there were none. It's just that the others don't exist anymore, right? They died
I just told you, you'd expect multiple mitochondrial DNA lineages if your position were true. The fact we find one, that actually points better to the Bible than the evolutionary model, because you'd have all those isolated, and you have Neanderthals, which we have their DNA. You have Heidelbergensis and Denisovans that are outside of Africa. So we should expect to find a lot of mitochondrial diversity, but the fact that we find a little bit in one line, that contradicts the evolutionary model. How do you address that, Effigy?
And a quick one, Effigy, and then it's time for me to move on.
All right. Yeah, really quick. Donnie, do you admit that your view is a fringe view in the consensus of science?
In the consensus of, the consensus of science.
In the overall consensus of the subject we are talking about right now, evolutionary biology, is your view
most working biologists do believe they're related to grass and ladybugs. Yeah, that's the consensus. And I'm not impressed with that.
It's a fringe view. Don't act like you're sitting here on top of the mountain. It's a complete fringe view. I'm related to bananas because I can hold them with my hand.
Throughout history, The consensus has been oftentimes wrong. So if you're going to make and notice how Effigy just dodged. I asked him, how can you explain, according to the evolutionary model, one single mitochondrial lineage in light of the fact that you wouldn't have random mating in the out of Africa model, and you also have Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Heidelbergensis outside of Africa? You should expect to find multiple mitochondrial DNA lineages, and all the guy can do is dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. This is why it's not a good idea to be a science denying evolutionist, everybody.
All right, and I'm going to let Austin, it sounded like Austin wanted to throw something in there, and then I'm going to move forward.
So, Donnie, you keep saying that evolutionists rely on evolutionary assumptions like human, chimp, common ancestry to get these mutation rates, right? Why do you keep saying that? We document accumulation from known dates in the past, either directly known common ancestors like Anne of York, or the original settlers of Tristan da Cunha and the Norfolk Islands, people like that. We use documented historical events and recorded history. And these are all events that we agree on, like the settlement of the Canary Islands about 2,000 years ago. And these are all dates that are not only directly documented, they're within the YEC timeline. We all agree on these dates, and using these dates, we calculate mutation rates that yield the time to most recent common ancestor about 60 to 200,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So
you started off with an assumption that I've said, that you always have to assume humans and chimps are related. I've never said that. You're just repeating Dan's argument. I understand you're. I'm going to address.
I'm clarifying, Donnie. You say that we have to use evolutionary assumptions, and that's not true. I just pointed out what we actually are using. We're using
one of the assumptions. One of the assumptions when calibrating the molecular clock and doing coalescence calculations is relationship between humans and chimps. But I understand, and I've spoken on this.
So what's the problem with calibration?
I get you're excited, dude.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on from this one.
It is an important.
I'm going to leave it there. I hear the point, and we're going to hold it. If we can't be precise and to the point the first time, and then we try again the second time, and we still don't hit it, it's definitely not going to hit on the third. Mr. Omar, are you with us, sir? Omar, you taking a shit?
No, my Wi-Fi, ironically, I don't know if it's the evolutionary gods or the god of the Garden of Eden that's striking my Wi-Fi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Probably the evolutionist.
Okay, loud and clear, bud.
Well, I expected each of you to blame the other one. The interesting part is that in my book, The Courtesan, I say that all faith is blind because it requires you to believe in something you've never experienced. And I've witnessed here tonight that both parties are, would say they have the proof. One would point at the Bible, and the other one would point at scientific data, but each of them, I would say, are religiously believing the other. I don't think either of these parties were interested in the other's perspective. Perhaps they've done the study, I don't know, but it was very hard to listen to this this debate. But if I could ask, how long do I have?
I'd like to. I got a question about that.
Are you giving a speech or asking?
Don't worry. Perfect, Sam, because I wanted to actually ask you a question. Okay. My Canadian friend.
What's your PhD in?
I'm Canadian. Sam's American.
Omar?
Sam's Canadian. Sam is Canadian 100%.
Are you Canadian, Sam?
Yeah. I'm not Canadian.
I am, though.
Really?
You are, yeah.
Okay.
Why? Did I say about the wrong way?
Wow, it's not. Okay.
Donnie's the one that's from
We don't need to get into a meta. Sam, let me ask you a question.
Omar, I said I had a question.
Let me ask you a question, Sam. I have a question for you, ironically. So looks like we're magnetically drawn to each other.
Omar.
Yeah. So when you
one at a time, gentlemen.
Ad hom, but yet in your debate, the first question you asked, you moved the goalpost and went directly.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
All right. So Omar, I said I had a question for you.
So back to what I was saying.
Should we answer
in the debate?
This is Omar's time to ask questions. So can Omar please get his question out?
Yeah.
Omar, ask your question and Sam responds.
So Sam, you use pre-sub as an ad hom, but in the debate is about Adam and Eve. And your very first question, you move the goalpost to ask a larger ontological question pertaining to God. You sound like Darth Dawkins. Everything that you're talking about. Is this what?
Who's that?
He knows exactly who it is.
So did I reference Darth Dawkins or did I reference atheists? Were you paying attention? What's your PhD in, Omar?
So continuously interrupting me is not going to. Here's the problem: continuously interrupting me is not going to work. That works on weak atheists. So let me finish my question.
Well, you
In
sound
your
pretty
first
weak if
question,
you
you
wouldn't
moved
let
the
me answer
goalpost to a
your
bigger
question.
we
ontological
are on a
question
time
pertaining to
frame.
God.
I'm on a
Yeah,
time
hey,
frame. Let's
hey,
get through the
Sarah,
question, please.
Here's
Ask the
thing,
question,
Sarah.
Omar.
I asked Dr. Omar a question, and he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
immediately dodged me, which is fine. But if Omar,
No, I
Dr.
didn't actually.
Omar, if you,
Actually, sir, I didn't
me,
let you finish your question
excuse
because I
me,
was in the middle of asking you my
if
question.
you,
I didn't
if you
acknowledge
want
your
me,
question. You never finished your question, actually, because I was asking my question. So my question to you is,
I
how do
have
you
a
measure the
fucking
value
question.
of the
Can
story
we
compared to the others?
Can we just get through the question?
Yeah.
Now I would like you to ask it, Omar, please.
dude's like terrified right now.
Omar, ask your question, please.
Hello.
Ask your question.
So he
Yes,
said
thank
things
you.
that I want to address.
So-
and he's
Yeah,
not, he's just
yeah.
going to
I never let you
run.
finish your
That's
question
what's
because I
happening.
was in asking my
Okay,
question.
everybody
That's
stop.
why you never finished
I
it.
want
So
Omar to
let me
ask the actual question.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So I'm assuming that in your Christian worldview, correct? Because you never actually displayed. You said the Bible. So does that mean you're Jewish or you're a Christian?
What's your PhD in, Omar?
So you're afraid. Are you going to stay in for the gauntlet, or are you just
Yeah,
going to
so-
laugh your way to the next 6 minutes and have
what's
to
your
go?
PhD in, Omar? I want to meet you on your ground, my friend, where you have the advantage. So yeah, I reference.
That's never going to happen unless I was asleep, buddy. But even if you did something in your sleep, you'd wake up. I'd wake up and you'd apologize to me.
So
You're a little Canadian.
yeah.
Your little passive aggressive Jay Dyer approach, ortho bro shit's not going to work. So
You're
can you answer the
crashing out.
question, or do I have to repeat it?
Yeah. So
Do I have
am
to repeat
a,
the question?
Damn, get out the
sir?
popcorn. I'm getting
so
Do
for
I have
every,
to repeat
so
the
for
question?
everyone, so for everyone who wasn't paying attention, I guess Omar's the only one. Yeah, we are Christians.
Can I?
And we are defending
Okay.
the biblical worldview, which is why I
Thank you.
referenced biblical passages from the New Testament. Okay, when I say that I'm a Christian,
Okay, I'll repeat. I'll
that
repeat my
means that
question.
somebody
Okay.
is a follower.
I'll repeat
Jesus
my
Christ.
question. Yes,
Hold on,
I
Shaman.
understand. I thought that's what we were
Sarah.
talking about.
Shaman, hold
Sarah.
on a second.
Is-
Hold, Aries, shut the fuck up. Omar, he's answering your fucking question. Let him fucking finish.
These guys, what's wrong with these people?
Well,
They're
you guys are
literally
dick
unhinged.
measuring right now, which is obnoxious to me. But finish your statement, Sam, please.
Yeah. So
Omar, let him finish.
So when someone
Yes.
calls
So in my
themselves a
in my
Christian-
question,
Omar,
we're talking about biblical Adam.
Omar, can you not
Yes.
fucking hear what
Yes,
I'm
yes.
saying? I said Sam.
Yeah,
not
my
Omar.
internet's my internet's going in and out. I'm sorry.
All
I'm
right.
hearing
It's
chop.
not the only thing crashing out, buddy. So yeah,
I'm
we're
about to fucking
Christians.
crash out.
That means that we follow Jesus Christ, which means that we're not Jewish, although we do affirm the books of the Old Testament. So that's what that means. Now, I asked you, my friend, that's your question. I asked you what you have your PhD in, and I wanted to ask you a question about the statement that you said in your book. And seeing as how you wrote a book on it, this should be no problem for you. You wrote a book. You wrote a book that everyone has faith because they've not come in contact with God. Is that what you said?
I'm
Is that
sorry.
what you said?
Hold on. My internet's
Run.
my internet's crashing out. Can I just ask you the question I'm trying to ask you? Because
Your
I was
internet is
assuming that you're
crashing
talking
out
about a
and-
biblical
and I'm not
worldview,
able to ask you a
and my
question. We
biblical
need to move
worldview
on.
is pertaining to the Bible, sir, and it's actually not a negative one. So I don't know why you're assuming anything negative.
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
This is
I'll
not.
show you how to
I'm not
answer
an
the question.
atheist, sir. How
I'm
about
giving this
I'm not an
exactly 2
atheist.
more
Can
minutes.
I ask you a question?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm not an
another-
atheist.
Another
okay?
question? Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'm not an atheist. So my question to you is, when we're referring to the biblical Adam and Eve and the God of the Garden of Eden, in your worldview, are we speaking about Yahweh, or are you presupposing an God
Yes,
of the
we
Garden
are-
of Eden?
cut
We're
out.
talking about
We-
Jesus.
we-
Guys,
we
just
are
give it a
speaking
couple million
about-
years. Allow his mic to evolve.
Yeah, maybe he should come back later. Yeah, we are referring to the God of the Bible, which is Yahweh, which is translated to Joshua, which is then later translated to Jesus. That's what it means to be a Christian. Now, I've asked him, I guess he's gone now.
Oh,
So
it
he
must
wrote a
have cut
book.
out.
I wanted to ask a question about his book, and maybe he'll come back and I'll be able to ask him a question, but it's fine if not.
All right.
In
Well, let's
case
move.
anybody's curious, I got my PhD in epic battle, and I earned a new certificate tonight in slaying YCs and presups simultaneously. Let's go.
Fair enough. I'm going to kick it over. Sasquatch, welcome, my love. Miss your face.
Hello.
I'm not even sure which direction you're going to go, but I'm excited nonetheless.
I'm actually going to keep it largely secular, but for the record, I'm agnostic, raised by Southern Baptists. So if you ever wonder where secular people get their morality, it's from their religious parents. Yeah, I mean,
It's from where?
it seems obvious to me. The religious
It's from where?
but that's neither here nor there. My question is, what is the
It's from
primary
where?
driver of mutation?
What was the question? Sorry, I missed it.
What is the primary driver of mutation? I believe was what he said.
Oh, that's a good question. Primary driver of mutation is the imperfect nature of chemistry and molecular geometry. So mutation isn't common. It happens, for like one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hold
sorry.
I'm getting to a point.
Go ahead.
So what you need to promote mutation at a measurable rate is a consistent reproduction pattern for it to be a consistently measurable rate. One of the issues that I see y'all running into between the two schools of thought here is, like, he kept bringing up very specific D-loop patterns, which are largely used to determine the age when an individual died, not so much how old they are or where they stand in a particular family tree, although they can lend credence to, one being older versus another because, ancestry does carry DNA from their parents. My point is this: how do you rectify the fact that 90 some odd percent of the human race is derived from a handful of villages that developed farming right around 6,000 years ago? When the huge, enormous population boom takes off and all of your data goes back to 6,000 years, and what, you just don't look any farther? You say, Eureka, we found it.
Yes.
I'm
Question to
confused.
us or Austin? Or
Yeah, I mean,
kind of hard to tell where you're
why
coming
do you chop it off at 6,000 years? That's my question. And when it comes to the DNA data specifically,
Well, because that would take us right back to the creation event with Eve, with the Y chromosome. It would take us back.
presupposition. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Can you repeat yourself?
Your
Did you-
presupposition. It carries you back
Well,
to
we've
your
all
own
got presuppositions. So
answer.
I'm pointing. Okay, I understand. Okay, we're pointing out that the Bible says one thing: the biblical Adam and Eve. God created two people, Adam and Eve. Jesus says from the beginning of creation, he made them male and female. Adam, the first man, Eve, the mother of all living. That's what the Bible says. Okay. You can agree with it or disagree with it. So we go to the scientific
That is what the
data.
Bible says. I agree.
The beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine. Are you okay? I know a couple of them earlier were crashing out. Okay.
You'll be fine,
So,
sir. Just
I-
continue to
relax.
think. You'll be all right.
Do you believe you're related to grass and ladybugs as well?
I think everything on this planet's related
Oh,
some way
yeah.
or another.
Okay. I'll
sir.
add you to my chart on that. So, the
Spell
scientific
Sasquatch
data.
right.
I understand you're excited, okay? Because I'm about to demolish your point. So we go to the scientific data. The D loop is neutral for the most part. So mutate. That's why a lot of these studies, like Parsons and Howell, they like to look at the D loop because the mutations there are going to stick around. It's the control region. They're neutral. So they get a mutation rate. It's fast. And they point out that, oh, wow, okay, if we take this observed rate, we go back roughly 6,000 to 6,500 years. So the Bible's claiming to be the history book of the universe. We look at the scientific data. The scientific data could have contradicted that, but it turned out to confirm that. So yeah, that 6,000 year point would be the creation point. The Y chromosome goes back to Noah at the flood bottleneck. There you go. But
So
and that's the point you
basically,
guys have to-
you're saying something that me and Joe kind of talked about when we were prepping, which is that it's not like you looked at these scientific papers and saw 6,500 years and was like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. You saw you read the Bible, and then you went out and you found papers that said 6,500 years.
No.
Just no. Okay.
Well, Sam, you want to respond to that, or do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you go to the data. And so, for example, before I was a Christian, I looked at the scientific data. I looked at the scientific data of mutation accumulation and how it puts shelf lives on genomes. That told me that, wow, the ape to man evolutionary story has some serious contradictions. Let's test it to the scientific data. I talked about this earlier, where you have the data and then the interpretation of the data.
Yes, you told all of
Austin?
this.
How much of the data do we look at, Donnie?
You're looping.
Well, you keep asserting, Joe, because you don't understand the science of the issue. You keep asserting that I'm cherry picking when I've showed you several studies. Howell, Parsons, Santos, Helgeson. Helgeson
So why does Parsons
is a
only look at
multi-generational
7% of the
pedigree,
data?
and yet you still keep asserting that I'm only looking at single generation pedigrees.
Why does
And that's
Parsons only look at 7% of the data then?
I already explained, and let's see if you understood what I said. So explain, reiterate why Parsons looked at the D loop. Go ahead. Let's see if you're listening.
No, I want you to tell me why.
Yeah, exactly.
Parsons
See,
only
listen,
look
dude,
at 7%
it's just so
of the
bad for
data.
you here. So many good.
Why are we disregarding 93%
They look at the D
of
loop
data
for the
that the
10th time.
scientific community supports?
They look
Why
at
are
the
we
D loop.
disregarding that?
They look at the D loop.
I was trying to cover that.
It's largely
I'm trying to get
neutral.
there,
The
fellas.
mutations accumulate in a neutral fashion. That's why Austin just
Parsons,
can't seem to
Howell,
guys, I understand you're excited. I'm
Parsons,
trying to
Howell,
Can you
Helgeson.
actually
Hold
extend from the
on,
D loop?
let Donnie finish his thought.
When you actually extend from the D loop to the entirety of the mitochondrial DNA, the coding regions, the mutation rate is going to be faster. And if you want to do mathematical calculations, Austin, looking at the max diversity in the entirety of the mitochondrial chromosome, you can't just look at the D loop mutations.
If you want to do,
buddy?
if you want to
Because
do
then you're gonna get
mathematical
wrong numbers.
calculations,
That's
you
why
need
you
to
were
look at
notice how
phylogenetic
he's being
rates.
demolished and he
You
can't
need to
contain
look at
himself. He's crashing out.
phylogenetic rates, not just pedigree rates. Parsons,
All
Howell,
right.
Helgeson, Shu, they're all
Why?
pedigree rates. Not a single
Shu
one
is
of them is a
Why?
phylogenetic rate.
Okay.
So again,
Why?
Okay, Sarah,
Here's
can
what
I have
I
the
have
last
to
word here?
do.
Because I want to really address
Here's what I have to do because I have to go catch a flight. We're at the 3-hour mark now.
Donnie.
Every single one of you can absolutely stay along. Mr. Balderson is going to carry in my stead while I go hop on an airplane and head home. I'm so excited to go home, but I don't want to leave, but I have to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read just a couple super chats, and then I'm going to raid anyone watching over on the Raging Tomato side. I'm going to raid you over to Mr. Balderson's channel. Also, the moderator or the wrenches will be dropping the links into the chat, I'm sure. If anybody wants to stay and continue this conversation up top, you're welcome to. If you need to go, you're more than welcome to as well. Sydney comes in with the big 2, says for both, why only pedigree, not phylogenetic
rates. Yep, this is
phylogenetic.
exactly what we're talking. I'll take the answer
Donnie,
first
you need
because
to use the
because
phylogenetic
pedigree
rates, Donnie.
rates
You gotta use them.
artificially accelerate the
You gotta use
mutation
them.
rate, which they can then conflate with the substitution rate, so they can do bad math and lie with math to get 6,000 years. And if you take a phylogenetic rate, it's much, much longer than any young Earth creationist timeline will allow. And now let them run their usual nonsense
It's a
about
question
You're
for
begging
both.
the
I
question,
get I
buddy.
get to respond. It was a
That's
question for both.
circular reasoning.
One response, and then I want to move on.
Circular reasoning.
So I'm glad this was brought up. So these founder populations so what they do is they cherry pick. They go with the outliers, ignore these sophisticated studies like Parsons, Howell, Helgeson that give us the young date. They look to founder populations like Tristan da Cunha, Canary. As a matter of fact, I actually addressed this in the discussion. They're good studies, but it's a different question. Okay. Founder studies are estimating demographic history using assumptions regarding what? Founder size, migration, drift, lineage, extinction, effective population size. Austin, I get you're excited. It's my turn.
Yeah, let him
Founder
talk.
studies
Austin.
directly observe mutation accumulation. These are different studies. Richard III. Richard III is a great study, interesting historical pedigree, only 2 living maternal descendants, tiny sample size, and yet we still got an observed difference. Still remarkably rapid. So all of your repeated talking points from Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal are not
I'm
helping.
sorry,
here,
your
Austin.
rescue
You
device
failed
here just
miserably.
doesn't
And
work,
the last thing I'll
Donnie.
say is the neutral rate
This is Donnie's
approximates
stage,
the
remember
fixation rate. That's basic population genetics. You failed.
You're
This
just
will be a great
using a
clip.
bad rescue device ad nauseum. It's not
You have
gonna
no
work.
rebuttal. I just destroyed
All right,
your
next
Tristan da
question comes
Cunha.
in from Objective Ethics with the Big 20. His says, no atheist has a moral framework. Sam, Then why is it that the majority of philosophers are both atheists and moral realists? Sam, I think this one's right at you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. It's not that they don't have, well, so let's back up. They would have a moral framework, but it's just going to be grounded in subjectivity. They don't have an objective moral framework. So the problem there is that they're going to have to ground their morality, and it's they don't really have many options. It's either going to be in the individual, that's moral anarchy. It's going to be in societies, which have justified every kinds of atrocious thing, or governments, which is just mob rule, which again, governments have justified all kinds of atrocious things. So like when they talk about morality, we can ask questions. Well, what's that grounded in? And if they don't want to say that it's grounded in anything, well, then how is that not arbitrary? And this is why in my opening I referenced Friedrich Nietzsche, a nihilist. Like, he understood this. This is where this leads. You can say that there are like moral states of affairs, but it would just be your interpretation. The ontology of ethics there is missing. Okay, there's no ontology. So when you say, something's wrong, like a man imposing his will on a woman, like all you're saying, you can't say that act is bad. You can just say that you don't like it. But that's not what we mean by morality. Right?
Okay.
Well, let's go one step further. If they want to say that, like, do women have bodily autonomy? And if they want to say that they do, are they just referring to the law? And so if there's no law there, do they still have it? Now, as a Christian, we would say that everyone has inalienable rights that are bestowed upon them by their creator. So those rights can be infringed by governments or societies or individuals, but ontologically, they would still be wrong. So they have a huge problem here. And just saying that a bunch of people believe something, that doesn't, so what? Okay.
All right. Nunny says, I want to hear Shaman Omar's take on things. Stay on. Go over to Mr. Balderson's side. I'm 100% positive Shaman's going to stay on for this. And of course, last one, Mr. Tom Carpenter says, in case you don't know, Squatch is the voice of God you hear in your head when he speaks to you. Facts, Mr. Sasquatch, in your sexy voice. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close out on the Raging Tomato side. If you're watching over there, catch the right over to Mr. Balderson's side, or you figure your way out, or just get the fuck out of here. I don't care. All right. I'm going to shut that down.
Hey, Sarah, thanks for coming forward. Sarah's in Vegas. She was she was moderating a different debate in a different time zone, and still came forward to bring this platform, make sure this could happen with all you gentlemen. So
appreciate it.
Commitment to the game.
And that's after sucking up all the sun in Vegas. You can see it. She took all the sun. Nobody else got in here.
Yeah, it really is the Raging Tomato tonight.
Yeah, no, really. It was with Sheikh Uthman, and it was because God Logic was there.
Everybody.
Cab
Sheikh
was
Uthman,
there.
God Logic,
Cab
and
was
the
there.
entire apologetics was there in one room.
Even Captain T stopped by. It was rough. It was like I was way more involved in that debate than I think I ever wanted to be. So it got crazy. So tune in over on Digital Social Hour if you want to see that. It'll be out within the next couple of weeks. I'm super stoked. I hope and pray that my moderation compliments that came from the group are going to carry over in the comments, because I had to step it a lot. All right, Mr. Balderson, I am putting you in charge. And again, to everyone, Mr. Balderson will take my stead, and I believe he will carry on the gauntlet just the same way as I always do. He's here for every show. He knows my style. He probably is a little cuter than me, so he might be able to carry on even better.
Outrageous.
There is a
nonsense.
There is a full backstage back there. So, of course, you know the drill. If you want to get someone up, send Mr. Balderson $10 and he will boot someone, except everyone on the top row is unbootable. Everyone on the bottom row, you can kick them all the fuck out all you want. Backstage, we do have Spin. We've got Adamska. We've got Kraut. We've got Darth Thorains. And we've got Crack Baby Go all hanging out ready to come on and bring some heat. So I'm going to get the fuck out.
Sarah,
I love you all.
so much.
No, thank you guys. This
Have a
was
good flight,
solid.
Sarah.
I didn't want to miss this, but I love you all, and fuck off.
Have a good
Peace out.
flight.
That Balderson kicked her out. I saw that.
Right. Or were you done, my brother? Obviously, I'm talking to you, Caucasian Sasquatch. Like
Okay.
anybody else has. We should have been next to each other, so we could have, like, touched
Yeah,
beards.
we like
The panel
beard
would have been
touch.
glorious.
Yeah.
It would be a pagan adventure.
Yeah.
Who calls me pagan? Why?
Aesthetically, we're just judging on the aesthetics.
Yeah, I do have something of a Viking descent. That is true.
Were you done?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Shaman, did you want to finish up? You got dropped a little bit ago.
I
Did you
apologize.
wanna finish up.
All I heard was like 90% digitized, and so yes, I would like. I had a question for Sam. You had a question for me. I didn't understand. Would you like to ask me the question, Sam? Because I didn't hear. All I heard was you said I have a question, and I heard it 4 times.
Yeah. You wrote a book. You said
Yes,
and you said that
3.
Okay, you said that all religious people they have faith because they don't have contact with God or something like that. Can you?
No, sir.
what was
I said
that?
all faith. No, I didn't say anything about religious. I said all faith is blind because it requires us to believe in something we have never directly experienced.
Okay.
Because
So
if you directly experience something, you wouldn't have to have faith. Like I don't have to have faith that I'm a male.
Yeah, well, so that's not the biblical definition of faith. So faith, and by the way, all knowledge is a subset of belief. Okay.
So
And so I need to know from you how you determine that the image in the mirror and the plant in the yard is not evidence of God, and that you are not in contact with God through his creation. How did you determine that?
Oh, that's a good question to an
That's
atheist.
begging the question.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's a good question.
You wrote a book. Excuse me.
I wrote 3 books, sir. You keep getting me out of
you said that-
context. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I'm not an atheist. If you're asking me, do I believe in the supreme?
Are you going to
creator
overtalk me the whole time, Ben?
and ever moving move? Well, hold on. You asked the
So
question.
if you're
was,
just going to overtalk me, I'm really not interested in having a
You're-
conversation with you. 'Cause
you're on the
monologuing
third
and you're not
question.
engaging.
Hold on. Balderson asked me if I had a question for you, and as a gentleman, I said I heard you had a question for me. You're asking your third question. Did you write a book? In your book, did you say that about religious people? And you're on your third question.
That was a caveat to my question. That wasn't my
I'm sorry.
question.
Those were 3.
Obviously, I
Well,
know.
that's like the
Look,
Trinity.
dude, if
That's
you're just
3
gonna-
things.
If you're just going to act like a child, then we're going to move on. This is how this is going to go. Like I directly asked you a question.
You did, and I
would
answered
like
it.
for you to not. Did you write a book? You made that clear.
Yes.
And then I wanted you to reiterate your statement, so I formulated my question correctly.
And I answered it.
Those are okay.
Sir,
So
did
this
I
is-
answer
this
your
is how we're
question?
gonna
Let's
do
be
it?
serious. Can I ask my question? You're the panelist, and we heard your whole debate. Can I ask you my question? Okay. In the gauntlet, I'll answer everything, no problem. So my question was pertaining to the concept of Adam and Eve, right? When we're talking about like pre-sup, right? So you were using pre-sup almost as like a weaponization ad hom, right? But as we all know, we have presuppositions. In your
That's
first
not how I
question,
was using it, Omar. And I want you to answer my question if you want me to answer yours.
listen, buddy.
So I'm going to ask you again. I want to know.
Listen,
how
you're Darth
determine
Dawkins. You're Darth
everything
Dawkins.
that you're acquainted with is
Okay.
not evidence.
Let me
of
answer.
God.
Let me
That would
answer his
be the
question.
Image in the mirror.
Hold
That
on a
would be the
moment.
plant
I'm
in
going to
the
answer
yard,
your
and if it's
question.
true
Hold
for
on a
those
moment.
things, it would
Once
be
I
true
answer
for
your
everything that's
question,
gonna exist.
once I
Now,
answer
if
your
you're gonna
question,
continue to
Sam,
overtalk
are
me
you
and
going to allow me
misbehave,
to answer
I'm
my
really not
question?
interested in talking with you.
Once, yeah, you said that.
go
Once
ahead
I
and
answer
answer my
your third
question, or I'll
question,
have
will
to
you
ask
allow
the
me to
question
ask
again.
my first question? Yes. Do you agree? Or are you going to run? So when I answer this fourth question,
He's going to try and
he's going to run. You know why? Because this is, and then after I answer your question, you're going to say, tell me what grounds your moral framework, what grounds the answer you said. This is Darth Dawkins 101. This is 10 years old.
So I'm here. So Omar, why are you giving me? So we've had some pretty bad rhetoric up here, but not as bad as yours. And you have a PhD there in your name, and you're supposed to be an educated man, but you literally behave more juvenilely than everyone else.
So let me answer that question.
So
that's
I'm
from
gonna ask
yesterday
you,
when we were
I want
talking
you to
about
only-
red pill.
Right,
That's
I
a
want
joke.
you to answer the question that I asked regarding everything that exists.
Yeah.
I actually I put the
Exactly.
PhD, I put the doctor in front of his name. It
From
was
yesterday.
a joke because it was a different debate panel about the
Yeah,
red
yeah,
pill.
yeah.
It really
We're all
had nothing to
doctors.
do with any of
That
this.
makes sense.
Everybody was a
Yeah.
PhD or a doctor or a
But anyway,
Adam down here was a grand poobah,
yeah,
and we also
it's
had
okay.
a prophet.
Well, that's
So,
disappointing.
So once
That's
I answer
disappointing,
this
Omar.
next question that you have of me, you agree that I can ask my first question to you, sir, correct, Sam?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
You're not going to move on when I answer your question and tell me then what grounds that framework and grounds that moral framework, right? You're not going to
Well,
move
no,
into
there's
your...
a difference between a response and an actually answering a question.
Yes,
I want you
this
to
is...
actually answer the question and not just give me a response. Or when you
And
ask me a question, I'm just going to
I
say
haven't gotten to ask
"Jablulu."
you a question. That's the best part.
Well, you did. You asked me if
No.
I was a Christian, and then you asked.
Sir, I
if
told you my
Jesus is
Wi-Fi went out.
Yahweh, and
I didn't
said,
hear.
yeah.
I didn't hear your response. I
You
started
asked
off
me-
by
you'd
saying
asked me
that.
2 questions.
No, I didn't. I didn't
This
hear
is
any
pathetic.
response. All I heard was about something about. I heard nothing. So I started off by saying this. So ask your question. I'll answer it to you, and then I will ask mine. Thank you. Tell me so I don't get it wrong.
So now that I am clear about my question, that you have wrote a book and you said you misrepresented what we define as faith. You said that everyone has to have
I don't grant
faith
that.
because they're not well, you defined faith improperly. I made
No.
that clear. You said
No,
everyone
you.
has
I don't.
faith or-
You didn't. You made it clear doesn't mean shit. So you made it clear from your worldview. I disagree clearly with that.
But you need to do a little better job of behaving, okay?
So,
you said that we all have
do I have
faith.
to behave? Please ask your question.
So-
Stop playing with the ad homs.
Right. So for the mod in the room, I'm not going to do this any longer.
Yeah,
I'm,
because
like,
it's not
yelling
working on me. Your passive aggressive bullshit's
Well,
not working. Ask your question.
That's fine. I can leave. So let me ask.
Yeah.
My question.
You're gonna run. I already claimed that. I'm a prophet. If you run, I'm a prophet.
Right.
Then. So go ahead.
Right.
Ask your
And
question, sir. Forget
so-
the ad homs. Thank you.
Like in the world of TikTok and social media.
Ask your question
somebody
and
wants to
relieve
run,
the ad
they behave
homs,
like
please,
you
sir,
do.
for you
This
and
is
your
what
family.
cowards
Leave
do
the
when
ad
they wanna
homs
get kicked
alone.
off the
Thank
stage.
you. Ask your question. Mr. Frustration. Ask your question.
I'm gonna
Fine,
ask
I'll
my
ask
question.
mine.
Are you ready?
No problem. I'll ask mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
ask
in
my
the debate of
question. Are you
Adam and
ready?
Eve, your very first question was you move the goalpost to a bigger ontological question, right, pertaining to God, which is fine. But the problem is you're assuming. Oh, I'm so immature. I'm so.
Yeah.
What song is that, sir? Is that my second
That's
question?
your theme song, bud.
Oh, is that what is the
think
theme
so.
song? I'm not a country hick like you. I don't know what you're whistling.
that what that
Whistling
was?
Dixie.
So
Okay.
go to
Yeah.
book
So great. So
that you
the
can't
bigger
defend,
question
apparently.
is if you believe in the God from the Garden of Eden creating the biblical Adam and Eve, right? And we can grant that. What connects the idea that biblical creator, right, Elohim of the Garden of Eden, creating man would then in turn be the creator of the universe at large? How do you answer that?
What connects the idea?
No. So if you were to say biblical Garden of Eden, you said, I heard you say about Trinity or Yahweh. I didn't actually hear the answer. But if we say, obviously, I'm assuming
Would you like me
that
to
you
clarify
believe.
for you now?
Would you like me to answer the question? You seem confused with it. My
Would you like me
question's
to
not even
clarify
that.
that
I
for
don't
you
know
now?
why my question's not even aggressive to you. It's like a biblical
Would
question.
you like me to clarify that for you now?
Clarify which part? My question?
So I believe in the Trinity. I am a
Yes.
Christian. I'm a biblical creationist. Okay.
Okay.
In the Bible, that's where my argument is grounded. And in the biblical narrative, God is very clear that he created all things. Okay. You can go to the book of Colossians. I think it's chapter 1, verse 15, where it talks about how all things were created through him and by him. Nothing that exists was not created by him. And so that's just going to be creation ex nihilo. It's just going to be biblical doctrine all the way through.
Okay, but in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, and Elohim said, let us make man in our image image
Correct.
plural.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. And so some like old Jewish people, even though they were monotheists, they weren't rigid in their monotheism because there's like an old doctrine called the 2 powers in heaven. And so there's controversy on what that means, but typically that's referring to the Godhead, one God, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, because we're not made in the image of angels. So that's what that would be from. There are other people that would say that that is like a divine counsel, and they're going to ground that in scripture as well. But that's not the view that I take. Okay, when it says us there, those are the persons of the Trinity referring to each other.
So you're saying that in the Hebrew Bible, in Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 11, come let us confuse their language. You're saying that that's referring to the Trinity of the New Testament, Paul's
Correct.
Trinity.
Yeah, because again, when we get into the New Testament, and this is also established throughout the Old Testament, that when the Bible refers to the Holy Spirit, it's referring to a person. The Holy Spirit has roles. It convicts. It speaks. You can grieve the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is referred to as God. But there's only one God. The Bible is very clear about that, and that's going to be the same with Jesus. How all things are created through him and by him. So he is also God. But God is eternally begotten from the Father. And so the Father is also God. So that's how we derive the doctrine of the Trinity biblically, that there is one God and there are three persons within that Godhead.
Okay. So the problem is that everything you just said, I was going to get, so let me just say my perspective of that. That's all ad hoc application of New Testament theology.
That's biblical
yes,
theology.
Yes, it is. Are you familiar with the Hebrew? It completely contradicts what you're saying. Would you like an example?
Are you a Hebrew scholar?
Would you like, sure. Would you like an example?
You're a Hebrew scholar?
Would you like to get into the New Testament or the Hebrew, sir? You're getting into theology with me? Pull up your book.
I don't, but I mean, I do have a concordance here.
Yeah, good. Great.
I can look it up, but that's not the topic of the debate.
No, pull it. No, keep the book out so you can fact check me in real time. You made a claim.
Hold on,
see, here's what you do. Here's what, audience, here's what he does. He makes a claim. I let him finish. I want to clarify that I disagree with him. As soon as someone disagrees with him, he loses his mind, stands up, grabs a book, puts it back, and then wants to ask me, hey, what's the problem here? What's the problem? The problem is
this is ridiculous.
All right, we're going to go ahead and reserve this for the gauntlet. If Sam is going to stick around for the gauntlet.
He'll never will.
Well, we shall see then whether we're going to have to change your name to Prophet Omar or not. We'll find out. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next panelist and spin.
So this is a question to the people up top. So what species of human do you think Adam and Eve was?
We don't believe
anybody
that
can answer.
Have species. There's no such thing as a species of human.
Well, weren't we considered apes at one time?
That's what
we're
the
still
debate was
considered
about.
apes.
So in my opening, I made a distinction between the data and the interpretation of the data. So
well, you have to understand that was 3 hours ago.
Austin used an example of calling us, I believe he called us geocentrists or something like that, tongue in cheek. I get it. He was being funny. But actually, that was a good example of what's taking place here, because, in science, there's this competing paradigm issue. And so in the same way that there was a time when people would look out at the cosmos and they would interpret that data as evidence of geocentrism, a new information came along, and that same data, we're talking about the distinction between the facts and the interpretation of the facts. Those same facts were then reinterpreted through a different lens. Okay, and so we went from a geocentric model to a heliocentric model, and so we see the same thing when before the Hubble redshift was observed. They believed that the heavens was like this eternal state of affairs. Same data. They'd look up there and say, hey, look, we can explain all of this stuff. Then they observe a red shift. And the current consensus is that the red shift is evidence of an expansion, but it's not necessarily an expansion. There's seculars who disagree, and they don't care anything about what I believe or the age of the earth. And so again, like all we're saying here, I debate differently than Donnie. Like I could literally just grant you guys the way you interpret the data and say that I don't care, because it's not a conspiracy. These are just slogans. It's a paradigm issue. So we're approaching the data from an entirely different paradigm. And last thing I'll say, When we understand that, then you understand why I argue the way that I do argue, because undergirding any paradigm is assumptions or beliefs about reality that we bring to the scientific method. In my opponent's case tonight, that would be naturalism. Well, if naturalism is a sufficient philosophy, then they should have no problem answering those deeper worldview questions that I posed tonight. But instead of actually engaging with intellectual rigor, you know, they just scoffed and mocked. And yeah, Joe, I know you want me to leave. You'd be happy if I would leave, and if the host keeps modding the way he is, then I will. And that's not a prophecy being fulfilled.
I guess I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure what you're talking about with the mods. Are you complaining about me putting up super chats?
No,
the last guy. This is
sitting here
you two adult men. You two adult men.
Now he's going to
decide how you interact with each other.
Well, I'm not interested in
when the rest of the show can't overtalk.
Well,
when the rest of the show can't,
right?
you're gonna be quiet while I'm talking, dude.
Oh, I am.
Oh,
yes, he's the mom, motherfucker. So you go shut. But he's the fucking mom.
You notice how that is? You notice how that went, little god boy? You're gonna be quiet while I talk. When you guys talk over each other and the show doesn't become productive, then I will interfere as I did. So if y'all can continue, that little bitch left. That's all right. Dude, I have never seen anybody quite so Jay Dyer-ish in my life.
Yeah,
like that.
He left.
He sucked every
did he
bit
leave, guys?
Yeah,
he sucked every bit of sperm out of Jay Dyer-Pecker.
Real quick,
can I say something, Mr. Balderson, real quick?
Hold on, Shaman.
Can I say something, Mr. Balderson, real quick? Once again, Raging Tomato community and friends at large, the fucking shaman draws the demons out again. I didn't even ask 4 words in my fucking question, but he could fucking sense it. And he had to strike. That's why Sam's
he interrupted you out the gate. You didn't even get a part of the way through your question before he was interrupting you. That dude was a cunt.
I wasn't even gonna get but then this motherfucker decided to test me. Are you a Hebrew scholar? Bitch, go look at my fucking debates with all the rabbis. I've got 50 hours with rabbis, son of a motherfucker. Don't question my fucking Hebrew. Did he pull out this big book he's never read? Hey, Sam, then you pulled out that big book. You better study that fucking book before you come fucking dance with me, bitch.
All right, still the fucking Q&A.
All right, so the rage quitter's gone. Ha ha, funny little bitch rage quitter. We're all laughing. Graham Poobah, do you have questions for the remaining panelists that are not Jay Dyer fucking
I had questions for the bitch that ran too,
guys. Go look up a guy named Darth Dawkins. He's like the original apologist, like that guy where Jay Dyer picked up all his shit. They go passive aggressive, the best defense is attack. And what they'll do is that, sir, what grounds your moral framework? It's either God or not God world. False dichotomies, aggressive repeating of the same question, then accusing you of getting angry. That shit doesn't work with actual men, you little bitch. Go ahead. Sorry, Adam.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
No, you're good, Omar. He's good.
His actual name is Gary Milne, and he's actually kind of obsessed with me. He also goes by Darwin was mentally ill, and he follows me around on Facebook and comments on every single post I make about biology and evolution because evolution lives rent-free in his brain.
Listen, before God Logic, before my inspiring philosophy, there was one man.
Background noise right now.
There was one man, and his name was Darth Dawkins, who argued so he taught all these people their apologetics of being like Jay Dyer. They all copied him. And so he's using that. I didn't know that information, but he argued his exact argument is Darth Dawkins, because when I answer his question, then he'll say, and what exactly is the moral framework that you ground that answer in, sir? I already know what you're going to fucking say, because that guy doesn't stand 30 seconds in the fucking Thunderdome. Sorry, Adam.
You're good.
Yeah, what he really does is just gaslighting. He provokes you and then acts like he's surprised that he got exactly the reaction he wanted. He'll never answer questions about his own worldview and will just relentlessly question yours.
That's Darth Dawkins.
Loves to manipulate. Yeah.
I wasn't done. Hey, Ben, can I say something real quick, Ben?
You weren't done? You weren't done? Okay. Then Spin, sorry about that, Adam. Spin was not.
Sorry, guys.
It's all good.
Let me cough. You just do your thing, Spin.
Jesus. Okay, I would just. You all right? Don't chunk up a lung or something. You know, you don't need to be like me right now. Anyway, so I believe God is the creator of everything. I believe God created Adam and Eve, although I'm a little perplexed about Adam and Steve and Eve and Genevieve, but that's another discussion for another fucking day. What is your take? And I'm just trying to be concrete before I ask my next question, your take on God is the creator of everything.
If you're asking us, the atheists, I'll tell you this. I think all gods are fictional entities. They're fictional characters. So in human prehistory, humans have burning questions. They had these concepts that they answered those questions with. And those concepts were things like the soul or the spirit or the soul or spirit realm. And the reason they had these concepts because they couldn't answer questions about the world around them. So you can even kind of picture like a prehistoric human waking up one morning, looking down at its now deceased spouse, and then like looking around, wondering where the animate, the living part of them went. So there is some kind of like human predisposition towards dualism. Like this idea that there's something separate from your physical body that makes you animate. So prehistoric humans don't know that that's maybe not really true. And so they make up theories about where this soul, where this animate thing went. They look up at the night sky and they see stars, or they're burning stuff and they're seeing the vapors rise to the heavens. And that's how we end up with the up there geometry, even though most modern theology says that God is like outside the universe. So up there doesn't really make directional sense anymore, but it's not that big of a deal. So in my worldview, there was the soul and the spirit, and then the soul and the spirit realm. And then gods are just entities that humans came up with. They're fictional entities who reside in that spirit realm. They collect spirits in that realm, or they ferry spirits back and forth. And I think the roots of this are in every modern religion. And so if I believe this even when I was a theist, and I would have just said that the idea describes something real. Like this concept that we came up with, it maps to something other than just imagination, dreams, feelings, stories. So
the concept goes back to thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
He's saying the beginning of the origin of humans.
So then you would agree a rock cannot perform a human or generate or create a human, and a human in those days could not create a rock.
Well, rock just exists.
How did the rock get there?
The rock was there before the human got there.
Sure. So what makes a rock a rock?
It's like you're talking about linguistic, like how we just label things in reality. A rock is a concept.
A rock is a label.
It's a concept we use to communicate about that thing I just stubbed my toe on.
I would agree with that. But again, I ask, who created man?
Why? Can I answer the question also?
Spin? Hold on, Shaman.
Why is it a who?
AC and Joe, I want to hear from them.
I think the question is misleading to say
it's not misleading at all. It's a very direct question.
Why is it a who? That's you said
why
who,
is the
who
who?
created
So
you? Why does it have to be a who?
Okay, so let's ask the why we were created. What are your thoughts?
I'm a physicalist, so I don't think there's a purpose. I don't think there's teleology. I think there's chemistry, there's molecular geometry, there's quantum theory, mechanics, how energy works, and the universe is a collaboration of self-organizing systems that all are emergent from these properties.
Okay, so basically your theory is we're created out of thin air, basically.
Out of stardust, out of an initial state of the universe, an initial state of the universe where it's so compressed, it's so hot and so dense, geometry doesn't even make sense, and the energy is at such an excited level that you can't even form particles out of it. And then that initial state collapsed. We don't know why. And things started changing, and that has been the lifespan of the current stage of the universe. And in that stage, things started cooling down, spreading out, and we ended up with particles. Those particles accumulate enough in massive objects to generate gravitational fields. We get accretion disks. Accretion disks ignite into, stars. We get stellar nucleosynthesis when those stars explode after they've converted their fissionable materials, and that's how we get heavier elements. For the first 380 million years, it's nothing but helium and hydrogen and lithium. And yeah, I think this is all, there's tons of great evidence to back this up, and it's got a ton of functional utility. It is the top contending model in science, the Lambda CMD cosmology model. And I think it's either it itself is true or something very close to it. And it will change over time, because there are elements of it that we're still working out, things like gravity and how
I think gravity has been worked out, because if we didn't have gravity, your ass wouldn't be in that chair.
No. I mean, how gravity and quantum forces are related to each other, because we have formulas for how these things work independently. We don't have formulas for how they work as an entire cohesive unit. So that's called.
We're going to go ahead and put a pin on that.
That's what Einstein's been chasing.
Yeah, because
for a
my
long
next
time.
comment would not be appropriate.
We're going to go ahead and put it. Well, you can save that for the gauntlet. Howard comes in with the big 100 kroners and says Sam and Donnie need to be bullied a little. Omar, you got this. Sam and Donnie should have been bullied as they were growing up. Then maybe
he bodied it.
I would say nonsense, Wyatt. I've yet to begin to define myself. I didn't even fucking start. I didn't even start, guys. I swear to you, I swear I was asking a creationist question that was fucking neutral, and I was gonna ask Sims the same question. I swear to God, that was what I was doing. It was a phenomenal question to ask the theist and the non-theist.
All right, can I go next?
No, he wouldn't even let. Yeah, he is. I just said I'm going to go through.
I'll tell you why. He saw the name Omar and he assumed I was a Muslim.
And then we're going on to Adam and the rest of the bottom row. The Freak comes in with 2 gems and says Silver Star. Howard comes in with the big 100 kroners. Bro, why are you crashing out, Sam? And he definitely saw that. He was not happy with the reception he was receiving.
Weak. Jesus would be ashamed of him. Or God, I'm sorry. God would be ashamed of that guy.
Well, he's definitely on the J Dyer bent. And Stinky Paradox comes in. Laugh out loud. Sam was a real weasel on that one. Are you a scholar? While he denounces blocks of academia in most other facets of his worldview. Be consistent.
Right.
If I wasn't a scholar, why would I be wearing these fucking glasses, Sam?
Exactly.
Idiot.
And it looks like that is that. So we move on to Adam. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey, Ben, can I just say something?
Everybody,
you're right after Adam Kraut. You're after Adam Kraut.
So my question was, I had one for Sam too. I do believe in God and Christ.
That's him.
But I would have loved him to explain that humanity started 6,000 years ago, when we can actually prove it. Humans were around a lot longer than that. But my question to you guys, you say I'm not as educated as you gentlemen, but it seems like you're just trying to say in a different way that God does exist, but you want to put it in your terms. Oh, the universe was super hot, this and that. But at the end of the day, you can't disprove God doesn't exist.
So why would I have to disprove that God doesn't exist? Why would we?
Because you guys are claiming that everything happened through evolution and this and that. So
no, hold on.
And then you do kind of dismiss God like he's not there.
Back up.
Or
why would we start with the assumption that God exists?
All right, we can go from there.
Well, that's not how
I'm a
debate
little
works. You had
difficult
an
for your
interlocutor that said
argument
God
because
exists.
I'm an atheist who would say that God exists, but I would add the caveat that he only exists in your imagination, in your mind, in feelings, in stories, in dreams, in experiences that you have, in like dire moments where you're really desperate or distressed. And in those moments, he can feel very real, but I don't think he is.
What about when you're orgasming?
Dude, if God is hanging out with me in that moment, we're total bros. Okay,
Hey,
we can bro down anytime.
Sims, that's what I was going to say.
always there.
I think we need to clarify when talking to atheist guys what we're talking about God. So when everyone says God, they're usually talking about like Trinitarian, which would be like little g, or you're talking about God the Father, big G.
Well, I
But when
mean,
we say,
they
like,
both failed. We can't speak for them.
No, but I'm saying collectively, like when I say God, I'm talking about capital G, capital O, capital D, meaning the supreme creator, the causation.
Let me clarify. I don't want to use my religion as the base for what I say God. I'm just saying God, period, as a creator. No Jesus, anything tied to it, just God as a creator.
So the reason that I say why would we start with that God does exist and that we need to disprove it is because this is the same as me asking you to disprove leprechauns or unicorns or something like that. It's a strange question to start with. Disprove this thing that I think exists that you don't believe in. Do you
But
see
AC there is basically saying that God is just a figment of my imagination. So ergo, he's saying that God is not real. He's a figment of your imagination. But how can you prove that God is not real? Just because you're an atheist doesn't prove anything.
You can't prove that God's not real. The same as you can't prove that God is real.
Well, I get what you're saying. I'm asking AC now.
Actually, I would say you can prove that a supreme creator, ever moving mover is real, because the antithesis of it is not logical.
No, but technically, couldn't you prove that everything is a figment of our imagination? Because technically, our eyes are projecting what our brain receives, and so everything that we see
100%.
is technically really isn't real. So technically, everything is a
100%.
figment of our imagination.
100%. But if we were to take
concur with that, sir.
But if you were to, before you existed in that,
all right, hold on. We still got a couple people waiting to get their questions in, guys.
This is not Gauntlet.
No.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. No,
Sorry.
We're 4 people away from Gauntlet. Let's try and make it quick. Everybody's chomping at the bit, guys. Although Sam and the other one are gone, so yeah. No, Sarah had to go catch a plane. It was taking too long, and everybody hadn't gotten their questions in yet. Brett Kraut, he is chomping to get his in. Thank you, Adam. Can you go ahead, Kraut?
Yeah, I don't even what I have to say for the Gauntlet, but I just want to say this a couple weeks ago, this was already set on stream, so I'm not putting anything out there. Spin did go to the hospital, so while he's up on the panel, we need to keep it very formal. We can't get worked up because then he might get worked up. I don't even want that motherfucker up here, but he is up here.
He's got a very limited time up here, and then he's going to bed.
But yeah, let's try to keep it real formal so our he doesn't rub off on him. You know what I'm saying, everybody. But yeah, what I got to say, it has to be reserved for Gauntlet, so I yield my time.
All right, thank you, Kraut. Crack baby, go. How you doing, brother? What you got?
I'm doing good. All right, now I did show up late, so any atheists or whatever, just answer my questions real quick. Now first off, I'm gonna make a statement. Now, as a Christian, I'm not every type of Christian. One, I do believe in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but I also believe that the Bible says that 100 days is 1 day for God, and 1 day is for 100 days for us. Or 1,000 days. 1,000 days is 1 day for God, and 1 day is 1,000 days for us.
You're a day age gap guy.
So if that's the case, then all right. So that means for day 1, that means it will actually be 1,000 years. Day 2, 1,000 years. Okay. So for anybody that is, because I actually agree with both statements. How old do you think the Earth was before humans actually was formed? Is my question. My first question.
Like how old was the world when humans formed, or
the earth from creation to when humans were formed, from where I'm coming from, where the Bible says 1,000 days is one day for God and one day is 1,000 days for us. So if that's the case, and it says it in the Holy Word, then where do you come in and says how old do you think the earth is? Because I don't technically believe the earth is really maybe 7,000 years.
So I'm going to try to answer the best version of your question as I understand it as a former young earth creationist. The utility of day-age gap creationism is that it allows you to account for the fact that the universe has at least the appearance of great age. It looks very, very old. There's varves, seasonal depositions in lakes. There's volcanic islands that take a really long time to form. There's volcanoes themselves that only detonate every 10 to 20,000 years. You know, these enormous time spans between volcanic detonations. So what day-age gap creationism allows you to do is it allows you to say that creation, that wasn't actually 6 days. And because it does seem like a very fairy tale answer, right? It's almost bippity boppity boo level to say God created the entire universe in 6 days. So what it says is that it's the language of Genesis is being metaphorical there. It's describing ages of God developing the universe instead of it happening in 6 days. So it can be a naturalist solution. And I maintain that if you're an old earth evolutionary creationist, you're not a science denier. You're not denying science. You're in line with scientific data and you're not having to really cherry pick. You're doing pretty good. So if you're a day-age gap evolutionary creationist, you're really getting the most utility out of day-age gap creationism.
All right, I respect that answer. And once again, I can see where you come from on that, because I partially agree with you, because of the fact that even after the day 7, it shows a good time before God created man, and it doesn't show a time span for how long it took God to actually create them, really.
Yeah.
And so for that fact, it could be any time limit of wherever it took for man to grow.
Yep. And what I learned from my grandma, who was a Universalist Unitarian pastor, is that the reason for that is because the Bible isn't trying to answer those questions. It's a soteriological anthology. It's not trying to tell you the age of the universe. It's not trying to give you taxonomy or geology or chemistry.
I believe it tells you what you. I believe it tells you what you want to see.
God gave us.
If you don't want to see it, then that's you.
He gave us the scripture, and he gave us the world that he authored, and we have to go read the second book ourselves by doing science. And in a philosophical sense, the correct interpretation of the Bible won't go against what we find with science.
Yeah, I don't believe. Once again, I just believe that. Once again, I see where you come from, and that's why I said the Holy Word and what you believe is the same. You just don't want to give God the credit. I believe that's the main thing, because I can see where.
Ask a question of you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
So, if we accept these natural processes outside of the creation itself, right? Whenever we introduce a God into that explanation, I think it complicates that a lot more than it helps it, and so it's not so much that I'm trying to give credence to these things that it could have been God that done, but God doesn't actually explain any of that whenever I insert that.
But see, I think that's a false, and I'll tell you why.
Sure.
And I'm pretty sure someone made this plenty of times before, but prior to us knowing that we actually breathe in oxygen, we just breathe in oxygen. And so when someone brought up the fact that we started breathing in oxygen, people didn't know that information. People couldn't just conceptually believe that was actually happening. And so it might have brought a little confrontation, just like how you don't believe that God is the creator, just like some people might not believe oxygen is what we breathe, because the fact we can't see oxygen, we just know that somebody says that you can, under certain limitations, you can see oxygen, but fully you can't see oxygen surrounding you. So for that factor, that beats, not I'm gonna say it beats your claim, but it can lean more onto the side of, yes, there is a creator at hand.
Well,
look, I maintain that I don't have doxastic closure towards God claims, so I think it is possible to convince me that gods exist, but I just the burden of proof is extremely high, and when I try to visualize universes in which God does exist, it doesn't seem like the universe we live in. So when I visualize a universe in which God exists, I see something like the prophets get correct prophecies, and you can go meet a prophet if you want. And that prophet speaks for God, and he can tell you somebody's going to come over next Wednesday and, you know, hand you a black teapot. And somebody comes over next Wednesday and knocks on your door and hands you a freaking black teapot, and they're never wrong. So that would be an example of a universe in which I think it would be rational to believe in God. There would be sufficient corroborative evidence to warrant believing in God in that universe. In our universe, I just don't think it matches a universe where a God would exist. And so that
can you also say that humans are
places
blind
the burden
too?
of proof on any claimant that wants to claim this is a universe where God exists. And I maintain that I remain open to them showing me what that would look like and then corroborate.
Which I can understand that, but I've also understand that, you know, sometimes humans are blind to the fact of what's in front of them. Even in the Bible, it shows to where
100%.
I can't remember who it was, but they asked God to prove so many times. It's like, God, can you keep the water in the cloth, but not let the ground get wet? Then it's like, all right, God, I'm going to touch you even a little bit further. Can you keep the cloth dry, but make the ground right under it wet, as if it was just drip right there? And sometimes we just so blind that we just test and we still don't see what's right there in front of us.
See, I think the believer is blind to the natural processes because of God. So, you know, that's a perspective thing.
Joe, I think people are wowed by miracles. People are wowed by miracles.
Thank you, Crack Baby.
Deserved one.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good talking to you, Crack Baby.
I
hope my answers were helpful to you.
Dark Terrains, what you got, brother?
All right, then I'm gonna try to make this quick since I don't plan to stick around, and I will be sharing my screen later on for a second just to make my point clear. See, the problem here is that the opposition here isn't much of an opposition, and now let me explain why that is. And if you understand the quote by Jordan Peterson, in which he states that the liberal principles are built on Christian principles, that's true. For example, within the debate, they were trying to out-liberal one another, saying, no, Christianity is anti-racism and leftism is anti-atheist, evolution is anti-racism. But that is a Christian value. But you got to understand, on the mythology upon which that principle of anti-racism is built on, it's built on the mythology, the origins mythology of Christianity. Now, give me a second to share my screen to drive the point I'm trying to make. So,
who made that claim? I never heard anyone make that claim.
Both of them made that claim during the debate. They were trying to out-liberal one another. Can I share my screen for a second? Now, this is that phylogenetic tree that they brought up. Now, look at this tree. What is connecting these different haplogroups, which are different races, by the way? Nothing. It's all imagination. Right. It's all purely lines on paper. So fundamentally, this is no different than freaking Pokemon. When they say that, yes.
No offense, guys. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So Adam and Eve would be this center Pokemon, and out of this, this Semitic couple, all races sprung about within 6,000 years. So it's super evolution. So within the Christian worldview, if you apply Mendel's P's, it is possible that a pure race from like a pure Japanese race couple could in fact give birth to like a Somalian child spontaneously, randomly.
Damn.
And I will stop sharing there. So again, the very principle, the very atheist liberal principles of anti-racism, yes, like Jordan Peterson has stated, is built on Christian principles, and that Christian principle is in the denial of race realism, because they have to get rid of race. And how do they get rid of race? Through evolution. So there is no actual opposition from the atheist liberals here. They just kind of the only opposition is when that happened.
Darth, interesting part is that a theist like Sam should respond to what you said with something like, which one is more irrational, an eternal source of being or the existence and emerging of a non-being, right? Like some like proper fucking question. But he would just come in and he would just go into the meta of how the Pokemon images you use weren't in fact the actual color of the actual characters. That's what he would have fucking done.
Yes. Again, what's the actual data connecting them? Nothing. It's just lines on paper. It's their imagination.
Nucleotide identity sequences. Fucktard.
Then you would go to intelligent design. So we would both agree that a dog and a squirrel can't fucking create a whale, right? So then you'd have to go into the concept behind intelligent design. And is that from a single causation or just random occurrences? That's what the theologian would go to the next. I'm not saying I'm trying to have that with him. I'm saying that's on behalf of Sam and what he thinks he is. That's
yeah, like ultimately the liberals atheist theory of evolution, like Jordan Peterson has stated, is built on top of the Christian theory of microevolution. This is what they call it, microevolution, which is just evolution. But they put this limit on it that is completely arbitrary. It's based on the the presuppositions of the Bible.
Yeah, I honestly can't tell if Darth is a troll or if he sincerely believes the shit that comes out of his own mouth.
You didn't say where I was wrong.
I often think he is a troll, especially when he makes arguments like this. It makes him seem like he is an evolutionist who's trying to make young Earth creationists look stupid.
No, I'm making you guys look stupid, along with the Christians.
So I just don't even feel the need to respond to it on that level.
You don't have a response.
And then if he's actually sincere, I welcome him to just talk to me about anything that actually makes sense anytime.
You're welcome to set up a debate.
I think the standing invitation I have for you, Darth, is whales, but you still don't have an answer for them.
Whales?
Yeah, are whales?
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Are whales mammals?
What about whales?
Yeah, see, he can't even handle the first 3-word question. So yeah, I think he is.
You're cutting off. You're like roboting.
Well, hey guys, Balderson's right here, and he's
I can't hear you, man. You're like roboting. I don't know what's happening.
Balderson's the code
are you on your?
So he can organize it.
Are you on your phone there, Darth Therains?
From my end, it was you guys cutting off. I guess it was me. Say it again.
Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on my PC.
Oh, are you going through Google Chrome?
Yes.
That is your best option then. So that's the best you're gonna get. I don't know. Maybe your internet's going in and out.
Shit, I'm not even using.
It has been going out lately. We have been having outages.
Well, if you gentlemen want to set up something with each other, I'm sure Sarah or I would be happy to do so.
I'm willing to debate evolution.
I'm good to move on to the next questioner.
Yep.
Hey, Sam, can I ask you, what was
that's
the
what we were
guy's
doing.
name,
That's
Gary?
why I'm saying I wasn't planning on setting it up right this moment. I was saying that so we can move on to Rocky. Everybody buckle up your fucking seatbelts. We're going to find out what Rocky's got to say. Hit it, brother.
Muted.
You're muted, Rocky. You're still muted, Rocky.
Rocky, stop talking to the clouds and unmute your mic.
You're muted. You're muted, Rocky. All right.
I don't think he can hear us.
Well said.
Rocky.
I don't think he can hear us while he's talking.
That's the whole, yeah.
Your microphone's not working, Rocky. Or you're muted on your microphone
last
or
night
something.
about
I think your speaker's not working either, Rocky.
70 AD that the whole world, no one knows about, but it was the biggest earthquake in the world, 70 AD.
Nobody can hear you, Rocky.
Hey, Sam.
Nobody can hear you, Rocky.
Did you say
that might
Sam,
be a good thing?
Objective after.
Gary.
Yeah, I'm here,
What
brother.
you got to say, bro? What you got to say? We'll get back to you, Rocky. Figure your shit out. Objective X6. What do you got, brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing me up, Alderson. What a shit show, man. You're Wow,
Can you
you've
hear
got a
me
lot
now?
of patience. You've got a lot of patience.
Now we can. Yes, Rocky. Can you hear me now?
You're
next. Yeah.
I did not come up here to throw any personal attacks on anybody that's not here to defend themselves. So I want to be clear about that. But I do feel like it's important to highlight just the facts of what has happened here tonight. That gentleman, and I use the word kind of loosely here, but whatever his name was, Sam, was that it? He literally said in the debate he wanted to run to tag, and by asking him, he literally made the claim that atheists have no grounding for morality. There's no moral framework, were his exact words, which is why I sent that super chat asking about, well, if atheists have no moral framework for morality, then why is it that the majority of philosophers are both atheists and moral realists? So when Sarah read that super chat to him, he contradicted himself by saying, well, yeah, atheists have a moral framework, but it's all subjective, which shows that he also doesn't know what moral realism is, because moral realism is obviously an argument for objective morality. So he blundered twice in that exchange there. I also want to point out, Omar, I think that's your name, brother. I don't know if I've had a chance to really speak to you. Yeah. Dude, enjoy watching you guys on the show. I'm a regular viewer. I don't really get on the panels too often, but I do enjoy you very much. I think you've got a lot of really interesting things to say. I would like to have a longer conversation with you sometime, but I think it's really interesting how you brought out the worst in that guy, and you literally did not challenge him at anything. You just wanted to engage, and I think that was really crazy that he crashed out like that. I thought it was a really interesting debate for the two debaters who are here. They both know me personally. I have a tremendous amount of respect for both Austin and Joe. I've worked with them on different projects over the years. I've gotten to know them, and I just really think you guys are both great guys, very intelligent, very good debaters. I think the debate was really disappointing overall. I think it just got dragged down into the mud, and I don't think it was really very productive. Too much circularity over talking points that already had just been, addressed, should have been moved on. Joe, my only criticism is I think that you're really good when it comes to the moral arguments. I would have liked to have seen you, go at Sam when he tried to run to tag, because I think that you're really well equipped with the philosophy and the moral arguments. I would have liked to. I know that wasn't the topic of the debate, but I feel like the debate had already gone down into the mud so much that it would have been at least more entertaining to watch you dunk all over tag, which is such a fundamentally broken, worldview anyway, as far as I'm concerned. So that would be my only comment about the debate itself. Really enjoyed watching everybody here tonight, and thank you so much.
Our goal. Let me respond to that. Our goal was to spend as much time as possible questioning their version instead of defending our own. And you're absolutely right to point that out, because that would have been a good way to do it that way. Like we kind of knew we were going to have to leave some points on the table, especially with Sam, and we were fine with it because they're just low tier points.
I think every time Donnie just kept going back to the same argument that you had addressed, and he continued to just continue to hammer down that same point. It already had been addressed, and I think that Sam's MO, it seemed to be, and you really saw it come out with when the super chats and here in this Q&A portion, like with Omar and stuff like that, he would make an assertion, and as soon as it was challenged, he would run away from it. And he would start with the ad hoc. It was so odd. It was such a repetitive, it's just a. That was his mode of operation.
Like trying to nail Jello to a wall. Yeah.
I love doing that. Ethics. Nice to meet you, man. By the way, you should join these panels more often, because I remember you a few times on here. Here's the thing, like, just real quick. Gentlemen, is that guy's name Gary Milne? Is that his name?
Gary Milne, yep.
Okay, so that guy. So when I call
atheism.
Okay, so when I said he reminds me of Darth Dawkins, like a Darth Dawkins, hey, Rocky, get a grip for a moment, brother. You'll be up in a second.
What are you talking
about?
Rocky, mute yourself if you can't stop talking during the Q&A.
So I draw the demons out. So I literally. So the thing is that guy, Gary Milne, when I looked it up, that guy is the second biggest Darth Dawkins. Next to Darth Dawkins, he's been trolling on the internet all day. He never makes a fucking argument. And to you two gentlemen, it's really simple. And by the way, I am in no way an atheist. The only I know for sure, but I don't believe in a first mover. I believe in an ever-present mover, which is the Ma'at in ancient Kemetic understanding, right? Otherwise, nothing makes logical sense. But when he wants to start the world at 6,000 years, he's presupposing his Trinitarian ad hoc application to everything. And all you guys had to simply do.
You're next, Rocky. You don't have to raise your hand.
All you had to do was simply to say, okay, So in essence, you're saying that God from the Garden of Eden, the biblical God created man. Okay, and who is that? Oh, that's Yahweh, and Yahweh, oh, is Jesus. So tell me, using all science known to man, how a human could either house all of the energy of the universe or create all of the energy in the universe outside of their own fucking mind, sir. I'll wait. And it's over.
Can I just really quick follow up one thing before I turn it over to Rocky? Just really quick before I turn it over to Rocky. So just really quick. So the important thing for the atheists who are watching this need to understand, and I know Joe knows this, you don't have to be a moral realist to have a moral framework. You can literally argue morality from the emotivist view, the non-cognitivist view, subjective morality, objective, anti-realism, moral. There's a million different models that do not include a God. Yeah, absolutely. So you can literally go with 1,000 different models without ever having to appeal to a God character. So to say that an atheist doesn't have morality and then to argue that it has to be objective or it doesn't count, none of that even holds up. You got to make the actual argument. All right, that's it. I'll turn it over to Rocky.
But you don't have to argue. You don't have to argue. His God.
I'm getting thrown off because I was going to address crack.
You're not getting thrown off, Rocky, but you're going to wait your turn because this is Q&A. That's why I muted you in the first place. Thank you, sir. Objective ethics. Thank you very much. And Shaman Omar and I are going to start an esoteric show on Wednesdays. We would like to see you in those panels, sir. And with that, God help you all. It's Rocky's turn.
Well, I wanted to address Crack Baby Go on how old the universe or Earth is. So you start with Genesis 1. It says, this is the gap theory. This is called the gap theory. It's a Christian theory. It's called the gap theory. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. It became void because was and became are both a time thing. And instead of translating it, it was void, it says it became void in the original Greek. It's not, it doesn't
I never claimed anything about the universe. I was talking about the earth.
God, so this tells you the
I said
angels,
earlier when I said something about earth, I said earth. I said earth. I didn't say universe.
Okay, earth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the earth. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. And then it says it became void. This tells you because the angels fell before man, so they were on the earth before man. So they fell. It became void because of their fall. And then it was restored in 7 days, which could be 1,000 years or 7 days. God can do miracles. So he created on the second day, he created man. And then on the 6th day, he created Adam. And then, so we're all human. There are no races. There's only the human race. There are no, so this gives you the.
You're way off of what I'm talking about. I wasn't.
Then I was going to go to the next.
I know how you talk, Rocky.
Okay, I'm not finished yet, but I was gonna also address the evolution part. Man is not evolving; they're devolving. So Adam and Eve had all of mankind in their DNA, so they could have had white babies, black babies. It doesn't matter because they were all in one, like a wolf.
Not possible.
Noah took 2 dogs onto the ark, right? I'm trying to explain evolution. Okay. I call it devolution.
You want to know why that's not possible?
Evolution. Who's interrupting me? I'm not finished.
The guy on the panel who's allowed to interrupt you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is one of the guests. These 2 guys cannot be kicked and they get to talk.
Okay.
The guys to the side of me here.
The other
So
way.
do you want to know why that's impossible?
Sure, I'll answer for him.
Do you know how many genetic alleles it takes to account for the diversity just in blood types?
I don't know
48.
what I'm saying.
Tens of thousands. Do you know how many you get to start with if you only have Adam and Eve?
It's all hearsay.
No, this is objectively verifiable reality.
So you've seen DNA? You've actually looked at it and seen it, and you can read DNA.
Yeah, you can see it actually.
You got a microscope that you can see
don't need a
DNA and you can read that shit. You can read that shit.
Genomic comparison browsers and programs like BLAST and CRISPR.
It's all made up shit. I'm saying.
No, it's not. I have
Listen,
videos of myself on my channel
evolution.
using
You gotta
it live.
be dumb as a monkey to believe in evolution. I'm
Oh
just
my
telling
good
you.
God.
Okay,
I think
there's
we're ready to move
evidence.
on to the
Rocky,
next
Rocky, let
guest.
me ask you a
I'm gonna
question.
bite
Have
the
you ever
bullet
eaten
All
on
right,
this guy.
Rocky. Yeah, I definitely agree, Rocky.
Okay, I'm
We'll
sorry.
save the
I
rest
agree
of
with
that.
Rocky.
No problem.
I
You're all right,
wasn't
Rocky.
trying to
Rocky,
That was
have you ever
actually
eaten a
pretty
banana?
good for Rocky. That was
Hold
actually
on,
pretty
Rocky,
good
have
for
you ever eaten a
Rocky.
banana?
We're gonna go ahead and tuck him back and bring up another
Yeah,
person.
I love you, Rocky. I love you.
And then
I'm not
also
done
Crack
yet.
Baby and
Good talking,
everybody.
Joe.
I'll bring you back
Let
in
me give
order
one
for the
more
gauntlet.
example.
We're almost to gauntlet. Oh,
One
one more
example.
example of what?
Okay,
Thanks.
it says that God took 2 of each kind on the ark. In those 2 were every kind of dog. So 2 cats, 2 dogs.
There were no dogs. Dogs evolved from wolves, bro.
Wolves. They were wolves.
Okay,
They
we were
took
just
wolves. They
talking.
were originally wolves.
So then
We
you
were
believe
just
in
talking
evolution. There we
about. We were
go.
just talking
You
about
just
how
proved
many
evolution.
mutations.
Thank
How many
you. I'll
mutations it
say
takes to
goodnight.
account just
People
for
who
blood
have ears
type.
to hear
Rocky,
will
You just
hear,
proved
and
in the
those who
gauntlet,
evolution.
don't.
Rocky.
Hey, Balderson, ask Rocky if he's ever enjoyed a banana.
Let's see here. Who was next?
Have
That's
you? If
racist,
so,
bro.
then you came from then you're from monkeys.
Joe Cool. What you got, brother?
Well, actually, what? Most of this shit is probably not provable, falsifiable. Some of it though is way more provable than other parts is. I don't know, the timelines, the very short timelines are easily disproven. And I'm not sure where you guys come down, but evolution is hard to fight against. But I'm not sure that doesn't mean there isn't a God. Again, something that would be super hard to prove through the gate. Is there a God? And if I were going to do it, and I'm sure we'll do it later, I wouldn't go with the cause and effect route. I would go with defining God, which is good, mercy, those things, and trace those things and our motivations and over motivations to those things. That's the route I'm gonna take whenever it opens up. I don't think I have any specific questions.
I'm glad you brought that up though, because I can give you some feedback, and it's that I freaking love evolution, and I'm atheist as heck, and even I will admit that evolution doesn't disprove God. God could have just made an evolutionary creation. He could have made a universe that's capable of complexifying without any sign that he's involved at all, but it's still according to his divine ordination.
And even biblically, there's arguments. There are arguments that there were people here before Adam and Eve. Why couldn't they have evolved? Blah blah blah. Then God see if they would concede to evolution, I think their arguments would be straight.
What it does do is it disproves a very specific form of literalism. And
Very
like I said
good.
in the debate, you can interpret the Bible literally and still interpret a different way from what these literalists are interpreting it. So even other
Agreed.
literalists don't agree with them.
I understand. That is a problem, though, when they're so literal that they have to put that rigid age on it and stick with it. That's a hard position to defend.
And that's why I broke it down the way I broke it down earlier.
Great feedback, Joe Cool. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Balderson, check your Discord real quick, sir. And continue.
Excellent stuff, brother. And Jody, what you got to say, brother?
I mean, you guys, I'm not an atheist at all. I don't really know how to describe my personal belief. But when it comes down to the Adam and Eve discussion, what is more realistic and what is more believable? That's up to personal connection, right? So like God created man and then he was lonely in paradise, so he sacrificed his rib, right? That's how the story goes.
This is good.
To create woman, right?
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because if he got the genetic material for Eve from Adam, technically Eve would be a clone of Adam. So when I was talking earlier about how you'd only have 4 alleles, technically you might only have 2. But anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'm not here to shut down anyone. I'm all for anyone's beliefs. I'm not here to, be disrespectful or anything like that. I'm just, what's more believable, that a burning bush created a man that then sacrificed a rib to create a woman, or just some germs created a fish that walked out of the sea, became
That's
a hominoid?
not bad. That's not bad, bro.
Became a hominoid and started to understand how to make tools and then make fire, which eventually cook meat, which gets more nutrients once the meat is cooked.
And we speed
Yeah.
up.
Dude, you're talking about the evolutionary feedback loop that generated humans. Is the fact that being bigger brained helped us get more calories, which helped us be bigger brained, which helped us get more calories. And
gain that
we've reached
advantage.
the peak of that feedback loop and specialized into having these super big brains that are really good at communicating and developing and using tools that improve our ability to collect data with our senses. It's freaking awesome. It's so cool. I love science so much. And I don't think science has to diminish your faith at all, just like Joe was saying.
Yeah.
I believe. But that's exactly my point, is what I'm getting at, is who created that bacteria. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It is like a perfect debate storm, because we have all the perfect essence of life to create life here. But meanwhile,
the term you're looking for here, and you are walking down a path that really is hard for evolutionary believers, is abiogenesis. So at one point in time, there had to be abiogenesis or magic or something, because there was no life and then there was life. So once you start walking down that road, you are walking down a real nice argument path that the evolutionary people have a hard time with there, Jody.
It's not even that. It's that abiogenesis is dealing with something that's philosophically difficult to even define. We're talking about a fuzzy barrier between a living system of molecules and a non-living system.
That is exactly where I would have went with that.
And the difference can be very arbitrary. Even if you just have a metabolic turnstile, that qualifies as life under a lot of diagnostic criteria if you interpret things in that way. So yeah, no, abiogenesis is just one field in an overarching series of fields called origin of life studies. There's abiogenesis, there's synthetic life studies, there's protein synthesis and folding studies, unnatural base pair studies, xenonucleic acid studies, astrobiology, and synthetic life and abiogenesis. And they're really amazing fields. They're making huge advancements all the time. Like literally just last week, a 190-page paper about a manufactured cell called Spud Cell was published, and it's freaking amazing. What they did was so impressive, and it might revolutionize medicine. What they created a cell using just ambient molecules and assembled them into a membrane, and then assembled chromatin and organelles for the internal network of this cell. It's hand designed. They hand designed the genome, they hand designed the fission mechanism, and showed that you can build a cell part by part. It's proof of concept that can happen.
So you're saying that humans are playing God. So you're saying that humans are practicing God. in a sense. Kind of like how they're trying to bring back
if
the
you
mammoth.
showed an ancient person a microscope and showed them spud cell under the microscope, and as it was dividing, and you explained to them, hey, we built this thing and programmed it so that as its membrane increases in perimeter, it develops agitator proteins that cause it to pinch and duplicate. They would lose their minds. They wouldn't know what you were talking about. They would melt down. They'd freaking lose it.
But we
and
do
they
know that
call
they
it
were
witchcraft,
actually
but it
intelligent.
isn't witchcraft. It's just science and naturalism.
Yeah, but just because you can do something doesn't mean it's good. So we can't say all science
for
is
sure.
good.
And you know what? Axiology has been a big issue in science, and that's why ethics is one of my core areas of focus.
And we just have to have that as a precursor. So, for there are certain peptides that are really helping people, and certain peptides having very negative effects at the same time. And that doesn't mean peptides are inherently good or bad.
Right. That's right. Yeah. I can agree with that.
So, Papa, are you still going, Jody?
Oh, you're good. That guy fucking made me feel like a goddamn moron.
Yeah. You walked into a good path, but you don't know enough about it to counter all I knew that was coming. Papa Felix. Anybody know Papa Felix? It seems familiar. No. You're gonna have to cam up for a second backstage, bro, so I can see that you're not gonna crash the stream. And this is the last question before the gauntlet.
It's true that most people wouldn't know about abiogenesis. It's a very abstruse field. It's super interdisciplinary. You have to know molecular, geometry, chemistry, biology, organic chemistry. It's a field that tends to be dominated by interdisciplinary experts, people who have PhDs in multiple different sciences, people way smarter than me. I can just barely explain it.
Is one of you bearded motherfuckers, Mike, rubbing your beard?
Yeah, I think somebody's clicking away on a keyboard, and they aren't a particularly fast typer, and they are not muting themselves while typing, which is
one could almost say they were
Papa Felix. I realize you've been sitting back there for a while. You got to cam up so I can see you. If you want to get brought up for your question, if not, we're going to kick off to the gauntlet. Let's see. Ant was here first. I'm going to put you guys back up in order that you were in when you came in originally. So Jody's got to go down. He just came up. Crack Baby was before Jody. Let's see here. And that brings up Grand Poobah and Ant. And I think, yep, we're good to go. So everybody, we got 4 people backstage, although we can't bring up Papo Felix unless I see him, although I feel like I know the name. We got Jody, Crack Baby Go, and everyone's favorite slaver, Rocky, backstage.
No, he's right there.
All right.
He's
On
right
that
there.
note.
No, the guy literally told us how the Bible justifies slavery the other day, and the whole panel jumped him about it. It was wild. Like, dude, what are you doing right now? Like,
it does justify slavery all over the Bible.
Right, Rocky's wild. Rocky's wild. So with that, gentlemen, widgets, no media assets. Here we go.
And just for housekeeping purposes, everybody, Ben has reset the goal over on the Benjamin Balderson channel. Please donate to the stream. We have 1 hour to hit the 10 donos for the stream goes away. Mr. Balderson, back to you.
Nope, back on you, gentlemen. Have at it.
All right, real quick, I want to ask AC a question I couldn't ask earlier. How do you explain consciousness?
Consciousness, I'm a physicalist, so I would explain
All right,
consciousness.
but I don't care about that. I asked you to explain
He's
consciousness.
trying to give him a second.
I would explain consciousness as an emergent property of the arrangement of matter that's in your brain. So you have this brain that's been built by evolution that's got neurons that have soma and axons and dendrites and synapses. And in those synapses, you got biological pumps that move around sodium and potassium ions, which creates electrocircuitry in your brain, not unlike the electrocircuitry in a computer chip. Not exactly the same, but it's a good enough comparison that you can begin to understand it. And those
would make
flashes
consciousness
of ions, those electrical streams flowing through those patterns of ions, generate this responsiveness to stimuli that we call consciousness. So consciousness is really, we're taking a verb and we're turning it into a noun. In reality, consciousness is a bundle of things we do, and all those things that we're doing are the results of mental activity, which is the results of ionic movements in the brain.
You could have just said it.
Thank you for your answer. Go ahead.
Wait. I
You know
think
why-
he is
hold on, you know why
also
they
saying
got-
implied in there. If you were implied in there, I think he is saying that these things exist, but after a certain level of advancement and complexity, we now call them consciousness. But they
He's saying
exist.
it's chemical and it's biological. But you know why I realized why the debate was going like that, because you guys like to answer in long form, just like the pre-subs. So you guys were doing like long form answers and fucking driving each other crazy. But you aren't you just saying it's biological and chemical, right? Consciousness is a product of biological and chemical responses within the matter of the brain, correct?
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
So then my question would be, then how do you explain emotions? Same thing?
Yeah, emotions, dreams, thoughts, responsiveness to stimuli, they're all results of neural and mental activity. If I poke you with a needle, you might not even feel it, but your arm will jump and you won't have any conscious awareness, right? But it is still a part of your mind.
If you would like to get into some sort of medical debate, I'm the guy to get into it with.
Not tonight,
I'm going to tell you something.
Let me just finish like two more questions. So here's the thing: you brought it back to mental, right? So even if I were to grant the aspect of all consciousness is mental responses to biological and chemical responses within the matter
And
tissue
I
of the
kicked
brain.
off the gauntlet.
My question was about emotions, and if you said your answer was it's basically the same thing, so then my question to you would be, then does that mean that you've never had a real emotion?
What we call emotions are
forget about what we do. You
yeah. What I call emotions are a bundle of physiological reactions and thoughts and attitudes. So mental activity and physical activity.
Yeah, you said real. Does that make them real or not? I'm not sure.
No. I like Sims.
Real.
By
They
the way,
still
I really
sound real,
Sims. I
even
like
by
you. I
what he
like you a
said.
lot. By the way, I'm not in any. I swear to you, I'm not trying to blood sport you because I really like because I think that you ultimately, if you had to put your money on one ever-moving mover, like source of all things or not, you would say there was, but it doesn't talk to man, and it doesn't, and when you said that these other prophets that were talking to spirits, I completely agree, and that's actually what the book says, because a jinn is a being of fire or smoke. So I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to gauge your atheist perspective as a scientist. So I'm asking about you personally, because have you ever felt love?
Yeah, and what I define as love is like the bundle of physiological reactions I feel when I see my daughter. Like my serotonin levels go way up. My vasopressin and dopamine levels increase a lot. My heart rate calms down. There's a measured physiological response, and that's a big part of the emotion.
And the wiser you get about the biology of man and the smarter you get within the science, it still neglects the aspect of reducing this beautiful, and I have two daughters, the beautiful feeling of a father seeing it, not seeing, but feeling the daughter. I
don't
to
think
bring
it
it down
reduces
to only
it.
biological. Even if you have the scientific answer, I'm asking about the human component.
Yeah, I don't think it reduces it. But that's just a stance. So I don't know.
Sean, this guy doesn't believe a human is a fucking human. Well, let me tell you, anytime you're ready to debate any type of medical or an anatomy or any type of system in the body, please set up a debate with me. I'll shut you down in about 30 fucking seconds. Okay. Satire, I don't believe exactly what you're spewing. Okay. There
Which
is no
part?
such thing as fucking pixie dust coming down and creating fucking humans.
I didn't
You're
hear
a
that part.
fucking moron.
Which part do you disagree with,
Spins back.
Spin?
Hey, spins back. Spins officially back, guys.
Spin's officially back for 6 more minutes, and then Spin's going to bed.
No, I mean spin like the man.
Oh, I know, but that's because he took naps today instead of streaming all day.
Jesus Christ,
and now he's
Spin.
going to go to bed in 5 minutes.
Spin.
Actually, what the hell did Sims do to catch that heat? Are you catching up?
Well, yeah, without the angry shit, Spin, I'm wondering what points of contention do you have with him the most?
The point of contention is there are electrical signals that go to your brain. This moron doesn't believe that.
No, that's what I said.
Exactly. You're
I
dumb.
said that does
You are the
happen.
dumbest motherfucker
No,
on the
Spin,
internet
relax
right now.
a bit
You're
now,
very
'cause-
confused.
What?
I don't
I
think
am
he's
not
denying
fucking
electrical
confused at all.
impulses
You
are.
in the
Let
brain,
me tell you something. I studied medicine for
Again, I
26
will
fucking
reiterate that I
years.
kicked the gauntlet off.
Maybe you should fucking study medicine for a little bit
I
and
do
actually
agree with you.
realize what the fucking human body is.
I do,
You're on
and
the
you're
right,
confused
dude.
because I
Spewing
agree
your
with you.
shit
Sam,
over
why don't you
here,
get to studying, dude?
dude. Spewing
Spin,
your
Spin,
bullshit
take a
as you
second.
have been
Can
over
we
here
just-
on this
We
fucking
gonna
panel.
dart you,
I
Spin.
will shut
Clear
you
up
the
this
fuck down.
Balderson has a dart. We're gonna
Can we-
dart you if you keep it up and put you
Hey,
back
give him a
in
date.
bed.
He's only got 6
confusion.
minutes. Give him a date, Balderson. He has a limited time.
Which one? Who are you arguing with here, Spin?
I just
Give
me a mother. Give me
I
a
never
motherfucking
said
date
that.
with this fucking
Subject is
satire
biology.
piece of shit.
Which
Subject is
one?
biology.
You argue with a bunch of people. Spin.
AC
Who?
Sims, Balderson.
He's Sims.
AC
obviously.
Sims. All
Yeah,
right,
look
you
at
get
that.
Let's
you
go,
get 5
motherfucker.
minutes.
You
And
want to
then AC
try
Sims-
your shit with
Human
me? It
biology.
ain't going to work.
Human
AC
biology.
Sims, go ahead and tuck him into bed.
Take your
Let's go.
Well, okay. So this debate doesn't need to happen because we agree.
We agree. No. What the
Yes.
fuck do you mean you agree? You just told me that fucking people are like pixie dust.
No.
Are you
That's not what
dumb?
I said mental activity is created by electrocircuitry in the brain.
Correct. No, earlier when I
So
asked
we
you the
agree.
question, you
So
said
we
you
agree.
didn't believe.
We
I
agree.
asked you the
We
question.
we agree.
Are you going to
We
let me
both
fucking
say that
talk?
electrochemistry happens
Are
in
you
the
going to
brain.
let me fucking talk?
You're wrong, though.
I am not wrong.
Yes,
I
you're
heard
wrong.
you very
You told
fucking
me I had a
well.
position that I don't, and you got extremely butthurt about it. And
I
now
did
I'm
not get
correcting you
butthurt. You're
and
out here
telling you
spewing
we have the
bullshit.
same position. So calm down.
You're here talking bullshit.
No, you're very
Yes.
confused. We have
Yes.
the same position.
Molecular structure of the human body is what?
Molecular.
What is molecular structure of the body? Tell me.
We're talking about the
You're
molecular
gonna lose,
structure of
dude.
the brain.
Just answer the question.
We're talking about the molecular structure of the brain, which is composed of neurons, which
No
are composed of soma and dendrites and axons and synapses.
Okay, and then you're sitting here saying that emotions are not real, basically.
Are you going to let me finish? Jesus
Fuck
fucking
no.
Christ! You're so convinced.
All
you know my
you've done is
position.
run and skew your
Okay,
atheist
I
fucking
think I'm done
bullshit up
talking to this
here.
fucking moron. If you
I'm-
study medicine
let
for
me
20
tell
years,
you.
I have
Let me tell
serious
you.
concerns about anyone.
I
who
am
gave
less
medical
than a
care to.
moron than you.
I'm done.
Trust me.
I'm done.
All right, Spin. Give everybody your closing thoughts on everything, and go get yourself some rest. For those that don't know, I am not Spin's dad. But Spin had a stroke less than a week ago. Has been to the hospital twice, and then wants to stay up till the middle of the night, getting very worked up and angry, and that is not conducive to good health.
Hey,
Yes,
just to
angry with
clarify,
people he
Wow, I
agrees
didn't
with.
know that.
Sims, you're a biologist. What are you?
Yeah, Sims. Where does a stroke happen?
It happens
In your
brain.
vascular system.
It
Where did
happens
the
in your
vascular
brain.
system
It's a
come
bleed
from?
in your
Dumb
brain,
fuck.
dude.
You're
It's a
dumb.
bleed
You're
in
the
your
dumbest
brain.
motherfucker. You need to
It's
get
when a
off the
blood
fucking
vessel
internet
in
and
your
go back to
brain
school.
breaks and you bleed from your brain. I gave you the correct
Oh,
answer.
I bleed from my brain. Really?
Dude, is this guy
Really?
this guy's pathological
Ben,
and we're hurting him. We need to
good
get him
night.
out of here.
I'm about, dude, I'm about ready to fuck.
Yeah,
Real quick,
hold your top.
Sims.
Time for you to go to sleep. Don't go to
Sims, I think what
Dude, get
Spin
off
was
the
asking
fucking
you
panel.
is that you
Go
said
back to school. This is my
You fucking
closing
atheist piece
thoughts.
of shit.
Sims, go back to fucking school. You're satire. You're nothing but satire. You're not ready for the gauntlet, and you're not ready for this fucking stream. Good night.
Actually, they stayed and the Christians ran. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, true.
Night,
not
man.
all the
I love
Christians
you, brother.
ran.
That's true.
No,
No,
that's
that were the
yes.
channels, not the gentlemen that are
Just for the
regulars.
record, everyone knows he
Oh.
misunderstood what the conversation.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
he
I'm glad
completely
that-
misunderstood
I wish
AC
somebody had
Sims. It was
spoken up and
remarkable. It was
said
like,
that.
you agree with him.
You guys were arguing the
He's on
same
some
point.
medication right now, not and yeah.
Oh, this
so
is-
And that's no shade at AC Sims.
I don't know
He's
what
trying
we're
to
supposed
tell
to
him.
debate. We agree. Hey, Sim said, I don't know what we're supposed to debate. We agree. And then Spin didn't hear him say that, and he kept going. That was amazing.
I thought we were past
I
that.
think
I thought we
though-
got him to be a little bit more rational. This is slippage.
he is normally, but then he's on this medication.
No,
and all that,
he literally just had a stroke a week ago.
I know,
He's been
I
out of the
know.
hospital, but now it seems that he's completely healed from the stroke. Now his energy's back.
Well, we went.
I wouldn't
no.
count
I
on
don't
that.
think so.
Well, he went
Oh
back.
no,
to
he's
the
about to give
hospital.
himself another stroke.
sounds-
Shit.
Well,
He went back to the
he-
hospital 2 days ago. That's why he's not allowed back. That's why he's not allowed on the panels and when it's late, because he gets worked up and he knows to go to bed.
Oof.
Take care of
Well,
he
he
does
is
want to
one of a
take care of
kind.
himself.
At least that's what the entire world is hoping.
Hey,
Yeah, I was
Sims,
just say.
Sims, was that your
Sims,
first time?
I think his
was that your
question,
first time
though,
dealing with an
his question was is that you said that humans were made from stardust. That's what he was trying to get at.
No, he said pixie dust. He was talking. He
What?
Right, that's
but he
I
meant
think he meant
stardust.
stardust. Though.
I could be wrong about this, but I think what happened there was for some reason he got
Pixie
the
dust.
impression that I was saying consciousness wasn't emergent, that consciousness doesn't come from electrochemical, biological shit, right? I think he was trying to say, which is like panpsychism, or there's other things that besides physicalism that explain consciousness differently. I don't subscribe to any of those. I subscribe to physicalism because I think it makes the most sense. And I think he just got really confused somehow.
No, I understand what you were saying. You guys were arguing the same point. It was hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, it really was.
Sim stepped out of line with that bullshit and fucking Spin.
He put me down by saying the exact same thing I said. Yeah.
It was remarkable.
The whole night.
Like,
He's like, you don't know shit. You know what the fuck you're talking about.
Pixie dust. Sims with that bullshit. Sims
he's probably listening, but he's also not up here. Let's not rag on him too hard.
That's fair.
That no one can defeat what that shit I just pulled with fucking the other guy, the alleged Sam. That was a joke compared to what we just witnessed. That was shit.
I knew he was going to do that.
He made Christians look real bad, real emotional.
It's amazing because actually Omar hadn't even done anything. Omar literally, Omar got like 10 words into into what he was saying, and this guy started interrupting him and going, I have a question, and then the dude wouldn't stop, and it was like, and then he even at one point started fucking whistling the circus tune while Omar's trying to talk, and then acting like I'm a bad moderator for not. I was trying to give him leeway because he's a guest. Like I'm just sitting here in my head thinking, Jesus, if this wasn't connected to Sarah, I would have booted this dude a long time ago. This dude is actually might be a bigger cunt than Jay Dyer, and for me,
he is.
that is a high bar.
Here's the number one is a guy named Darth Dawkins. Number two, cunt Presup is him, and number three is Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer is not even on this guy's level. That's why I told you the only time I got Jay Dyer on, Jay Dyer quit in 20 seconds on Twitter. They cannot handle someone who they can't fucking overtalk, and someone who know. When I said Hebrew, and I said you're misquoting that, and he pulled out he goes, "Are you a Hebrew scholar?" I said, "Sure." He pulls out, "This is a 700-page book." I said, "Bring it down, open it, and turn to Genesis 1:6, motherfucker. Don't question me on what I'm saying." And he walked.
So I've talked to him and Darth Dawkins at the same time, and he idolizes Darth Dawkins.
How I called it out?
Yeah.
I know he used a fake name. Hold on. He used a fake name. Guys, look, Shaman. He used a fake name, Sam. I never heard his voice before. I told him, I said, you sound like you're using Darth Dawkins techniques. He played dumb. I know he's from his accent. He can't hide it. He lied. He's Canadian. And then the third thing I did was tell him he was going to fucking leave. And then before that, I told him, when I answer your question, you're not allowed to give me the fifth question, which is, and what moral framework are you using to ground that statement you just made? I already know you're fucking Darth Dawkins line of effects, and they can't get past 30 seconds. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, I'm fixing to get off. I just want to say, Ben, thank you for having me up.
Always a pleasure, Kraut. I wish you had gotten more gauntlet time. That was a very long show.
Yeah. My argument was not really about Adam and Eve. It was going to be about how the universe was created by itself, and somebody on this panel actually helped me come to the conclusion that science actually suggests a creator. It's quite lovely when science can help with evidence for a religious belief.
What science?
I'm out.
Night, Kraut.
Thermodynamics and entropy.
You
Look it
super
up.
hot woman, you.
Yo.
Hey, Sim,
Not a man.
Sim, you said that guy follows you around the internet. How do I get him to accept the debate? I would love it to have that kind of. He would fucking.
Hold up. Say that again.
You said that guy trolls you around the internet?
Who? Casper?
No.
Who are we talking about?
Darth Dawkins?
Sam.
Well, Gary, I guess.
Yeah, both of them do.
Yeah, you accepted the debate and you knew it was him, or you didn't know it was him?
Yeah, dude. When I became a scientist who's going to communicate with the public about science, I knew people like young Earth creationists, fucking flat earthers, Holocaust deniers, all kinds of fuckwits were going to attack me. I did it anyways. Fuck them. They're out here spewing bullshit and it's fucking the world up, and we need good information. People are hungry for good information. They're hungry for a more effective epistemology, and I am capable of filling some of that void because of my unique privileged experience. And I mean, I'm totally fucking privileged, and I'm psyched to be privileged and to have some of this information that I get to share with people and enrich their lives and give depth and color to the world around them. And
I'm gonna be honest, I've enjoyed listening to you.
Hopefully help protect them from some fucking charlatans along the way who are going to try and tell them that drinking their own fucking piss is a secret fucking ancient magical health secret.
The Brazilians are still doing it with Brazilian jiu-jitsu. They picked it up from the Japanese samurais, so they're still drinking piss in many places still.
Fucking A. Tell me about it. There's places in the world where you can go get cancer treatments in the form of getting wrapped up in tobacco leaves, and they throw fucking tobacco juice on you, and they blow secondhand smoke in your face, and they call it divine cigarettes.
Well, I lived in the Amazon for 3.5 years.
A miracle in your body.
I lived in the Amazon for 3.5 years, and in the Amazon, there's over 155,000 plant species known. About 300 are used for medicines, and about 80 are used to ingest And so, and you know, I've experienced many medicines of the Amazon. A curandero would be a jungle medicine man. So we have to remember also at all times that these medicines that we take in chemical form today all have a plant origin, right? So, you know, there's a middle ground. I think you're, not to say like, it sounds to me like you're in the middle ground between like the balance of science and the understanding of the mystery, but it seems like you're more 60-40 on the. One day there'll be someone who can really argue the science, but then we'll also be able to comfortably say there is a great mystery, and even if humans live 10,000 or 1,000 or 50,000 more years, we may not solve, and we may uncover more mysteries than mysteries we solve. And could there be something bigger that connects it all? Sure, and if there was, that would be God, and if that would be great, but that doesn't mean that thing's talking to people in bushes. Like, if you could merge those two things together, that person would be the fucking grandmaster.
Yeah. You know what? I don't have a problem with people believing in God. I'm not like one of those theists who's like, oh,
you don't sound like you do.
rather.
That's my point.
Yeah.
You don't sound like you do at all. I didn't hear you attack his idea of God in any way. You should have had him explain what God is. That would have been interesting, but.
Yeah. No, I see that religion has utility. I've studied sociology. I know about, you know, functionalism. There's function to religion. I'll admit that. I'll even admit that it probably played a pivotal role in human evolution.
Religion, it has done a lot of good and a lot of bad, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The same medicine, the same sword, the same knife that could be used to save someone's life or take someone's life. You could cut out a fucking poison out of someone and save them by bleeding them out, or you could cut an innocent person's throat. It's just an
absolutely.
Have you guys heard of the code written in the Bible when it says God told us the end from the beginning, and the very first word in the Bible points to the cross?
What is the first word in the Bible? Tell me.
The first word in the Bible is in the beginning. In beginning. Beginning is the first word of the Bible. And if you spell it out in Hebrew, it points to the final letter being the cross. So it starts with it's interpreting Hebrew. It's a Hebrew interpretation.
The word is bereshit. And if you go type in bereshit Hebrew,
the Hebrew alphabet has numerical values, and it has a picture, and the pictures are explaining, and each letter adds up. So the word is bereshit.
Yeah,
in the beginning. Bereshit in the beginning. The first letter is a tent. It represents the flat earth. God came down. He has a crown. He had a crown, and he was strong like a bull, and he had teeth, and his hand was held out, and then it points to the cross. His hand is pointing to the cross.
Listen, Rocky, I'm going to say this as gently as I can.
I'm just telling you a code in the Bible.
I'm going to say this as gently as possible. The earth is not flat. I'm sorry.
It is.
Take as much time with
I'm not getting into the flat earth right now. I'm showing you a code in the Bible. Could not be there. And you believe in science, right? So you probably got all three of the boosters or something. But I'm not going to go there. You science worshiping bitches. I mean, you believe in the ball because they
fucking great.
Evolution.
Dude. I love
evolution.
It, Rocky.
Evolution depends on the ball.
This is an absolute clinic. This man's a genius. Get him a microphone. Get him in front of
the Bible never says
review board.
The Bible never says if you're a Christian and you believe in the ball, you don't believe.
Yeah, you remember earlier when I was telling that Sam jackass that I was the one that changed people's name to doctor. I changed and PhD and all that. I put prophet as Rocky because he's obviously a fucking prophet. If you listen to this guy long enough, you're pretty sure you just heard Nostradamus and you just don't know.
You won't be able to communicate with the world, though. You won't be able to carry a normal conversation with anyone on fucking earth.
Hey, Ben, who else is in the back?
But you would find your own panel one day of a bunch of misfits and then somehow kind of blend in there.
Bozo on the panel just popped in, and then we got Popoke, aka Felix, which I'd swear is a familiar name, but he never cammed up to show me who it is or that it's not naked.
Okay.
Same applies to you, Kozo, on the panel.
I really do need to get going because I gotta get to bed.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. The guest is making its exit. Go ahead and feel free. And the other guys could have done this too. Feel free to tell anybody where to find you, and we appreciate you coming on. Make your closing. Take as much time as you want, brother.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be quick. My name's Austin Sims. You can call me Austin. You can call me Sims. My channel is Scientific Origins. I talk about evolution, medicine, the shape of the earth, physics, I just science in general, and I try to get good information out there, and I talk about philosophy of science a lot, and I'm adding new videos every week. My channel is still pretty small, but it's growing quickly. So do feel free to come over and check it out and subscribe and watch some content, leave some comments, tell me if you disagree, tell me if you learned anything. And I love hearing from people, and I love talking to people in the panel sphere. So you'll probably see me around.
Austin, Sims, before you go, can I ask you one question before you go?
Yeah,
Austin, it'll be super quick. It's super quick.
Address anything.
Because you're a scientist, right?
Sims? Austin J. Sims?
You're Austin C. Sims.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did Pangea happen?
Oh man. Okay. So that's not something I have memorized at the moment. I know.
Well, it's a joke. I didn't need you to literally answer.
I'm sure you can just look that right up on Google, right?
Rocky, it's an inside joke. It's an inside joke because Rocky tries saying that 70 AD, and so it's an inside panel joke.
Oh, okay. Well, here I can give you this fact. Then this is interesting. Sauropod remains are found along the coastal edges of the places we think were the areas where Pangea was fused by the modern continent. So where the modern continents used to be fused together and in one piece, the sauropods lived, and then they died. And then when the continents separated, the coasts of those areas have sauropod remains in them. So that's really strong evidence that the Earth was once one big landmass. Was there anything else you wanted to ask before I go?
Dragons.
I got something that I want to say.
You believe in dragons?
Awesome.
You believe in dragons?
Bro, get rid of Rocky. I sent you a Cash App and trade him for any fucking buddy. I don't care.
That's ruthless, brother.
And you're down and out, Rocky.
That was cold-blooded.
Bozo on the panel, you were next in line, but you got to cam up for a second. Let me see you, so I know you're not going to crash my panel. Oh, okay. Yay.
I had one.
I just really quick. I'll leave right after I say this. Balderson, when you said you smoked a bong with a Freemason, I thought that was the craziest shit I've ever heard. But seeing Sam's theological delusional teacher ass up here along with Rocky and the fucking false petitioner brick petitions. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. It's always good to see you guys. Be safe, okay? Be safe. Each and every single one of you. I love you guys. Be safe.
The best part is he's actually not got a shirt on, but since I know him, I was like, I know who this is.
You're AJ. Austin, Jody, your YouTube page is Scientific Origins.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay,
we love you, AJ.
You gotta announce these things better, man. I'm trying to find you in live and I can't find you.
At first, I saw skin and I was like, gone. Okay. And then I saw his AJ. I was like, oh.
I wanted to say something to Austin, if I could.
Yeah.
Fuck you for making my boy spin. I almost have another seizure.
I didn't know.
That was his own damn fault.
I won't do that again. My bad.
That was his own damn fault. Shit.
But I completely love. I
agree with you. What are you talking about?
Like the way that you could break down the science of it. Like I I'm a fucking moron, but I do understand words.
No.
And the way that you could break it down and dumb it down enough for us fucking simple-minded folk,
Bro,
I really appreciate that.
That's so kind of you. In my worldview, we're all morons. And if we're ever wise consistently, it's by just pure unbelievable luck or just insane levels of effort. So,
well, the funny thing was, you guys were
believe in
both
luck, but not God.
You guys were both arguing about the same fucking thing, and you could have just came to agree.
I got a real quick question.
What's up?
Real quick question. It's just a yes or no. You believe we're all monkeys, right, Sims? Do you believe black people are monkeys?
I think all humans nest inside of what's called the archont group, which is a group of organisms that are lemur-like, monkey-like, and then they would nest inside of the ape group within that group, and then the hominid
That's the longest
group
yes
within
that I've
ape
ever heard in my life.
Hominoid.
It's
You should have
worthy
just
of-
said
it's
I'm
hominoid.
gonna glide right over this landmine. Just glide.
It's
You should've
worthy of
just
the
said
disambiguation because I would never call somebody like a freaking ape like that. That's clearly a loaded racial.
But you
term
would
when
call
You're not
monkey.
denying it.
Only if you think it's racial.
Words.
Only if you think
mean
it's racial.
things Based
We're
on usage.
bipedal
I'm not.
hominoid.
I don't want to.
That's convenient.
I would
Right now,
describe-
you acting like an ape. You acting like a monkey just for.
I would.
Nah,
I would
I'm happy.
describe
I'm happy.
everybody
I hope I see
here
you
as
again,
a-
Sims.
I would describe everybody here as a human ape, and it
Welcome
would
to the
carry-
gauntlet.
It would carry
Especially the black
zero
people.
negative connotation because I think apes are awesome. I think apes are incredible organisms. They're empathetic. They're intelligent. They
Only the
communicate.
people,
they
only the actual
socialize.
racists have to explain any of this shit, man. You have to say monkeys,
Exactly.
monkeys, not monkeys. I'm not thinking about
Well,
black
you're doing
people when I
too
talk
much,
about
bud.
monkeys.
No,
doing
he's
too much.
trying to
It's-
accurately
you know what I mean?
describe
Stop the.
It's
You're
an
making it sound
interesting
like you're a racist
question.
by
where we
explaining
came
that you
from.
love monkeys and orangutans and shit.
He's trying to explain like we
It's
don't
an-
really
it's-
come from monkeys.
No,
I
we
Yeah,
know,
do.
that's
been
not what
That's
the,
what
that's
I'm
not
trying
what
to
the tone
clarify.
of this whole conversation sounds to me. It sounds like a bunch of people.
So look here, let me give
Well, I
you the
guess you have to
scientific
clarify, you
answer
mean
to
old
yes,
world
they
monkeys
are.
or new world monkeys?
Sounds
We
like a bunch of
definitely
guilty
Yeah,
white
old world
are not
monkeys.
connected to new world
leftist white
monkeys.
Joe,
people
I
shit.
need your
Old world
laugh right now
monkeys,
so bad.
Catarrhine,
Hey, crack
haploid,
baby, right? It
old
sounds
They
like
look
white
like
people
you're gonna
apologizing
piss
to the
us
hall
off.
during BLM riots and shit. What the fuck is
The gauntlet woke up, sir. Welcome to the gauntlet. This is the dumpster fire hour.
Everyone's put on their fucking rainbow flag during the July, so they'll be called the
It's got nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
What are you guys
Yeah,
talking
what
about?
we are is primatomorphin, archontic, primate, haplorine, semiform, catarrhine, hominoid, hominid, hominine, bipedal Homo sapiens. In
I
the
believe you are a
genus
Homo sapien.
We have the bipedal movement
you're
is the
on the
most
homo.
recent evolution, and then the mental protuberance is also the most
Oh, I
recent
believe you're a homosexual.
Yeah, we're all in the genus Homo. We're all homos. So we might have to just deal with that.
That we are.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
not condone this. This
Hey,
type
Brick, why don't we let Brick's monkey ass tell us something?
Oh shit.
Well, with
Homo
that, I
is
think
just
we're gonna head
Latin for
out.
stain eyes.
It's nice talking to y'all.
God damn.
Thank you very much,
Enjoy the
JC.
panel.
And
Peace
now-
out.
We greatly appreciate your time, brother. Hope to see you again.
So, see how you can
Sounds good.
say to anyone of any color and make everyone feel the same thing? Joey,
job,
Joey,
no,
Joey,
Marine-
but any
You know what?
names.
In the Marine Corps, we used to say everybody is green. We just different shades green. We don't care about the color because everybody was just green.
Because we're all doing fucking push-ups and being grunts and fucking it just doesn't matter.
Fuck, why does fucking race matter at the fucking
Dude,
end anyway?
the dude with his face in the mud next to you with your face in the mud and both you miserable, you're just living it together. Doesn't matter after that. That's why
in the
Army
middle
does-
of nothing but white people. I ain't worried about no damn because I'm one third of not even one fifth, hell, 1/10 of the fucking town of the blackness I am. When it's dark, it's because I am on my side of the town. That's why my town is dark.
Darkness.
Great.
Race accounts
Dave
for less
Chappelle.
than 1% of the difference between different groups of humans. It's almost meaningless.
Yeah, but it counts for
You
90%
guys want to
of
know
problems
something
because
funny?
of our ignorance.
You guys
True.
want to
I
know
won't
something
disagree
funny?
with you there, Omar. It's pretty spot on.
You guys want to know something funny? the shit that Rocky does when he's on screen with the like symbols and all that and all those things, he does that even when he's off the screen. Like the whole time I'm seeing him do this. He's like,
yo, he's backstage dropping the fucking magic on us.
Yeah.
Hey, remember last night he kept casting spells, so I had to come out with the Jew magic to defend his fucking
Jew magic.
I brought the Jew magic out on his ass, and I was one step from grabbing my rabbi cloth and teaching him a Jew magic.
With the sign of Sodom.
Oh, he's hitting you with the clam slam now, guys. They're doing that. He's doing this number. He's hitting you with the clam slam.
I thought that was scissoring. That's what
that's what I imagine.
That's a scissoring.
I love that.
Yeah, the clam slam.
Rocky's solid, man. Rocky's solid. You know.
That's what I imagine Sam and Donnie fucked off to go do.
Oh, wow.
That guy,
Wow.
I think I would pay to have that asshole not be able to quit for an hour.
Oh, fucking ant. Oh, God.
Bro,
I think Clay literally paid to get Rocky off panel.
Yeah,
right?
Tell us something.
He did the Lord's work.
Exactly.
Thank fucking Brick.
Clay's a real Christian.
Yeah, that's Clay. Clay is doing the Lord's work.
He gave his 10%.
Jesus more than any other Christian I've talked to in my life, actually.
You have 5 minutes left, Rocky, and then you.
No.
Clay, say something.
The Bible
would say
says
that if we're all homogeneous, that would be the beginning. So we all started out being.
Do you know what homo means in Latin?
One or something like that.
Man. It means man.
Yeah, one.
That doesn't mean one. It means man.
Okay, sure.
How do you
know
say
what
woman?
It means in Greek? You know what it means in Greek? Gay.
Okay.
It's all Greek to me.
Can I ask the panel something? What is a woman?
Oh god, dude! Last night got zesty. Let's go.
Spin if you're out there.
Who got their ass whooped? I ain't get my ass whooped. Don't be bringing Dr. Hooligan's racist ass back here, dude. Stop summoning the devil, bro.
Yeah, bro. Last night we pulled the demons out of people. That's why I did it so fast tonight, because we warmed up with the angry Casper guy with the picture of his fucking cat talking shit about being a man.
Oh, yeah, where'd that go?
You're afraid to show your face.
Oh, Omar, you had me dying backstage, bro, when you and him were going at it.
Like, you don't even know what a man is. I'm like, a man's not putting pictures of a little neutered cat as his motherfucking face picture.
Casper is a character beyond the character beyond the character.
I don't even know who he is. It was just he came after me.
You know, now that I think about it, Casper and Sam they're kind of the same type of guy, though.
That's who we were talking about.
No, not really.
We're talking about
Casper ain't a bad guy, no.
Nah, Casper's not bad. He's like got some weird ideas, but he's not a bad dude.
I don't know who Casper is. I'm talking about my first experience was I was in the movie
You're right,
in the middle talking. He joined the panel. And he goes, "Oh, so what I'm trying to say?" He just jumped right in, and then he basically kept accusing everyone of being aggressive while he was aggressive and being rude while he was rude. And then he was like playing this victim role, which the whole concept last night was red pill is gay. And the claim was that anyone who wrote these red pill, half of them blame women for everything. What's more gayer than a bunch of guys sitting around blaming women for all their problems?
Yeah, that's pretty gay.
That's as gay as it gets.
Papo Felix, I gotta see cam up backstage for a second so that way I can see you.
Because in the second part is then those same men that get together and blame all women, they go, "We'll show them."
Okay, I do remember you. I fucking knew I remembered your name, dude. Thank you for reminding me. You're good.
Welcome, new person.
Jody, I gotta say, man, I was really impressed with your question to Sims, though.
You guys got bloody lucky. Rocky was only 2 minutes off from coming back in. You're lucky that
Impressed by what?
The question you gave to Sims about the bacteria coming out of the sea.
Well, nobody could definitively say what created that, you know.
Well, So, like he was trying to tell you, like
I would say
abiogenesis
God.
is a frontier of science. It's really largely hypothesis right now. There isn't a start to finish explanation for how life came about. There may never be one because
it's
right.
called
Basically,
God.
have been proven wrong.
But
Basically, what it is, Jody, is the
wait, I can't
speculation.
understand anybody.
Basically, what it is, Jody, is the speculation that life had to begin. There's life, so it had to have begun. That's just a fact. And so then the speculation is it began a simple life that just basically popped into existence. So then there's an admittance now that life did start somewhere. And where the problem with that, with the evolutionary train, then is if that happened, if we're now admitting that happened once, why did it only happen once? Why didn't it happen 100 times? And was every form of life that popped into existence exactly the same? Why would there not be distinct possibilities of evolutionary lines that were not intermixed whatsoever? And so it starts creating a whole bunch of, but you've got to kind of study it and look at it.
That was kind of my point. That was kind of my point of that question, was like something in the Bible. It was like God created his divine creation was man, but they don't say it. It doesn't end there. It says on earth. So why couldn't God create life on other earths, other planets?
And it is in heaven too.
You
So
see-
I mean, what says he didn't? I mean, I'm not going to argue with that.
Exactly.
There's about as much evidence. Well, actually, there's less evidence for God starting life than there is for abiogenesis. And abiogenesis doesn't have much either.
You're presupposing biblical Abrahamic God. You're not supposing all aspects of God. You're picking one thing and classifying.
It doesn't matter. A creator named by any name.
It actually does matter.
I actually don't care what you call the creator.
Yeah. It does matter, because if you're limiting, because the problem with the precept argument is they go with this Aquinas like first mover, right? So when you say first mover, you're presuming that there was something that didn't move. And so that actually is a mirror of their limited argument of Jesus is God and God is Jesus and therefore the universe, right? But if
You're getting into the 5 ways.
I'm almost done. If you step back further to the larger understanding, which the Hebrew people had, which was in the form of El or El Elyon, right? The Almighty creator, then you would understand that what the highest understanding is, in the beginning there was a word, but that word is still being spoken, meaning all creation, everything that ever existed is still inside of that word that is ever present and everlasting, right? So that type of God level goes right in line with science aspect, because when I say God's the answer, that's what I'm talking about. So there's a degree to it, Ant.
What are you trying to say that is different from what?
That's everyone.
Because I'm addressing their claim, right? That they believe there was a creator that.
Because
if
you haven't got it yet, then I don't think you're ever going to get it, right? So when Shaman is saying that you're not understanding it from the perspective of what most people in the whole belief system outside of religion understand it as, is that you're taking what pastors and preachers have told you and then attributing it to what you could attribute it to, but you're not taking it from the perspective of a strict belief or faith understanding.
Exactly. I don't care. It doesn't fucking matter.
No, and
that's the point. You don't care.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, when everyone says God, we all of us presuppose Abrahamic God, right? And all I'm saying is,
I don't care which God it is. I don't care which creator you call your creator.
He doesn't care.
Because the concept doesn't change.
Yeah, you're right.
Or either talking about a divine origin for life or a natural origin for life. It's that fucking simple.
He doesn't care about the evidence. He doesn't care about reason. He doesn't care about logic.
Well, no, he's just saying he doesn't care which God we name it. That it's either.
Yeah. I think that's.
I'm saying he doesn't understand God. Is my point.
I don't need to.
Exactly. You don't need to. See, Ben, that's what I'm saying, is he's not going by your definition of he doesn't care.
Can we at least hear his opinion so we can get?
Doesn't matter what.
It's not important to the argument.
He doesn't have a desire to understand it.
Important to the argument.
Meaning he doesn't care.
Because if I say bicycle,
we can't fully attack his argument if we don't hear the full argument.
Let the man finish his argument though, so we can fully attack his argument.
Exactly. Let him fully go.
Listen, I'm talking about the origin of life, right? We have one of two explanations. We either have a naturalistic explanation that follows the laws of nature as we understand them, or we have a theistic explanation where some sort of divine entity began life in some mechanism somehow. I'm not trying to say who it was or explain how it worked. It was just simply laying out the two modes that we are looking at this from. That's all. And I don't know why you kept trying to fight me on it.
He was just
Because it doesn't conflict with what you're really saying. You want to add in all of this stuff that just doesn't fucking matter.
Are there any other options? My question, guys.
There's probably sure. If you have some more options, throw them in there, quick. It's fine. I wasn't limiting it to two.
Okay,
there's
it's a true dichotomy. There's only two options.
I don't know.
No, it's not a true dichotomy.
Then there's also the I don't care what you just posed.
Okay, so let me clarify with his kind of strong, but not on purpose. When anyone today is mostly talking about God, they're fucking going with the monotheistic component
that is Santa Lucy
of the Abrahamic, which is the fucking Aristotle fucking shit. What I'm talking about is the
Aristotle didn't believe in God.
Of God,
not the Abrahamic God.
Which ties into all the science, which ties into the concept of black matter known as ma'at, which ties into all the fucking science, and you cannot argue that. And
you can try to make associations between scientific concepts and religion. I'd be happy to hear them, but you can't just say that they're connected. You actually have to demonstrate
every
it
single time and said no, that's not what I know.
It's based upon reason.
Because you talk forever, you gish out like a motherfucker.
I don't mean to do that. I promise.
Hold on. Who just said that? What'd you say?
Adamski said something.
What?
I said, welcome to the gauntlet.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair.
But if we take this from a strictly, look, if we take this from a strictly philosophical understanding, okay? So you've got philosophy, you've got religion, you've got politics, right? So philosophy houses religion.
What's politics got to do with reality?
So philosophy houses religion and politics. Okay, everything that you believe or understand is either under politics or religion, which is housed under philosophy. All of science itself and mathematics is housed under philosophy. So if you don't have a basic understanding of philosophy, then you're never going to make it under understanding anything.
This has nothing to do with what
there's two ways we.
So when I'm talking about,
you're babbling.
Look, when it's not babble. If we're actually trying to understand and define things, it's not babble. But if you just don't care,
you're just talking to talk. You haven't said a thing.
There's only two ways.
Either way, both sides. Look, either way, both sides is getting some type of information from somewhere where you have to depend on that knowledge from somewhere else. We're not just none of us can actually go outside right now and detect and do the physical work to say this is what's actually true. So no matter what, we're taking it as from what we've learned through, whether it's the holy word, through whatever God you have, or whether it's just science. Either way, we're taking that and taking it as granted.
Science is testable with repeatable experiments.
But has science ever to us whatsoever?
Let me clear that for you, brother. You seem confused.
Okay,
there's two ways that we have.
Those guys were talking about you can't get
You're all talking at the same time.
Hold on, brother. There's two ways that we obtain knowledge. Okay, this is like Kantian logic right here. So you have empirical knowledge, which we get through the scientific method, and you have practical certainty, which is where your philosophy and everything else comes from. And knowledge comes from either one of those two places. So that's it. And as far as the supernatural versus natural, Omar, it's about exhausting the logical possibilities. So however you want to frame it within that particular axiom, you can do that. You can diversify it and make it as fractal as you want. But there really are two logical possibilities, either the natural or the supernatural. Within that dichotomy, you can then say, well, according to our supernatural, we're going to take the Abrahamic version, or we're going to take the Jewish version, we're going to take the Taoist version, or so on and so forth. But the logical possibilities, there really is a true dichotomy. It's either a natural explanation or a supernatural explanation.
No, everything
hold on, guys. He just asked me direct. Can I just respond? Okay, objective ethics. That was amazing. Good to see you, by the way. I understand what you're saying. So what we have to do is, if we take it by your worldview, then we're looking at the universe as distinct parts, similar to how the Christians would say God is 3 distinct persons. What I'm saying is that universal creation in all of its entirety is omni-creation. It's a singular creation. So if you were to go into like the philosophical component, what I'm saying would be closest to something called process theology. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, it's coming from like Neoplatonism and the Plotinus, the one, or you could look at Spinoza's substance monism, for example.
Yeah, that stuff. So mine's not exactly that, but that's the direction that I'm going, if that makes more sense.
Yeah,
I've heard a few different models built off of that, and it's really interesting because when people start to break them down, to me, it sounds to me like people are like claiming a difference without a distinction. Does that make sense? Which is technically
it does.
Like,
yeah. No, that's
they're saying it's different, but when you actually get down to the nuts and bolts of it, they're not making a clear distinction. So they're just relabeling it. Now, I'm not saying you're doing that, brother.
No. You're right.
Your model.
By default, I am. So you're absolutely right, and that would be the exact singular argument against what I'm saying. But in what you just said is actually my argument. That's my point. My point is that whether you look at the spiritual component, the consciousness component through any religions or any existence of mankind, or look at the universal component, ultimately universe means all matter in space, right? Seen and unseen, but universe is matter.
No matter.
Matter becomes particles and particles of atoms. And when you look at things in the subatomic level, everything disperses into a oneness. And that's exactly my argument, is I'm saying that ultimately when you break it down, it does all disperse into a single oneness of existence. An omnipresent, continuous, ever-moving mover of consciousness, matter, material. And what I would also add in is spirit, which cannot be proved or disproved other than something like emotions and things we talked about earlier. So that's what I would say.
Well, I do feel like
that's true. That has to include Jesus Christ.
I do feel I do feel like quantum physics does actually really open the door to a lot of really interesting conversations when it comes to oneness and monism and stuff like that. The question I would have, though, is whether or not you take the idealist or non-dualist position, however you want to frame it, as do you think consciousness is fundamental or emergent? Because that makes a huge difference in the worldview itself.
Fundamental.
That's why I'd asked the guy earlier about consciousness, because that was like my whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to
explain that.
I try to be respectful and polite, and the gauntlet isn't really the place for that. It's kind of
me too.
Throw my hat in the ring here.
No. Is everything mankind does natural?
There is no evidence for a material world.
To answer that question, I would say that what we continue. So just a real quick precursor. So quantum mechanics, right, or quantum physics. Would you say that it existed because we discovered it, or existed before we discovered it?
Yeah, that's a really fair question, and I'm actually still working on my own epistemology with that, because I'm struggling with.
Okay, hold on, I got you. That is a fucking profound, and no one has the right answer to that. Correct? No one ever will.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if logic and mathematics are a priori necessarily, right? As in the metaphysical building blocks that hold up reality, or if they're simply just a necessary part of reality. And I'm not sure how to best argue for that position, because I do tend to see myself as a metaphysical naturalist, but I don't have the argument for it.
Exactly. And here's my point. This is my point. Okay, this is the concept of the chicken and the egg, right? And so when you go to the ancient, the further back, when not Egypt, alchemet, which is where alchemy came from in chemistry. When you go to the ancient understandings in the Upanishads, they actually have a pretty fucking great explanation for a lot of the stuff that we're now discovering and applying into the quantum fields, which is the craziest thing. And so then the question is, did they somehow know things we didn't know? Or did they just ponder things with less distraction and come to the same conclusion, which I think I've come to, which I think you're pointing to as well? No one will ever be able to tell us which one comes first pertaining to the consciousness. And at the same time, that's where the concept of something other non-physical things that we've always known or doubted, etc., such as a soul, for example, when you throw all that into one pot, the way I look at it would be in the principle of polarity. And so in one aspect, duality exists because things materialize and they live in the material and the non-material through this perspective of consciousness. But pretend that you were a different form of a consciousness. You would have, but the existence of both laws existing at the same time would exist. The quantum and the universe and the unseen universe, the ma'at, the substance, the dark matter.
So I have a question in regards to that, and maybe OE, you can chime in on it too. Within physics and just reality in general, there tends to be this always ever pointing arrow in a direction with typically everything. And so when it comes to the mind or, a omnipresent mind or whatever you want to call it, a God factor, right? It seems to be like every time we delve into the thought of it being a thing, it always comes back in my mind that there's this arrow pointing to yes. Of course, we can't prove that, but then if that be the case, that it's this ever pointing arrow, just like with everything else in reality and physics, doesn't it seem pretty natural to start to believe that?
They can't perceive that.
And quickly in back, we got one of our favorites, Salty Santa. And
I love that guy.
If somebody wants to torture the panel, we got Rocky. $10 to bring either one of them up. And go ahead, gentlemen.
No, Rocky's actually.
Objective ethics, real quick. On Balderson's channel, we're going to start doing not, I would say philosophical, but like esoteric, occult, and like these types of conversations. You don't have to come up for that. I believe
it's a discussion, not a debate. It's just a dive. It's not an open panel either.
Ultimately, what I just said proves and disproves my statement of a quote God, because it dissolves into one thing, which is existence, right? And so, and then at the same time, it proves what objective ethics is saying. That's my point. It's like in my book, it says,
can you get a definition for metaphysical naturalist?
In my book, it says, knowing that the unknown is known to the one, meaning existence. That's how we know a God exists. And it's like, because we know the mystery is not a mystery to something.
That's the problem.
Because we
have no knowledge.
Mystery is not a mystery to something else. That's that something is what I'm talking about. Meaning that when we
how many
discover
people
something,
in here are deeply religious?
Are you Omar, just by chance, are you tapping into taking a little bit from Plotinus and being as the first principle, that there is no becoming, there's only being?
So
okay, guys, hold on. Howard sends in the big 100 croders. Bring up Rocky and kick hat. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh shit!
Right.
Oh god
well,
damn.
Then good night.
Let's get it.
You done for the night, then, Ant?
Yeah, it's already late. I don't feel like waiting around, and I can't stand listening to Rocky.
See you later, Ant.
Fucking retard.
Later, Ant.
Get into it. It's about to get screaming.
Oh boy, buckle your seatbelts, gentlemen. It's gonna get rocky.
I wanted to ask everybody on panel how religious they were, because if they found out that aliens were real, if they would be crushed.
Well, aliens could easily be
the Bible,
or the Elohim from the Bible. That doesn't mean they created the universe.
That's kind of what I was trying
I'll
to
give
get
you my
at.
answer, Jody. I'll give you my answer,
Yes,
Jody.
sir.
I mean, my faith in God is real and it's deep, but I'm not against aliens being real. The universe is massive. Who am I to say they're not?
We are the aliens.
That's just an ignorant thought.
So it would not discourage you from God.
You are the
aliens told me to tell you I've had this conversation with my mom, who's really religious, and she freaked out about it if it was ever real. And I said, well, if God created us and aliens are real, well, then God created those aliens, and whatever their religion or whatever their belief will be is their interpretation of God.
Thank you very much.
Or some higher power. I shouldn't say God. I say, I keep it simple.
Well, that's,
hey, what if the aliens that created man in the Garden of Eden created God for us too?
If we are,
what was that, Omar?
Anunnaki talk.
Yeah, or the
Not
Elohim.
possible.
Either way, no, it's Anunnaki or Elohim. The ironic part
is that the Anunnaki conversation of the Nephilim support the Bible story of the gods bred with the daughters of man. So it's one and the same, in my opinion. But
Yeah, I mean, that goes straight to the book of Enoch right there, if you really want to go.
exactly.
Yeah,
And what
that's
if
where it
what if the Elohim, the gods, the Anunnaki created God for us to manage us?
But I'm saying global wide.
Somebody still had to create them, though.
Exactly,
Global
but
wide
they understood
is
a
what I
different
was
point
trying
of
to
God,
ask
but they don't even know what
everybody.
God is.
Which will be
and so they
which
tell
will
us
be
a
called
lesser version.
the fallen one. That's
The
why
whole
they said the
universe
fallen
is
one.
consciousness thinking it knows what God is. Don't you understand? The whole game is everyone thinks they know
Jesus
what God
Christ
is, and no
sealed who
one
God
does,
is.
except for
But
Rocky.
not
Go ahead,
everybody
Rocky.
thinks. Oh fuck! I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, but some people
Hold
worship
on.
God. That's the difference.
Hold on. Wave philosophy comes in with the big five. According to Christianity, God's properties are eternal. Thus, wouldn't it be reasonable to presume that he eternally creates by that paradigm? And we have Darth Thoraine's back, and Salty Santa for anybody that wants to see them up on the panel. Anybody got any comments to wave philosophy?
That actually is.
I would agree with that.
Spot on for what. That's accurate. It's 100% accurate. So the beginning, obviously, there's a beginning, but then after that, there are things that are in creation that are considered eternal.
And we are actually establishing what's good and evil. That's part of our role as human.
Hold on, Clay. Clay, what in the universe is eternal?
So in the universe itself was not created to be destroyed.
But something must have always existed.
Well, what was that,
by
Clay? Because you cut out a little.
I said the universe, the earth, human beings, according to the scriptures, were not created to be destroyed.
Right. I'm saying in the physical realm, though, what in the universe is eternal? Not the spiritual, the physical.
Yeah, I just answered that.
There's no physical.
The universe.
Yeah, but you're wrong, because in the physical universe, everything is finite.
Sir,
everything has an end. Planets, stars, universe.
The scriptures. Okay. Understand
right.
what the scriptures say.
There are numerous.
I understand that. I was asking in our world, in our physical world, just as men, what would be eternal about the universe? Because it's expanding.
There are multiple
specifically is
cosmological
destroyed?
models. There are multiple cosmological models that account for an eternal universe, including like a false vacuum model, which actually requires infinite time to then where you get through a quantum fluctuation, you get then a new bang, and that requires infinite time. You get a true vacuum out of that. There's a big bounce model. So there are, and I'm not saying any of these. These are all theoretical in nature. So I'm not saying this is fact per se. We need to keep that in mind. But there are numerous cosmological models that do account for an eternal universe.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, OE.
I'm not trying to sound like I'm attacking you. I'm just, that was just my question. I don't mean to come off as.
I agree. I agree with that. What you just said. I don't see it as an attack. You were actually asking a genuine question. But the model there does not, in the scriptures, does not remove an eternal universe. So there's two understandings of the word eternal, right? So there's the eternal that's never created, but then there's the created eternal, which goes on forever.
The potential.
There's no such thing as created eternal, because if it's matter, then it's not eternal. That's the difference between the spirit and the material.
So if I hold on, if something's created and it never gets destroyed, is that eternal?
Yeah, but no, that's not how. Didn't we get into this before?
I mean, there's literally two definitions for eternal.
So, okay.
Potential infinite, you're saying.
Okay, so eternal. Okay. Let me answer. In Hebrew, the
the firmament, Rocky?
But in ancient Egypt, the eternal is the jet, right? And
I thought it was racist symbolism.
The jet in ancient Egypt, in Al-Kemet clay, means unchanging and completely permanent. So the original, oldest understanding we have of eternal means completely permanent, unchangeable. Matter changes. Therefore,
so what in that definition is saying uncreated?
No, continuing forever.
No one. That's two things. That you're adding eternal to.
That's what I'm
to not-
asking. I'm asking.
No, but
so the definition there is not including uncreated, right?
No, because that's
Okay, so
uncreated
then
is eternal.
Does
That's
it
my
does
point.
it include created?
Yes, created is matter, material, universe.
So
it is not eternal.
There's two definitions.
That's
of
why God
eternal
exists.
first.
One is God, and second is His creation. You're arguing the God point. That's my. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we obviously agree on the baseline here. What I'm
but you're
telling
arguing
you
for the atheist.
is that there's two definitions of eternal, and this is where what OE was explaining is like, well, there's the completely like always existing model of the which that is possible that physics talks about.
That's my point. No, Clay, that's my point. The science trick is to have us agree that something that was created is also uncreated, meaning eternal. The point is
yeah, but they
that-
recognize what that means.
I know, this is my point. This is my point. If we believe that everything had to exist because nothing can come from something, right? I mean, sorry, nothing can be created. Something cannot be created from nothing. Okay, means that something had to exist. Now that is eternal, right? And everything that's been created we can measure from our five senses and any machines that look through the five senses is called not eternal because it's been created. Therefore, something that had to be eternal to create all the created. Science would tell you, no, that's all eternal and all matter. No.
Well, no. Because understand that just because it was created doesn't mean that it will be destroyed. Not being destroyed is the part that
that's
makes
why
it
it's not eternal. No.
Not being destroyed is what makes it not eternal. I mean, eternal.
No.
Yeah.
Being able to
means lasting forever. It doesn't have anything to do whether it's created or
can it be destroyed?
It just
Can it be
means
destroyed?
lasting forever.
Can it be destroyed?
It's always transitioning, Clay. It doesn't mean it's destroyed.
Can it
or
be
not
destroyed? No. Can a rock? It transitions. Can it be destroyed?
There's
a conservation of. There's a universal
Guys,
conservation
if something
of
can be
energy and
destroyed,
matter.
it's not eternal by definition. Is my point.
Yeah, but
the energy does not get
there's a
destroyed.
conservation of
Energy is a
and
part
matter.
of God. That's my point.
We know there's a conservation of
then we
energy.
agree.
Science
Well,
attributes
the point I was making about the universe and it being eternal is that there is this thing called entropy, and at some point the universe will have like a heat death.
Physical world.
Okay,
but there's also
science attributes
conservation
energy
and the
into matter.
the law of
That's
conservation.
my point. It's not part of matter.
But energy is ever present.
That's part of God.
Energy
not
is
matter.
only
Thank
one
you.
expression of what
Energy
then
can
it's
be
eternal.
neither created nor destroyed. And
Energy
there's
is
a
eternal.
conservation
Here's the real
that's
one.
you said matter.
creation.
Energy is not matter. Yes, energy is eternal.
I
It's not
never
matter.
actually
Thank you.
said matter.
But
I'm
Not
saying
once
matter
did
is
I
not
say
eternal.
matter. You
You guys,
brought up
because
matter.
remember,
Created
E
means
equals MC
I
squared.
didn't say matter.
Energy
Energy is not
MC
created.
squared.
I didn't say matter.
Energy is not
Hey,
created.
Jody,
Sorry.
would you like a sandwich today?
Never once said
I want to
matter.
know if it's
Energy
Not even
cannot be
once.
created, buddy.
know what the fuck is going
I
on.
never
Energy
said
can't be
matter.
created.
I know
You've
you
said that
can't
4
hear me over
times.
these
You've
other
said that
guys
4
talking.
times. No one said
always
energy matter.
transitioning.
Energy cannot
I
be
never said
created.
matter.
Doesn't mean
Energy
Yeah.
can be converted to matter.
No
There's
one
a
said matter.
conservation.
No one said matter. Energy cannot
Energy
be
can be
created.
converted to matter. The law of conservation applies. Energy matter to conservation applies to the conservation of energy because E equals
But they
MC squared. You
translate
know that.
between each other. E equals MC squared.
That's what I just said.
into that law.
They can transition between each other. It doesn't mean they're destroyed, Clay.
Where's your little sign?
I never
Oh my
claimed
God.
that it was
Clay never
destroyed.
said matter.
I
Clay
don't know
never
where this
said
is
matter
coming
can-
from.
Clay-
It's not
Clay never
actually
said-
something
Well,
that I
maybe I
claimed.
misunderstood
Why are
you, but there were only five people talking.
Santa, what are
maybe
you
I'm too
saying
slow
right now?
for that.
What are
He
you
keeps
saying right now?
accusing me of making a claim I didn't make against him. 6 times he repeated it, and you're making the 7th time. I never said it. Santa just called you said that.
Yeah, I know. I'm
I
asking
didn't
Santa,
say
what is he
about
actually
matter. I
saying?
said it can transition. And that's
Yeah,
what
okay.
E equals MC squared says.
No, the question is, can
Anything else,
energy be
Einstein?
destroyed? The answer is no. That's why energy is not a part of the
Did
universe.
you get
It's
that
not part of
clue there,
matter.
Sherlock?
Energy is a part of the creator.
Are you
not
working for the
created.
FBI now?
Yeah, are you just going to talk over people to create
Well,
confusion?
I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand what you're trying to tell me, but you keep talking over me and Omar.
Well, that's because
but-
I didn't want to sit back for 30 minutes watching Oprah while you
Yeah,
two
but
go
we
back
were
and
going
forth.
back and forth.
I know.
And I understand that you want to step
It's the
in.
Rick show. It's always
the
the
straw
Rick
man
show.
argument.
No problem
We
with
weren't
that.
going back
If you
and
just
forth.
talk over me.
Clay, you
And
built
I
a
was-
straw
Well,
man
you
against
talk
me.
over people all the time. You don't like it.
No, I really
you dish
don't.
it out, but you
No,
don't
I
like
really
taking
don't.
it.
No,
You
really don't. You
don't?
just
Oh, okay.
came right in,
Yeah.
like butting your
It
head
ain't the
into a brick
salty
wall.
Santa, it's the angry
Equals
Santa.
MC
Broke your
squared.
head into
Santa
a
got
brick
tired of
wall.
watching the
Get
straw
it.
man
It
you were creating.
transitions. See, we're all talking over each other. Isn't that grand?
No,
Now,
Santa.
I happen to agree with Omar on this one. You said something about destroyed. What did you say about destroyed? I'm asking
What?
you a question, Clay.
Are you?
Exactly.
Or are you just making a statement?
I
ask
don't
you a
need
question?
to play for you, boy. Answer the question.
One or the
or
other.
not.
Are you making a statement? Because you've been
Damn.
making a statement.
I
for the
asked
past
you a straightforward
5
question.
minutes.
Just answer it. What did
What's
you
the
mean
question?
by destroyed? I
What?
didn't hear it clearly. You said something about being destroyed. I think in
Oh, I
relation
said
to whether or not it
something
was
about
eternal.
being destroyed. Okay, what specifically?
I heard it as it was in relation to something being eternal.
Yeah, you hear a lot of things. I know.
Well, God damn it, answer the question.
What's the question?
I've asked it 3 times
When we were
now.
talking about Clay,
You
when I
said
asked you
something.
how is the universe eternal,
He's asking.
You said something about something. I don't know what to tell you.
Clay, you know what he said. Come on, he said you were saying that you were saying that energy or matter could be destroyed. Which one are you saying can be destroyed or can't be destroyed?
I didn't say either.
So matter can't be destroyed?
It's not like that, okay? So I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna try to speak so that the layman's can understand.
I got a scripture on that.
Oh,
And try to-
yeah, okay.
Let him do it. Let him go. Let him
Make
go.
sure
Clay.
and make sure
You
that
lay out that
understanding
6th grade
which is the
education
accurate-
for me.
Bro,
Okay.
what are we doing here? You're just
Bible
gonna talk
says.
over?
I'm doing just what you do.
Bible says.
So what it
Okay,
is,
so then
you
I'll
want
just
to
do
lay
that.
out an
I'm
ad
in a
hominem. I'm going to make it simple
hotel
for the
lobby, bro. Like,
layman here.
I don't know what you want from me, bro.
Well, where I got my
I want
helmet
you
on.
to
You wanna suck my
speak
dick?
without talking
You wanna
like
suck
a
my dick?
girl.
You want to suck my dick? Is that what you want?
No. I
Okay,
want
then
you
shut
to
the fuck
answer
up.
like a man.
Clay,
You don't need to
Well,
throw
then
the
shut
ad
the fuck up.
hominem in
Hey,
there.
You have to
hey,
be
hey,
quiet.
hey, hey, hey.
Man, the light of Christ is big in you, eh?
Zip. In order to
Then
hear,
answer.
you have to close the mouth.
So
You
This
might
is just
try
how
it.
it works.
See, I can do what
It's
you
just
do.
how it works, bro.
I
Like I don't know
asked you
what
a
to tell you.
question.
What are you doing?
Just answer
What are you doing?
what you do.
Why don't you scream it?
Well, I was
Whatever it
asking the
is.
question, and then now Santa's asking the same question. So if you're not going to answer, let's move on
Yeah.
to something else because it's been like 10 minutes of this. Same
Yeah,
shit.
because you don't even know the question you're asking.
I know,
Santa.
and you accused me of a straw man 6 times, and he's asking the same question.
No,
You just
I
didn't
don't
which
know
way you were
what I don't
taking.
know what he's even asking.
Do you know what I was asking?
Yeah.
can man
Can
destroy
energy be
the
destroyed?
soul?
Well, I mean, you could have asked like 10 questions between here and there.
Can
No,
energy be
energy
destroyed?
cannot be destroyed. Energy is always
Clay,
conserved.
energy can't be destroyed. That's the answer. Okay, so it's not a fucking gotcha. No
Yeah.
one.
It's not like that either. No,
Energy
it's
cannot
not
be
like
destroyed. Are you arguing
it's
it
not
can?
like that. Listen.
It is.
So,
hold on. I haven't
Omar,
said
what
it's
you're
like
saying
yet.
is that energy is
Hold on,
not
Clay.
destroyed,
I
it's
didn't
converted?
say what it's like or not like. You haven't even let
Energy
me
can be
fucking-
converted to matter and vice
Bro, what
versa.
are you
Energy and matter is
you're
always
arguing
conserved.
with a face. That's
Thank
all
you.
you're
Listen to
doing.
me.
Clay,
Listen.
you're interrupting. Tell me it's not
And
like
Rocky's
like
over
what?
there with the
Like
fucking
what?
quacking.
Like what?
It's so fucking
It's not-
ridiculous.
it's not like
Listen to me for a
Nonsense.
second. Listen to me
I've
for a
been
second.
I've been hand
Some
hand signaling with them.
Some straight
Bible
up goofy
says.
ass shit.
I don't even know
Right.
what the
Bible
fuck
says
he's
if you
saying,
wanna
but he's
have a
doing this
conversation,
and I'm doing
can
it
God
with
do
him.
that.
destroy the
Like-
soul.
This
Like a
goofy ass
dolphin
shit,
swim.
this
Destroy
ain't
your
gonna work,
soul
man.
in
Just
hell.
answer the
It really
question,
ain't.
Clay.
It's not gonna work.
Just answer the
With
question.
Rocky doing the thing and Santa doing the thing,
I
we
know
were
there's
having
always
that
a reason why you
conversation.
can't, so answer the question, please.
I
What's the
don't get
question,
it.
Santa?
Let
What's
us
It's
the
just
move
like
on to
question?
answer the
something.
question. I answered the
I'll
question.
mediate
Bro, you
between
didn't
you
even
and
fucking
Clay.
ask
What's
a
the
real
I
goddamn
think it was
question?
a really good conversation.
It was a
until you
shitty
start
question.
Stonewalling.
Bro, it's a bad
Okay.
question.
I'm with Omar.
It's a
Let's
shitty
move on to
question.
something else because you're not
Why
answering.
ask a
Well,
Well, I got another question for you guys. Have you guys heard of the Great Attractor?
What's that?
Why ask?
Have I heard
I don't know. I guess it's in the center of our universe. It's pulling everything towards it.
Right.
What are your thoughts on what it might be?
That's an amazing thing. That's part of what they said when they're talking about a firmament biblically. They weren't. I think that they were talking about like a certain first lens over this third dimensional reality called Earth. But if you look at this concept, they say
I
that
don't even know what to talk about with flat Earth.
the great detractor shit he's talking about.
Okay, I got a question.
So hold on, you just interrupted me. So I'm talking about him.
The Bible says that don't fear man, but fear God.
Spare the rod, spoil the child. I think we should
can destroy both body and soul. So God can destroy the soul. He can destroy anything he wants. He created it. He can destroy the soul.
Come on, dude.
So when you guys reject Christ, you're rejected, and you are free. You are free to
He is the Messiah.
And
God can't destroy the soul because that would be destroying himself.
You will be dead. You will be dead, and you will be no more.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
God can destroy both soul.
No, God can only not destroy the soul. That's why God is the soul, the eternal soul.
He can destroy the soul.
He would destroy himself.
Don't fear men who can't destroy your soul. Fear God who can
destroy himself. Then it's not God. If God can destroy itself, it's not God. Dude, what are you talking about?
Preach, Omar.
God is going to destroy you wicked unbelievers.
No, God's going to come and smack you into the
damnation for being retarded. The gospel of Jesus Christ.
You are willfully retarded.
Burn to ashes and be no more.
I guarantee you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, sir.
So you better find Jesus. You better find
He's purging the light from the dark.
Jesus. You're the one misquoting in every fucking episode.
I pray to God that Jesus finds you.
Hellfire and brimstone. Only $10 to get
the only begotten Son of God.
Your prayers have been answered. Your prayers have been answered, folks.
Hey, Clay, be honest. Does Rocky misquote
and they say God's not real.
How much
a miracle has happened.
I'm fucking dead, dude.
This is a problem with Christianity. It attracts a lot of selfish people. These people don't realize how selfish they are because what they are requesting is that.
Well, wait a second.
You got to understand the reason the Christian, especially these boomer types, want eternal life. Who are the boomers? They're the liberals that were born out of the post-World War II. But the reason the Christian wants eternal life is because
why do you
let me finish, man.
Liberals?
Because they are
liberals.
Because the baby boomers are liberals. They were the first liberals to ever happen on the surface of the earth.
Generation that took part in the first social things that we had put in.
The literal boomer generation.
That's the social security and all that kind of thing. That they're the first recipients and pretty much going to be the only recipients of that.
Yeah. Hashtag not all boomers. Not all, but the majority of American, because like. You got to understand the Christian. Why does the Christian want eternal life? What he's really saying is, I want for my specific way of life to go on forever. I want this selfish me to keep going on forever. These people don't want to change.
But how is it selfish if he's trying to tell you how to get that?
I would ask you if you know the difference between the me and the I.
Here's the thing. The whole purpose here. Let me explain. The whole purpose of resurrection means you're abandoning your old ways. You learn something from your old life, and now you're like having some sort of spiritual evolution. You could say you're becoming more knowledgeable. But what these people want, they don't want to let their old selves die. They don't want to kill the old self because to them the old self is all their egos. It's the liberal. It's that liberal mentality.
Are you talking about boomer Christians?
So let me understand. Are you generalizing all Christians that way?
The boomer generation of Islam or something, or just American Christians?
I would say
pretty sure he's Gen X, by the way.
American Christians. I would say this is particular to American. Yeah.
You got hair on your peaches. I'm just asking.
Couldn't we say that about Islam?
No. I was saying that, for example, in that same boomer literal generation of timeline, for example, the boomer generation in Afghanistan will have a completely different opinion and experience, or China, and etc. So I was making sure I thought you were saying about American Christians specifically, but I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, this is particular to the American Christian. This is not taught in Islam. In Islam, you're actually taught that it doesn't matter what you believe, what you do. At the end of the day, Allah is going to choose how He likes. So it's not based on the idea of a free grace.
Yeah, it's predeterminism.
Well, wouldn't you say it's pretty selfish that a unaliving bomber, all right, thinks that when he does what he does, he's going to heaven, and
he's not
there's going to be all
talking
these
about
virgins?
Muslims, brother. He just clarified. He's not talking. He's specifically talking about the boomer generation of American Christians. Let me give you an example. When they said during the pandemic,
all Christians.
No, during the pandemic, when it was like, you're going to kill someone's grandparents, the reason why they cared, they're the grandparents. The reason why they wanted everyone to worry about the stock market all the time, they're the only ones that have stocks. Get it? Yeah. About that generation.
Yeah, I understand now. I apologize.
Yeah, you got to understand. It's about perpetuating their own life. They could give less of a damn about the rest of us.
And he's
like literally they bought houses for like $40,000 and then try to sell them to us for $1 million, and then act like they don't understand why housing's unaffordable. Like, are you fucking serious, you dickheads?
Absolutely, Ben.
They're the only ones who are
very
going to
specific
benefit
statement.
from Social Security. I'm Gen X. And fucking promise you, I ain't getting no Social Security check from fucking, but it's going to be tapped by that point.
Yeah, this Ponzi scheme is just gonna drain the future generations, and it's often been said by many, not just me, not just in modern times, but even in ancient philosophers, that Marxism is just a political Christianity, and Christianity is just spiritual Marxism. This is an observation.
I think they both disagree with that, but
I like that, dude. I like that, dude. Marxism's only been around for like maybe 100.
I think he's got a cat on him also.
But not the concept. No, the whole concept of there's no Jew, no Greek. This is the very denial of race. There's no slave, nor rich man. This is a denial of class.
Is there no?
Yeah, but that's
race,
only
race?
with all due respect, to defend the Christians here for a moment. Even though 99% of the Christians today believe that, you have to remember that was made by one man, Paul, who in fact was actually a Jew. So technically speaking, you can blame the Jews for that.
Yeah, and there's some argument about whether or not
I'm playing, but I'm not. That's actually historically
well played.
I'm joking.
The Jews are getting shots fired everywhere.
They bring it on
Someone
themselves.
thinks I'm a Jew, and then an hour later they call me a Muslim. So whatever.
I don't give a fuck what you are.
Can't win, bro. You just can't.
I think it's hard to pin down the baby boomers as hippies, and then to say that they're the communist authoritarians that they are now, and call them Christian. Like, that's just too many labels for one group.
No, liberalism is inherently
fascist.
fascist. They just don't know it. They just hate fascist.
That's why there's so many different denominations. Like, I was going to ask Omar and Clay because
Hold on, did you hear his question? Did you hear his answer? That answer was fucking genius. Say your answer again.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Say your answer. The question was phenomenal. Say your answer again.
Yeah, the liberalism is inherently fascist. All they are is just gay fascists.
They're actually a flower.
Dude, I fucking love this guy.
The left's a good answer.
I fucking love this guy.
That was a good answer.
I'll be gay for
That was
you,
great.
dude.
Darth, you gotta turn your mic up. I can barely hear you. You're dropping some shit and no one can hear it. These liberals are gay fascists. They don't even know it.
Yeah,
I mean, if they had their way, they would make us.
Talking about Christianity, it's such a vague concept. He's talking about Christians, American Christians versus Christians elsewhere, certain generational Christians, and the whole concept of Christianity to me, it just seems so vague because it's got so many different meanings to so many different people. They say there's over 40,000 different denominations of Christianity, but I would say if there's 2.5 billion Christians on the planet, then there's 2.5 billion versions of Christianity. Frankly, like the word, you and Clay were talking about the word earlier. In the beginning was the word when we were talking about that whole energy thing. When the logos translates differently, depending on if you use philosophy and Heraclitus and the Stoics definition, it was really about knowledge, a fundamental principle. and not necessarily something that's spoken as a word. That's really kind of unique to Christian theology. Even in rhetoric, we think of it as a concept or something. So logos being the word was really developed in the third and fourth century through the church. It didn't even start in that way. And I don't think when John, the author who wrote John, I don't even think that he actually intended it to be as in spoken word, because when you actually read the Proverbs, creation was actually done through wisdom, the goddess wisdom, who's also a female deity and personified as a female in the book of Proverbs. And it says through her creation was made, through her the pillars of the earth were set, right? And so you get this massive transition, which you're well aware of, from the Canaanites to the Hebrews to First Temple Judaism, Second Temple Judaism, all the way until it becomes Christianity. And there's so many influences there. So I was just curious as what you guys think about, because you were talking about the word and citing that in the beginning it was the word. And I don't think that John actually intended the word to be spoken as the church has postulated that. I think that he was talking about more from philosophy of Heraclitus and the Stoics, that the word is actually concept.
That's exactly what I said. Hold on. Objective. That's exactly what I said. I said in the Hebrew understanding of the story of Genesis 1:1 is significantly different than the Christian version. In the word was Jesus, because Jesus was the word, and the word was chosen by the prophets in Tanakh, but Moses never said nothing about a Messiah. So it's this constant progression and development of something that they ad hoc apply to the fucking beginning story of the God they don't know about.
But the thing is, though, it's words that form thoughts.
No, but
That's
it's
what
not
it's
about
really
our
based on.
Thoughts that
Hebrew.
form that
No,
lead to
no,
words.
Hebrew word for abracadabra. What I speak, I create. So it's not a. It's about the creation of something in substance existence that's non-physical and cannot be witnessed by the five sensorial, right? And the etheric creation of which, it's like the creation of which the light itself can be cast upon. And so in ancient Kemetic philosophy, this is the ma'at. So the ma'at is the divine feminine, the substance, and God would be the phallus or the creation, right? So the existence of these polarities, which is in one way.
That's certainly one interpretation,
My
but
familiarity
it's
with
not the only one.
I'm not saying that I'm the only anything.
Sure. Another one, going back to what we was saying initially, the interpretation that I would get as John was writing it is the principle, as opposed to a deifying.
That makes so much more sense.
In the beginning was the truth of the gospel. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person, because the principle is the underlying truth of those things that don't need to be said. Yeah,
that interpretation, I think, is much more cohesive with the actual what John's whole hermeneutics, because he's not considered synoptic with the other three gospels for a reason, right? And I think that this interpretation actually matches John's theology a lot better when you look at it as principle. I think the brothers completely, Santa Claus or whatever the brother's name is, I'm sorry,
Santa Claus.
Yeah, he's right on. I agree with him 100%. And I think you mentioned ma'at. Now, I'm not a theologian, but I have studied this, and I do think that my recollection is that comes from Egyptian theology, and ma'at
Kemetic.
And ma'at represents
Kemetic
truth,
philosophy.
so that the soul is weighed against, or the heart, technically, your deeds, which are written down on your heart, the ka, are weighed down on the scales against ma'at's feather, because it's weighed against the truth. Is that,
yes?
Are we thinking of the same interpretation of ma'at there?
Well, no. So that's an embodiment. That's a Middle Kingdom Egyptian creation of ma'at into a physical form. So the same way that there were the Titans and the Greeks developed the gods, it's basically saying Jesus is God later. So it's a Middle Kingdom, not an Old Kingdom Egypt Kemetic understanding.
When would that have been, Omar?
Hold on, last thing. When we're talking about Old Kingdom Egypt, then Middle Kingdom is the Hellenistic, right? In Old Kingdom philosophies, there's no physical forms in these primordial forces.
Well, I would say, okay, so is there the ba and the ka in the Old Kingdom? Okay,
that's like the transition point. That's amazing. That's like the literal transition point to go into the Ra and then all the gods. So that would be like
the ba
so
and
in
the
Hebrew,
ka
that would be like El, and then there's El Elyon, which form the space between the firmament, and then the Elohim. So you mentioned like the El Elyon. I'm talking about the El, for example, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So you see, when the Christians talk about the logos, that's really interesting to me, because if you view this from the perspective as reality being simply what it really is something akin to like simulation theory. So basically, in simulation theory, you're gonna need your computer, which is gonna be God, and the means by which he generates a reality. And the question is, how does he do this? Well, in the very same way a computer generates a virtual reality through logic, so must God create all reality through the logos. And so, I think what the Christians call the firmament, and the Kermit, what the Egyptians called the waters of Nu. I'm not sure if you heard of this. It's akin to something it's akin to the ether. So basically, so the spirits, the spirit going through the waters of the ether, are basically the logos, or the information, the logic, which constructs a reality, because it must be what's the word I'm looking for?
So are you talking like Don Hoffman with the projection?
It is a projection of God's mind, which is, you could say, a virtual reality created within God's mind, of God's mind.
So that was it. Let me get what you just said is fucking amazing. First of all, so the Nu would be like the substance itself, like the brilliant darkness of which light is cast upon, right? Then the Nu is like the eternal itself. The Ma'at would be like the consciousness that we would refer to as the consciousness of a God force, right? Not saying judgments, like the where in the beginning there was a word, or in the beginning there was a thought, which would be a word before. Before the word is a thought. So the word would create the universe, all matter.
Oh,
I think you froze up, Omar.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah, no, that's him. That's not you. You must feel some vindication, though, because Omar had said that you were going to wreck the panel, and now Omar just said that was brilliant. So you must feel some vindication.
Yeah. Well, maybe something's in the air. Omar and I agreed. So
no, yeah, but because you know why, Santa? Because we're talking about really deep diving stuff and deep levels of philosophy that if you know enough, you eventually know you don't actually know the complete answer.
Yeah.
And that's
point to each other,
Clay,
but aren't the
and
same.
Clay loves this shit too. And Balderson, I mean, we're doing this Wednesdays at Balderson's Objective Ethics. By the way, Darth, the reason I said that to you, and I apologize in the back, is because what the guy who spurred out and accused everyone of everything he was doing was I called him Darth Dawkins' like protege. And so anyone who uses Darth, that's why I thought he came back under Darth Thronis, like a play on Platonism, to call me a Platonist, as if that would be bad.
The funny thing is, I do have history with Redefined Living. That's his YouTube account name. I used to like join his panels, but even then we had like a little bit of beef.
Whose panel?
Redefined Living. That's his YouTube channel.
The Gary guy?
Yeah, the guy you were having.
He has panels.
He used to back in like during COVID.
We saw how well he acted. By the way, you saw I changed my name to Sam's Theological Teacher, and in less than 3 minutes, he fucking left.
I could listen to you two talk for hours, I swear.
I didn't even say
you and Darth there.
By the way, yeah, Darth is great. And by the way, Objective Ethics, I just messaged you in the back, like 100% is the answer. But, this is the type of stuff. And like Clay, for example, Clay is my favorite type of Christian because his faith in Jesus is literally unwavering, but not from an ignorant perspective. He's gone through everything necessary and formed it by what he went through. He didn't get told Jesus is God and then ad hoc applied it with, in anachronistic ways. He fucking formed it himself, right? But even that guy Gary would call him a fucking heretic.
Yeah, well, the thing is I don't even, and I don't believe Jesus is God, right? So I really literally believe, based upon just a simple monotheistic, I guess you could say, understanding that he was created just like all of us. The whole creation, there's only one being or one thing that was ever existence before that we could also call, in my opinion, eternal because he's everlasting. But then,
congratulations, you're a Gnostic. Perfect. You're 100% perfect. And, and according to the Jews, you're an Ebionite, which would mean accepting Jesus the Messiah, but then understanding the Messiah wasn't God. So you're a Gnostic Ebionite. And guess what? Good. That's the
I mean,
best
that doesn't
thing.
have to necessarily exclusively be agnostic. He could be a oneness. He could be an Arianist, and I don't mean Arianism in white power. I mean,
dude, I made that point the other night. I made
Arius.
that.
Arius was a Gnostic. They call him the godfather of the Gnostics. That's my point.
Because remember, I asked if your point about Paul would change if they fucking did Arianus's view of Paul, where he wasn't making Jesus divine.
Right.
No, but that wasn't Paul. If you say not making Jesus divine, then you have to take Paul out because that's all he did. Paul created a religion
according
about
to Arius.
Jesus.
According to Arius, they were just trying to. All that was happening was they were misinterpreting Paul, and that Paul was an actual apostle, but he did not consider Jesus divine. So that was their version of it.
Well, then what writings that's attributed to Paul can we accept? Because in every single one of his letters that people later called gospels, that's all he fucking talked about.
Man, I don't like any of it, so I'm not sure why I would be able to answer that.
No, I
was
tell you.
asking about the
I can tell
Arian
you why.
controversy.
I can tell you why.
Because you're a multicultural man, Mr. Balderson.
Arius was a Gnostic. Arius was a Gnostic, and Paul was so attributed and intertwined into the early church that you couldn't just erase Paul all of a sudden. He was trying to find a way to explain him away, and then if he was able to achieve that Paul didn't mean what he said, then he could bring the rest of the ecumenical council into conceiving that Jesus now is not God. It was a misinterpretation.
Yeah,
And
Omar,
he was a heretic for that.
I might have misheard you. I feel like you were saying that
Wiseman buzzed into the party with a big 50. I went to feed the monkeys, but the monkeys were gone, so I can only feed the gorillas now. Ooh. Hi, everyone.
That's Ed Sheeran if he was being theological.
I was just curious, Omar. Just correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded to me like you said that Arian was the first Gnostic, but we get the Gnostic text from the Nag Hammadi library, and the Essenes. And John the Baptist was probably one of the first Gnostics. I mean,
agreed.
Yeah,
and the tribe of the Mandaeans, of which I believe both John the Baptist and Jesus came from.
Sure.
When I said it, I immediately was like, hold on a second, but I didn't want to interrupt myself because then there would have been a break in, and then everyone would have jumped in, and it wouldn't have been finished. But yeah, no, I didn't. You're absolutely right. The Nag Hammadi library, the Gnostic Gospels that were found in the Gospel of Thomas, all the things they call heretical, aka Gnostic, is the same way the Romans called people who weren't Romanized barbarians. So it's a intentionally derogatory term you use on people to try to say, oh, they're Gnostic. But really, the funny part is you're saying, oh, they're seeking wisdom outside of the church. Don't listen to them.
Hey, can I ask Omar, because I don't know too much about the Gnostics. Why are they calling Thomas and them heretics though?
No. The
That's
Gospel
what he
of
was
Thomas
just
would be
saying.
considered a Gnostic gospel.
Exactly. Yeah, they
all
didn't like the Gnostics when they
have
made
you read
the
Have you read the Gospel of Thomas?
I mean, it's been a while, but
Okay, no, probably not. Look, you look up Gospel of Thomas. It's 116 or 118 sayings that's attributed to Jesus from the Apostle Thomas, who writes, and then the Messiah spoke. Like he wrote what Jesus said, right? And it was found in the Nag Hammadi libraries where we're talking about, and it actually is a much older canon. I think the Ethiopians have it from even older.
Yeah.
So the reason it was never canonized is because nowhere in there did Jesus say he's God. Jesus had answers that were on the highest level of philosophical, according to the Gospel of Thomas. He sounds like a Buddha. You know what I mean? So read those. That's
I get what you're saying now.
The biblical Jesus, the historical Jesus came from. When I read the Gospel of Thomas, I realized this man, first of all, definitely existed. And number two, because 65% of the sayings in Gospel of Thomas are in the first gospel. So you can't say it's all made up. The only stuff that's not in the Gospel of Mark is the stuff that when you're talking about like, show me he who does not come from the womb of the mother, and those things. Anyway.
All right.
Clay, question. Just following up on there's one God Almighty who created all things, is what essentially I heard you say. Now, when there was a spirit going over the waters, was that an expression of that same deity, or is it a separate and one type deity that you might see in the Trinity?
That would be the spirit of God. So that's what would be referred to as ruach, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It was actually not. It's not like he physically, or even like the presence of him was there. It's actually his spirit.
Okay.
And a lot of people actually don't even understand what that means.
Yeah.
It's the dynamic energy, the force of him. Now we have electricity, energy,
Yeah.
that sort of thing in the physical universe, but and I would actually say that he is able to manipulate that as well as matter. But that's not a reference to what he what's being referenced right there.
Yeah.
It's on the spiritual realm side.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, but
Thank
the
you.
problem with the Christians and spirit is that they anthropomorphize spirit as if it were some sort of entity. What the
Well,
what the spirit?
respectfully, Clay just didn't.
Yes,
Respectfully.
he didn't. But most Trinitarians are gonna anthropomorphize the spirit. What the spirit is
Clay is
something
not a
like
Trinitarian, so yeah, that's part of why he didn't. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
the
that's why I'm
spirit's
saying Clay's a very unique Christian. He's a follower of
Unitarian?
Jesus, as he would say. He's not. He would be Unitarian. Yeah, he would be a Unitarian. But even then, I wouldn't. I would respect
Yeah, it's
his.
still a poor terminology.
I still wouldn't put him in a box. That's the highest level of respect.
and not to put you in that box there, Clay.
No, I know.
But yeah. So what the spirit is more akin to, it's like the spirit is it's what an entity does. So you could say the spirit is more akin to the song inside of a cassette. It has no real ontology, but it is some sort of code which gives, for example, you'll hear cheerleaders, do you have the spirit? They're not saying do you have this entity with you, but rather do you have what moves you.
See, I would wonder if that
there's a
doesn't fit
soul
in
and a
with a
spirit,
motive
right?
force.
There's a soul and a spirit. There's
Well,
a
it's
person
not just
and a human.
It's not just a force, but it is the rhythm, the data, the information which makes up that force. You could say that.
Well, yeah,
for example,
but the motive force is what spins
Yes.
things off into existence, right?
Yeah,
And
the rhythm of
it's the thing that motivates.
Yeah, this way too, right? So like when we're alive, there is something inside of us that we would call that spirit, right? And so it's similar to that. Now the scriptures actually describes it as it's the same. It actually comes from the source. That spirit that is life comes from the source, and it returns to the source. So that it's the same sense of what that is, except for that when you die or the body dies, that spirit goes back to the source. So there's something, according to the scriptures, that's keeping us breathing, keeping us, the blood pumping, alive.
Yeah, there's different modalities of spirit. For example, you have the Holy Spirit, and you have the spirit of anger, the spirit of jealousy. But these are simply modalities. These are corruptions of that original spirit.
Yeah, so spirit, and you say, when we say like spirit or like soul, right? It would be like my soul would be a part of an eternal spirit, right? And so like even if you take that concept, which you could call a spiritual or religious, I get whatever context you want. If you apply that to the old understandings like ma'at, the ma'at would translate today to truth. But the answer would be that the only singular eternal truth is life. That would be, you know what I mean? So that would mean that the first and eternal creation is only life and variations. So you could say like a person would be someone who wears a mask on stage, but then you could say me, which is the Omar, but the I would be a deeper, and so on, deeper and deeper we would go, because you could say these are my atoms, but then we would never neglect that the atoms are particles of the entire universe, right? So you can look at that from a spiritual perspective of my soul and then the eternal and spirit, which would be the grander singular existence of eternal life.
Yeah, because I think like Because to me, what soul is basically the ghost. The soul and ghost are one-to-one.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the projection we put out into the world. Because when you see a ghost, you're not gonna say that the clothes have a spirit or have a ghost. It is simply the mind projecting what it used to be once. So what we see in the mirror, that's what we assume to be. That's when we get up in the day, like, this is me, the person in the mirror, but that's not you. That's simply your perception that you made in your mind of you. And
Well,
so
your
once you pass on and you manifest as a ghost, you're simply projecting what you saw in the mirror.
Or perhaps even just the energy of that spirit life.
Well, here's the thing.
It's that data.
You can imagine. So here's the thing. You can close your eyes, or you can think of just stories, and you can conceive of multiple ghosts, whether in stories, movies, books, or your own imagination. But if you go high enough or deep enough into the concept called God, there's only one thing it can show. That's the difference. You can't conceive of multiple gods. Otherwise, there's not God. You understand?
Yeah, ineffable. You can't describe it. When you get to where you can't describe,
You can't observe anything other than it in singularity and in all things. That's the point. On the highest, or the oldest, by the way, this is not Omar shit. This is Kemetic philosophy. I didn't come up with this shit myself. The oldest understandings are what I'm repeating right now. It's not like I'm fucking so smart. I just found a dead end, which happened to be the oldest shit out, which is ironic.
Hey, Sam.
Among the oldest. Yeah.
Sam, do you know who a Theoria hypothesis is?
Yes.
Yes.
That's Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched him, you should. His talks on the spiritual is just like some of the most profound stuff I ever heard.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like listening to anything.
Tell us what it is. I want to explore later.
His name's Ken Wheeler.
It's a lot of that deeper.
He's like
non Snickers wrapper version
Ken
of
Wheeler, Theoria.
Darth, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Thanks.
Who?
What is it you exactly believe in?
Well, I would say I believe in the most ancient God, the one that is mentioned across all continents.
Who's that?
It's the Great Chaos, which just means the Great Mind, because that's all.
I was going to ask if you can explain that.
And the question would be, did the chaos always exist, or was that created? That's the question for the chaos theory.
Well, yeah, the trick of this question, when an atheist asks that question, it's a bit of a trick, because you got to understand. I know, and not to say you're doing this, but
yeah, that's why you've not seen me coming before.
Yeah, when the atheist asks this question, they're being a little bit deceptive, because to exist, the definition to exist means within space and time. So they're asking, is God within space and time? Of course, that's a ridiculous question, because God is the source of space and time. So they're being facetious.
They don't. Right. But here's what I've come to learn, and this is a defense to them. It's not even they're doing it intentionally. When I was arguing about Paul with Vocab Malone, about 3/4 of the way, an hour and a half into it, I realized, oh fuck! When he's referring to God, he's still referring to Jesus and the God from the Garden of Eden as one thing. And I was like, oh man, I didn't. So they're not doing it on purpose. So they have to have eternal or within space and time, because God existed within space and time, materialized in Jesus, which is their gateway. If you took Jesus out of the picture, then in their mind, you're taking God away. They don't see a difference between it. That it's not even software; it's hardware programming. It's very deep.
Well, I'm an agnostic atheist. I might be the only atheist actually on this panel right now, which is totally fine. I would say that's really problematic, the way you phrase space and time, because we consider it to be space time. So I don't even know that we have a really good cosmological understanding of what time actually is. So you really have to, to be intellectually honest and to be in good faith with your interlocutors, I think you need to come to a common understanding of what you're even talking about when you talk about time for one thing. And there's a lot to get into with that. I'd love to debate this with you guys, but I do have to get to bed. I've got a job I've got to go to tomorrow. But I wanted to say thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to share a panel with you guys. Balderson, Omar,
Good talking to you.
Yeah, let's do it.
I know we have some different worldviews.
Thank you, DeFreak. Good having you, brother. And thank you. Sorry, DeFreak bailed out before that.
We have a different worldview than a lot of you guys, but I do share common respect for all people, and I think that we have common ground there. So very much enjoyed talking to you guys tonight. Thank you so much for putting on a good show.
We would definitely like to have you on a more discussionary.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you again.
Smaller group chat. Objective ethics. And I did laugh earlier when he goes, you can't have objective can't have objective ethics if you're atheist. And he said that in response to objective ethics and didn't notice that was his name. That made me laugh.
So in essence, an atheist just means, right, that you don't believe in any source of God.
What it really means is that they're materialist, and that's where it's really going to get them. Ultimately, what an atheist is a materialist.
And there's two classes.
They believe in the physical.
I don't agree with the.
Well, there's some physicists who are atheists that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Clay. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying there's two classes of atheists, which I don't necessarily agree with. The second class, which is the ones that say they're agnostic atheists, which essentially they say, there's not enough proof for them to make a definitive claim.
Yeah, atheist, a before a word in I guess it's Greek, is saying it's not a theist. And so there's not the definition. So agnostic is somebody who hasn't determined, or they might not have a specific belief. So when you combine two of those, that's where a lot of the scientists come out. They're saying that they don't have definitive evidence for it, but they don't believe that there is anything to find evidence for.
Let's face it, a bunch of these quote-unquote scientists are just atheists first and scientists second.
Yeah, I couldn't argue that.
A lot of them are completely full of shit, and the same way that a true apologist will start quoting different books and piece things together to prove their point, but really there's no actual connection. They're false causations between one and the other. They go from ad hoc down to the beginning and then post hoc, right? And they think because they used all these quotes that happens to be in the book, that they're appealing to an authority as if they know more because they memorized more. Scientists today do the same shit.
That's pretty fucking critical thinking.
Yes, it's a very critical. I'm being very critical. It's internal critique. And science people do the same shit. If they go, 1.21 gigawatts sometimes could be multiplied. Dude, what are you talking about? I asked you if fucking red is red, consistent, understands of red.
Yeah, it's a human condition, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to
Here's my stance. Is why can't one people believe one thing without trying to take over other people and forcing them to believe their beliefs?
The question you're asking is why didn't God just give Abraham
liberals for fascists?
No, I'm not talking about just one Buddhism.
Hey, Jody. Sure.
Yes, sir.
I got an answer for you. Because the more people believe, the more right you are.
That's my point. And it's the biggest fucking word behind it is faith, right?
Well,
believe that God is going to produce crops. The rain is going to come. Greater time.
That keeps us together as humans.
Sure. I mean, does
part of our social
does the rain
belief
stop?
and faith are the biggest fucking things. But meanwhile, this is coming from a burning bush that created a man that sacrificed a rib.
But what if that
you're still on biblical God? We are transcended past that analogy.
I'm not being atheistic. This is just my interpretation.
Anymore. We've ascended past the idea of that. I think we've elevated the conversation and expanded it further. And you're bringing it back down into did Moses talk to the bush? Did the bush talk to Moses?
And we were getting pretty philosophical.
Here,
Yeah, we are
the problem with the problem with the anthropomorphizing God is that you now make him part of the creation. So he now leaves his position as the entity that upholds reality.
So,
Steps into
another
the
paragraph,
reality,
another poem
and
that's
now
going
the
to put me to
reality is not
sleep.
being held
Just give
up
me
by
a simple
anything.
fucking answer. Give me a
I have
simple
a poem on
what's
this
your
subject.
question?
I have a whole book of poems on this subject.
Everything is
So
poems and fucking
what do you want me to answer?
this and that, circle around, circle
What's your
around,
question?
circle around.
What's your
I
question?
can answer any of your questions.
Look, we're trying to add a human logic onto a God logic. Those are two different things right there alone.
Thank
No,
you,
there's
sir.
only such thing as logic. There's not this different special kind of logic. There is only logic.
So this
What?
is
Yeah,
kind of, this is kind of like
So you can think as a
dilemma,
God
right?
can. A
I'm
creator,
not
you can
putting
think as
anyone
he
else down, but you guys are putting me down.
Look, the
How's that?
law of
How does that
identity
make sense?
is not going to change whether I use it or whether God uses it. The law of identity is going to be the same. God is not using some sort of special version of law of identity.
So what God, right? So what God? There's
God is
so many
all,
different gods out there.
Let me tell you what God is. God is the God. No, God is the mind which generates our reality. That's all what God is.
Father,
So in a
Son, and
sense,
Holy Spirit.
almost
God.
God is not three persons. That makes no sense.
Sounds like you're talking about like Matrix, like artificial intelligence.
The Matrix.
That's called the
literally
cosmic
just,
mind. It's a cosmic mind concept.
Yeah.
I would agree. That's one aspect
I
of
believe
God.
with
Certainly not a
cosmic
singular
mind, but
man.
not that God dies. Not God is creation, not apart from it.
God can never be part of the creation. This is what you guys don't understand. What the Christians don't understand.
Well, I understand quite well.
Oh, I keep an open mind, so don't throw me in the same boat with all that.
We can have different beliefs. I mean, you prove yours, I'll prove mine. We can have different beliefs and have a great conversation. I'm just saying, you know, with science alone and with God alone, you still go back to where's the original stuff. And so it's not unrational or irrational to say that God is the original stuff. I'm a non-dualist, for example. So there's nothing a part of creation that's not also a part of us. And there's nothing within us that's not a part of creation. Some people say some different alchemical things say the exact same thing. A lot of what Omar says, a very similar thing, if not the exact same thing. We are, in one sense, interacting with our reality. And part of the reality, I fully agree with you, is by our interpretation of the environment around us.
Yeah,
I'm just
like
saying we can't know what it is.
Santa, like you and I are simply doing this for the search of truth, but the Christians don't want to admit. Yeah, but the Christians don't want to admit. Yeah, but the Christians don't want to admit they are simply following Christ because they were hurt at one point in their life and simply adopted Christianity as a crutch to fix that wound in their life, and they cannot let go of it.
You're generalizing again because not all Christians think that way.
Most Christians,
surely some people
of
are that way, and then other people, as Omar said before, I think Clay's coming at this even from a different angle.
I mean, just look at just look at how Christianity
let me answer something to you, Darth. Though, as a Christian, like I have a very open mind. Like Omar sent me some book names. I read one last night. The Divine. I can't remember. Pymander, yeah, I always get it mixed up and it was, it's opened my eyes. Like I keep a very open mind because I'm not against being wrong or saying my faith in something might be wrong. Because I have to. I forgot who said it. It was on one of the panels, but I have to interact with the universe as much as it interacts with me.
Look at how Christianity is marketed to people. It is marketed through emotional manipulation, emotional hurtness. Like, oh, you're hurt. Here comes Jesus to help you with that hurt. It is never marketed to people in the sense, oh, this is the truth. This is the facts. It is never marketed. Jesus is never marketed that way. They never marketed.
How is that different than science?
And one second, guys, before you answer that, objective ethics comes in with the big 20. I am an agnostic atheist, and I am a metaphysical naturalist, not a materialist. You are trying to force every atheist into a single worldview when that doesn't apply to every atheist. Great conversation.
Exactly.
Thank you, brothers. And we would
absolutely
absolutely
right.
love to have you on a discussion to discuss things like that.
A naturalist is a materialist.
Fourth Wiseman
What's
comes
the
in with the Big
distinction without the
Ten.
difference?
Mind blown.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big Ten and says, I asked God, why do you make me fart? He said, I give you flatulence and urinations to make everyone happy. Huh. I don't get it, God. God, now you're full of piss and wind. Ha ha. Oh, God. Everybody likes farting.
So with OE's comment there, I would say that he leans more to the agnostic side than, I mean, that's just my observation of that particular statement. Like, that's, you know, when you say metaphysical, you really understand that there is like there's there's the mind, from my understanding of what you're saying, there's the mind that exists, and it doesn't necessarily rely on a specific chemical process in order for understanding to take place. Like, understanding can take place in the mind, or in the mind, not the brain. Like, so there's this thinking happening, this detailed understanding. The brain is just a vessel at that point. That sounds more like agnostic to me, because you're saying you don't know necessarily where that might come from. It is physical. You're saying yes, definitely physical, which is the
Insane
materialist.
in the
But you're saying
membrane.
it's not materialist in the sense of, like, you're going to rely on that understanding.
Well, he's saying he's a metaphysical naturalist, but not a materialist, which is a contradiction, because to be a metaphysical naturalist means you are a materialist. You're not going to say there's a natural spirit out there, because that would not be material.
Well, Darth, let me reply.
No, but the whole point is the spirit's not the spirit and the soul's not material.
Omar,
that's
please.
the point.
Omar, please. So, Darth, I think one of the things that we could observe with all of us,
you see this? The pussy licks itself.
Cat syndrome.
The pussy licks itself.
So one of the things that occurs with all of us is we've been around somebody with this label or that label. And so we might know someone who said, I'm an agnostic atheist and a metaphysical naturalist and whatever. And maybe they're using it right. Maybe they're using it wrong. And that's the trouble with a lot of these complicated labels, is that we can misunderstand where somebody's coming from our assumptions. Like with Clay, I mean, I've listened to Clay intently a lot of the times, and I was kind of surprised to hear, you know, that he wasn't a Trinitarian. And I appreciate that and learning that today, Clay. But when we go, Darth, he's not this because that conflicts with that, maybe that's a good question for us to have the next time he's on.
Yeah, because I just realized that Clay didn't think Jesus was God literally last week. I thought the entire time, all our interactions, that he thought Jesus was God. And he said, no. I was like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. I was like, that. And by the way, that means that 50% of my assumptions of him were wrong at all times of him having that belief systems. And
me too, Clay.
Yeah, But again, we all have the programming. I think that's what Santa's saying. We all have that program, because when I did the debate with the atheist, who I thought he was saying there is no God, that's why we did the debate of God, no God. He goes, I'm an agnostic atheist. There could be. And I was like, well, what the fuck are you doing on a debate about an agnostic position? And said, maybe not. But objective ethics came on in the panel, and he explained what he meant, what he means by atheist.
You know what the
atheist. The other guy didn't even fucking explain it, and he spent 2 hours talking.
God is one God. The triune God is one God. It's the Father.
How many? What does triune mean? What does triune mean?
God.
It means you have.
Oh, it means three. So go back
to
to telling me how 3 is 1. Thank you.
Listen, we're made in God's image. We have a body, a soul, and a spirit.
Which
But
God
we're
made us?
one.
Was it the
God,
triune
the
God or the
Father,
single God before it went triune?
God, the
Did it start
Father
up as
has never
three and
been
become one,
seen.
or did it start as one and become
God
three?
the
Tell me.
Father is the soul. Jesus is the body.
So it went from
And the
one to
spirit
three.
is the spirit. It's
So
one.
did three make us? Did three make humans or one?
Okay, if you ever got a book, you got a
Did one
book.
make two or did three make
There's
one? I'm
3
confused.
chapters in the book. There's
Did
3
number
chapters
two?
in the book, but
Does
there's
number
only
two
one
make number one or
book.
number two make number three?
I'm trying to explain the Trinity, you
You can't explain it.
moron.
It's all a troll. It's a
If
fucking.
you
It's the
deny
longest running
Christ
troll
came
joke
in the
ever.
flesh,
It's
if you
1,700
deny
years
that,
of a fucking
if you
joke, a bad joke.
deny Jesus Christ came in the
It has nothing
flesh,
to do with Jesus Christ. I don't need to deny Jesus
yo,
Christ to just deny
bro,
the
it
Trinity.
has all
That's where
to
you get it
do with
wrong. By
Christ.
Trinity, you're denying Jesus Christ's teachings. How dare
Don't
you?
understand the scriptures.
All right, Rocky,
You don't
How dare
Rocky.
you?
I'm gonna
You
say
deny
I gotta
Jesus
say my
Christ.
goodbyes, man. I'm getting tired here.
Jesus would look at you and say, "Woe to you! Get away from me! I did not know you."
All right, guys, let Adam make his way out.
I appreciate you guys, you Omar, Darth. I enjoyed listening to what you had to say. Hope to hear from you again. Thank you again, Mr. Balderson. Thanks, Sarah, for me. Clay, love talking to you. Jody, stop being a creeper.
Adam,
All right,
get off my sack, bro. You're like a tick on a deer.
Now, you wish something was on your sack, buddy.
I don't know why you're so obsessed with me, bud. I literally have no
I
idea.
like
why
picking
you're-
fun at you. Rocky, stop being a slaver. But gentlemen, have a good night.
That's
I wish
true.
I could continue on, but I'm dozing off.
Night, Adam. Thanks for coming, brother.
See you guys.
Howdy.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
And stop blaming boomers for everything, you young punk ass bitches.
Nah, I'm gonna blame boomers are to blame for all the troubles in America.
The boomers' fault.
They sold America away.
He said not all.
I heard that boomers.
Job. I can't get a job. It's the boomers' fault. Yeah.
Actually,
I don't even been talking about
have my own job.
I heard the boomers.
Rocky,
Rocky,
it's all the boomers get.
Rocky. I
Actually,
heard
I make my
I
own
heard the boomers ate the apple in the Garden of Eden. You son of a bitch.
Oh, show. I saw it. Hey, I saw it. I saw it.
Of course, now they need applesauce. Hey, Rocky.
I was there in the Garden of Eden. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you what happened.
It happened after Pangea.
What about the
and
symbolism of the
Okay.
snake and the apple?
Hold on, Rocky.
Check
Were you
out-
there? Were you there? Then
check
shut
out-
the fuck up about the Garden of Eden. I was there. I just told you.
Check out Isaiah 46. Remember the
Uh,
former things of old, for I am God, and there is none else. I am God, and there is none like me.
And
Declaring
Isaiah was
the
not talking
end,
about a man named
declaring
Jesus.
the end from the beginning and from the ancient times, the things that are not
Yes,
yet done.
amen.
That's not a
Hey,
scripture
my
you want to
counsel
quote in the
will
Trinitarian
stand. I will
doctrine.
not be.
Amen. Amen. This is why everyone thinks
I
I'm a
will
Jew. And guess what?
do
Isaiah was not talking
I
about
will
Jesus.
do
Sorry.
all my pleasure. I will do
Jesus
all
was
my
not even in Joseph's nutsack when Isaiah said
Anyway,
spoke those words,
if you
sir.
go to the
of
very
course, the apple
first-
is gone. They fucking Rocky ate it.
if you go to
Rocky,
the very first, go to the very first word in the Bible, it's beginning.
We
And
already
if you
went over this
translate
an
it,
hour ago.
it
Your fucking brain
points,
is on repeat now,
points
dude.
to the cross.
So I have a
Hebrew
question
has-
for you, Rocky Road. I got a question for you. How many gods does God want you to worship?
There's only one God in three.
But I thought you said there's three.
Parts. Three
So
parts.
there's three gods. You
one
worship
God.
three gods?
Are you one person? You
Don't
have a
get mad, don't
body,
get mad,
you
don't
have a
get mad.
soul, and
Calm
you have a
down, bro.
spirit. You're
Rocky.
three
Your blood
parts in
pressure's gonna go
one.
down,
Hey, is
Rocky.
your
Let me answer
body
your
operate
question, Rocky,
independent?
so you
Does
can
your body
understand.
operate independent of your mind? Hey, does the body
No,
operate
no,
independent consciousness
Clay's
of the
got a
mind?
great question.
Yeah, I'm
One at a time when questioning the great prophet.
Does the body have an independent consciousness? Does the body have an independent? There's not three different fucking consciousness, three different persons. God is
We
not
have
three.
I actually with I'm
He never
actually
answers
with,
any questions, by
This boomer never
I'm
put down the
actually with
weed.
Rocky on this one. I don't believe in his God at all, but you definitely got 3 consciousnesses in your body. For
No,
sure.
no,
Rocky,
that's not the point.
put
No,
down
no,
the
not
marijuana.
Ben. They're not talking what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, I
they're
know.
talking-
I know that he's wrong
Yeah.
about everything else, but he said that thing.
I'm
right,
not
that's
arguing the
Christian.
ultimate truth. I'm
They're
arguing
like,
down in the fucking pig slop.
yeah.
You
They got to get
can't-
something right once
you
in a
can't
while.
compete with me, shaman.
What?
You worship a different God. You think you
Motherfucker,
can
you and I.
become
Let me
God.
explain something, Rocky.
You
You and
think
I
you
need to
can
drink
become
peyote for
God.
3 days
You
in
are-
Sedona together, and we'll both fucking find God together.
Dude, could
Okay?
you imagine Rocky on ayahuasca? He would probably talk
No,
in
he needs
normal
peyote
fashion.
or Native American. We go
give
with
him
the
the-
Hopi
I'd
Indian,
rather
Sedona,
not.
Arizona.
I'd rather
No,
not.
he doesn't need ayahuasca. Please. We go
Anyway,
with
I have
peyote in
shared.
Sedona, Arizona.
I have shared the bashrit with you, the first word and the interpretation. I've
We
shared
already
it
went over
in
that, bro.
back chat. Do
We
a little
programmed-
research and stop talking about shit you don't know. Do a little research.
I'm the one who said the word in
God
fucking Hebrew
pointed
first.
to the cross. In the very
And that-
first word of the
You know who made
Bible
up that
points
idea?
to
The
the
Bible. You know who made up the
cross.
Bible code? A rabbi
yeah?
in 1992.
You believe all the other codes. You.
This is
you'll
why
believe
mine's
in
better.
what
I
you
got a
believe.
wrench, way better than them 2 nails.
Yeah, here's the Tanakh.
Okay.
Right?
Look at the. Just bring up my
Bereshit.
thing.
Yeah,
There's no
Bereshit.
thing. I'll
Yo,
show
hey,
you
see
how
that?
it's
See the first
translated.
word? Where's the cross? That's Bereshit. Right
I'll
there in
show
the
you
Greek. Where's the cross?
translation in back chat.
Show me the
You
cross.
You can look at the cross right here.
Where? There it is. Show us.
It's in the. It's playing on the screen.
Yes. You know what that's called? That's called the Bible
In
code.
my
It's written by a
back
Jewish
chat
rabbi
right
in 1992, dude. You're a Jew.
It's called
You're a
the
Jew.
Bereshit. The Bereshit.
You're not. You're
In the
not Christian, you're a
beginning,
Jew.
Genesis 1:1, the very first word of the Bible
There's no
points
cross there,
to Jesus.
genius. There's
Points
no
straight
cross.
to Jesus.
Where's the cross?
The cross is the last letter in the word Bashit.
So it's not the first.
B.
Okay.
B.
Okay.
B-E-R-R-R.
Show us the caveman math. Yes.
Alpha.
Yes.
She. Yod.
Okay.
Tav.
Okay,
Tav
so because
equals
there's a
Tav
cross
is the
letter in
cross.
Hebrew, therefore Jesus created the universe, right?
This is a
There's both
translation of the
sides.
first word. That's a translation of the first word.
You-
of the
it's not
Bible.
called a translation. You
And
don't translate a
it
single
tells
word.
You who
You
God
spell it
is.
out.
It tells you
It's called
God.
spelling. And this is
That
Jew
is
magic.
ancient Hebrew.
Okay, you've
It's
already said it
ancient
7 fucking times, 4 times in the last 10 minutes. Let me explain. This
Oh,
this is
okay.
called the Bible code. It was created by a rabbi in 1992. You're a Jew.
Yeah, this is the Tanakh. Rock.
You like Jew magic, Rocky. Sorry, thank you. Move on. Then the Christians got their hold of it in 99 and turned it into this thing you're talking about. But you clearly
Yeah.
look, the Jews explained it differently.
Absolutely.
If you were a Hebrew living in that day, the very first word would identify that someone is going to die on the cross. Come
Yeah,
to the
everyone
earth
thought
and
that.
die on
That's
the
why
cross.
everyone thought that. That's right before that
I
big
was a
earthquake in
Hebrew. I
78
went
AD,
to
remember?
I just learned that a few years ago.
That's right
Everybody
before that
thought
big earthquake no one's ever heard about. Remember? The
Nobody,
biggest one ever.
nobody taught me that shit. No churches teach that shit.
You just
You're
pulled
making
up
crap
you
up.
just pulled up
You
a
make
tutorial on
shit
YouTube.
up all the
You just
time
pulled
because
up
you're
a classroom tutorial,
shaman.
dude. Someone
You're
taught
a
you it.
shaman making shit
I
up
am a
all
shaman.
the
That's why I'm
time.
pulling out your fucking
Oh, I
demons
don't
and
believe
on the
in
air.
Paul. Paul was a fool.
You're the one talking about another man, not me. I didn't mention nobody else.
You gotta
Paul
stop
was you
trolling,
guys.
man.
Paul was a
Paul was on his
Paul,
knees
Paul
hoping
was
that
a philosopher. He
that
was
Krishna's
really
cum falls out the sky like the Ganges
Plutonian
River.
or whatever
He
you
was
call
hoping
that.
that Jesus would come down from the heavens into his mouth when he was on his knees on the way to the.
Paul was really
Oh, shots fired.
Rocky, I got a question for you, Rocky.
No, that wasn't disrespect because the Indians believe that the Krishna is shooting the load, and that's the Ganges River.
You
That's why
twist
they
the
swim in it.
scriptures for your own bullshit.
Rocky, I got a question for you, Rocky.
I was doing Hindu scriptures 5,000 years before the one you're talking about.
Right.
Rocky, why did you
Well,
join
at least their
Christianity?
origin, right, Omar?
Huh? Yeah.
At least
That's
there
because
are
he wants to own
traditions
slave. He
that-
wants to own people, Darth the Reigns, and
Hey,
that's
Santa,
the only
the funniest
religion
part about
that's
it is
cool.
the dirtiest natural landmass, the dirtiest water on earth is the Ganges
I'm
River.
not
That was the most
exaggerating.
holy.
He
Isn't it
does.
ironic? They
Oh,
worship
he
their
does.
god
I
in the
agree with that.
dirtiest thing on earth.
But I
Wait,
wonder
Odin
why
and
the
the
reason,
Ganges,
what hurt
I'm
him,
getting
what in
kinda
his past hurt him to join Christianity? Because he's using
Meanwhile, the River Jordan is beautiful. We should all go baptize in the Jordan River.
Do you want to own people?
No, I want people that owe me something to pay their debt.
God damn, brother. You're
Rocky,
not
tell
helping
me,
yourself at all.
Why
dude.
did you join Christianity?
Now I
You're
can
not helping
forgive
yourself.
Tell me the moment you became a Christian.
I was like
Take us
5
back.
years old.
It was
What happened?
Moses.
What happened to
I was
5-year-old
5
Rocky?
years old when I believed in
And
Jesus.
according to him, he became
Tell
a
me what
Christian
happened
when
to 5-year-old
God's first
Rocky.
word was the cross.
My neighbor gave me the gospel. My neighbor gave me the gospel and said,
What
"Believe in Jesus and you will be saved." And I
So tell me
saw
about
in
this
my
neighbor.
mind, I saw Jesus on the cross dying for my sins.
Tell me
Because I
about this
knew I
neighbor,
was a
Rocky.
sinner. I knew I was a sinner by the time I was 5.
What
And
did
I
this
knew I
neighbor tell
needed
you, Rocky?
a redeemer. And when I was given the gospel,
what did
someone
this
said,
neighbor tell
Jesus
you?
died on a cross for your sins. And I had a vision. I seen Christ dying on the cross for my sins.
Rocky, what
I
did you
felt
do at the age
sorry.
of 5 that
I
was a
felt,
sin?
I felt really bad because I knew I put him up there. I put
Rocky, what
Jesus
did
on
you
the
do at the age
cross.
of 5?
Okay, dude,
We
it's
all
been 10
put
minutes.
Jesus
Rocky,
on
the
the
reason why everyone
cross.
talks about you is
Rocky,
because
And
you don't
you
stop.
guys
Kill an animal at the age of 5.
Rocky,
You
the
guys
reason
think
why
I'm
everyone interrupts you.
Rocky, what did you do at the age of 5?
Oh, if I just do good, I can just do
what
good.
did you
If
do
I
at
do
the age of
better,
5,
is
Rocky?
because you don't
better,
stop.
I'll go to
You talk
heaven.
until someone
Did you
interrupts
kill an
you. That's
animal,
the problem.
Rocky?
Hold on,
It's the
Rocky.
gauntlet.
The reason
Stop.
everyone interrupts you is
screaming
because you
baby
don't
on the
stop.
plane back?
You have to pick a minute maximum. Everyone interrupts you because you don't stop. No one's trying to be rude. You don't stop. That's the problem. Go ahead.
Rocky, what did you do at the age of 5 that was a sin?
Tried to own one of the neighbor
Before
kids.
then, me and my neighbor, I was playing with a little boy in his house, and I stole a silver dollar from his dad that was on the dresser.
What do you mean by
Is that all that you do at the age of 5,
I stole
Rocky?
the silver dollar, a real
Is that
silver
all?
dollar
What do you
back
mean by
then.
The silver dollar from his ass.
Rocky, are you the Midnight Rider?
I was 5 years old and I stole, and I realized that I was a bad
Yeah,
boy.
you're the Midnight
And
Rider.
I was given the gospel and said, repent, repent, you're a sinner. I said, yeah, I am a sinner.
Don't let them slow
And
you
then
down,
I
Rocky.
saw Jesus
Rocky,
on the cross
what else did you do at
dying
the
for
age of
my
5?
sins. And I felt bad because I put him up there. We all put him up there. But
Rocky,
he was
what else did you
gracious
do at the
enough,
age of 5?
and
I
he
did
forgave
not.
me
Don't
my
let him catch
sins.
the
He
Midnight
forgave my
Rider,
sins.
Rocky.
See, there you go. You
Rocky,
don't stop.
Rocky,
We
what
gotta
else
be
did you do
careful.
at the age of
We
5?
gotta be
Rocky.
careful what we say. It is YouTube. We gotta be careful what we say. It is
Rocky,
YouTube.
what happened? Rocky, take us back. Who hurt you?
Nobody hurt me.
I knew.
No, you're lying, Rocky. Don't lie.
Guys, I'm gonna say goodnight. I'm gonna say goodnight.
Tell us what happened.
See, because
Let
I
me say-
stole
let me
that
say
silver
goodnight. Let me
dollar
say
from
goodnight.
my neighbor, I
Say
could no
goodnight,
longer
Omar.
play with that
Good
little
night, guys.
boy.
Say
I really
goodnight,
like
Omar.
that kid.
I agree with
and
everything
he was
Rocky's saying from here on out. Rocky, don't let them stop you.
Yeah.
Rocky,
Rocky
they're
was
trying to
locked
stop
in
the
the
truth.
closet
Rocky,
and
they're
told
trying to
that he
stop the
had to
truth and
smoke the whole
suppress.
cigar,
They're
or else he
Satan's
had
trying to
to
stop
eat
you.
it.
Don't let them. I'm gonna go.
They are.
Clay. Okay.
Okay, Rocky. Tell
So
us
your
what happened.
self-flagellation began at 5. Okay, continue.
No, I just
Rocky,
felt
who
bad
hurt
because the boy's dad wouldn't let me
Well,
play
you
with
said
him
you
no
were a
more.
sinner that had put Jesus
Oh
on
my
the
God.
cross.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm
Let him
just
talk.
saying
Oh my
that's some
God.
At least
self-flagellating
I
thought.
can admit. Well,
Let him
well,
talk.
you can't admit that you ever stole anything as a little boy.
I didn't say I didn't steal any. I just fucking as a little boy, I stole it as an adult. Fuck corporations.
Yeah, well, so you think that's righteous? You think you
That
can?
was here
You
for the
think,
government.
you think you can make up for it and do something good, and that'll get you to heaven?
Why would I
Oh,
need to
that's
make
right.
up for it? I
You
don't
don't
even feel
believe
bad
in
about
heaven.
it.
I forgot. You don't believe
Rocky,
in heaven.
I'm not going to
Rocky.
heaven, Rocky. I don't want to go with that weirdo.
Right.
Rocky,
Right.
tell me what punishment happened? How did they hurt you?
Ben, you don't want to follow the long-haired robed
Rocky,
man
how did
down
they
the
hurt you?
aisle?
Stop saying no, Rocky. I know they hurt you, Rocky. How did they hurt you?
Don't start shit you don't know you're talking about. We all
Say it,
been
Rocky.
hurt.
Say it, Rocky. Say it, Rocky.
Everybody
No
on
shit,
this
there won't be no shit.
Everybody
See,
on
this
this
is
panel's
what I'm
been
talking
hurt
about.
once or twice. At
It's
least,
there.
you
You
know,
just gotta dig
everybody's
deep.
been hurt. I'm not going to bring up and start crying about my past like you bunch of cucks do all the time. Always crying.
Rocky admitted
My daddy,
Rocky,
my daddy spanked me when I was fucking
Rocky
5
admitted
years
it happened.
old.
I have never heard anybody on the
Yeah,
panel
let
say
it
that,
all
Rocky.
out,
Let it out, Rocky.
Oh, I was
See,
raised
Rocky,
by
it's
the
there. You just gotta
I
dig
was
deep.
raised by the Illuminati, and my daddy used to turn me into a transgender, make me dress up like a girl.
Are you projecting,
Clip
Rocky?
that shit.
Rocky,
I'm clipping
did the
that.
neighbor touch you?
Yeah, well, clip that. Clip that.
Yeah.
Rocky,
We'll get that.
Rocky,
it's not your fault, Rocky.
Is that why you
Rocky,
feel like you need to
only
own other
question.
people, Rocky? Because your dad made you do that?
It's not gonna
so now you
change
need
it.
to own other people?
What?
Is that
Do
why
you need
own
to feel
other
power
people?
over others, Rocky?
No, I was just trying to explain indentured servitude. That
Oh,
is
no,
taught.
no.
It's a real thing. It's a
you
real
got it.
thing. It's worldwide. It's real, and the Bible speaks about it. How to be a good slave master. Treat your slaves good. You know.
He slipped just for a
It's a
second. Slave
realistic
master.
thing.
If you're
You know,
a slave master, how can you not have slaves?
before Civil War, if you were forced to have slaves, you know, Abraham Lincoln had slaves.
Everybody didn't have
Washington
slaves.
had slaves.
Rocky.
Everybody, it was a
Less
thing.
than
It
3%
was a
of
fucking thing.
Americans own
Yeah.
slaves.
Most
Rocky,
people didn't.
how often did your dad whip
People
you?
don't learn from history.
Rocky, how often
I'm
did your
from the
dad whip
South,
you?
and most people didn't have slaves.
Less than 3% of the population owned slaves, Rocky.
And it was
you
mostly
just wanted
Jewish.
to be one of them.
Rocky,
Yeah.
did the slaves have
Rocky,
slaves?
like
Abraham Lincoln was
everybody's
black,
doing it.
dude.
Everybody's owning people. What? I
Yep.
can't have a
Well-
few slave boys?
No, what I'm talking about is
Go ahead,
indentured
Sun Island.
servitude. They call it slavery, but it's really indentured servitude.
Hey,
If
Ella,
you
we
owe
don't want
someone
slaves,
money,
okay?
you have to work it off. So if you're working for your employee at the store and you
He's
stole
talking.
from them,
Rocky's talking about
or
when
if
he
you go
came
to
the
a
US.
restaurant and you don't pay your bill, they make you work it off, go wash the dishes for the day. So it's called indentured. You owe somebody a
Rocky,
debt. You have to pay
did you
it
ever have a childhood,
one
Rocky?
way or the other. You know, you can pay it with fiat money, which is bullshit, or you can work it off.
Rocky, did
a
you ever have
silver
a childhood?
dollar. That silver dollar you stole was probably a couple $100. Are you an indentured servant and slave to that family?
No.
No.
No, I
Rocky,
gave it
you like
back
my
to him,
flag?
and he punished me. He punished me and didn't let me play with his son no more. So I was punished.
Was he your best
I'm
friend?
not.
Yeah. And he was
he your best friend?
merciful. I'm not saying you can't be merciful.
Was he your only friend?
Yeah. Cheney's right.
No, he was my
check your
best
comment.
friend, fuckhead.
What Cheney say?
He was my best friend, shithead. He lived 2 doors down.
Let me tell you about my bag.
Now we have heard. Now we understand what has hurt Rocky.
Yeah.
Now, see, was that
See,
so
I'm telling you,
hard?
Christianity plays
Well,
on these emotions.
It
but they
did
don't
me
wanna admit
good.
it.
I was punished, and I
It didn't
repented,
fix
and
it.
it brought me to
Jesus
Christ.
Jesus
like
didn't
That
give your friend back.
dad did
Hold
me
on,
a
hold
favor.
on, Rocky.
That
Hold on.
dad
So
did
what
me a
we're
favor
saying,
by
what we're saying is you lost your real life friend, so you had to get an imaginary friend.
Basically.
no.
He nodded yes for a second. He's like, wait.
No,
But
that's
this
Santa
is
Claus.
what Jesus is supposed to be for
Santa
all these
Claus.
Christians. Jesus is that friend.
This
This applies to all Christians, not just Rocky.
I never
Jesus
taught my
is that.
children. never taught my children Santa Claus and fake
Jesus
Santa.
is that friend they never had.
Hey, what's
Tell
wrong
them
with
the
Santa?
truth. Tell
Hey,
them the
Santa.
truth.
What are you talking about?
It's
You're looking
Even
at
wearing
him.
red.
Well, we got Santa
He's got
here.
a big beard, too.
Yeah.
She didn't want me to
Okay.
trim it anymore.
I didn't know Santa
Nick,
served in
you-
Vietnam.
You know all
Dang,
the
Santa.
who's naughty and nice.
I can tell. Which,
You know everybody who's naughty and nice.
Vietnam, I'd be like 10 or 15 years older. Thanks, Garth. I used to like you.
Who's naughty and
Okay,
nice,
but
Santa?
to be fair,
Who's
I
naughty
look
and
old. I
nice?
think Rock's more like Vietnam era.
So I'm gonna make my
Santa's
exit.
like 3 years older than me, but the white
Don't-
fairy.
Yeah.
Don't lose no weight. Don't lose any weight. You got
Hey,
ages
Ben, I'm
left.
gonna make
Oh,
my
I need to
exit.
lose weight after the holidays.
What you got to say, Brick? And
Yeah,
we
I'm gonna make my exit.
Santa can't lose weight.
Rocky, you're making this too easy. Stop it, bro. Like, for real,
I'm
in
not
all
easy,
seriousness,
man. I'm not easy. You're easy.
folks like
You're
Rocky and those two guys who were here earlier, I mean, they made a claim, and I'm all about the preaching work, right? I hate apologetics because the apologetics is a defense, and you should be ready to defend, but what that means is you're not stepping in the cage. What it means is that you're ready to defend because an assailant comes upon you. That's what apologetics should be. But these guys come up on panels trying to do apologetics. That's stepping into the ring. So when the guys came on today, I really appreciated it. And I feel like they did a pretty good job, in my opinion, because they did provide some scientific backing using the science of the day to formulate their claim. And then that was from one person, I think Donnie, and then the other guy, Sam, was going based upon logic and reason. And that was a pretty good team. I don't think that they did a really good job with the ad homs. I think that that's a horrible place to go in debates. But I do appreciate them doing a preaching work. It absolutely destroys credibility of Christians when they do the ad homs. And it also destroys credibility of Christians when they sit there and go on and all that shit, Rocky. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Love you guys. I will see you on the next one. Later,
have a
See you
good
around,
night,
Brick.
brother.
Hey, you know the thing is, like, me and Donnie go way back during like COVID, so he's no slouch when it comes to the science. But ultimately, I disagree with him because he doesn't really care about the truth. He cares about how he can use the science and manipulate the data to make it fit his worldview. And then that's the problem with
I was a little
Donnie.
surprised to hear him pull out of Africa. I was like, that's really kind of a defunct theory and one that I don't think most Christians were ever down with. Like, how are you holding that position and fucking pushing Christianity? It was an interesting thing to hear.
Yeah, because most people don't actually understand the implications. Like, origins matters, and people don't understand how important origins is. Because from origins, that's going to be the dividing line that which is going to determine which worldview is correct. And so I can't.
Can I ask you a question on that, Darth?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Jody. You want to go ahead, Jody?
I mean, how can this is why I do not stand on any ground when it comes to religion. I let everybody have their own belief. It's all up to speculation. Who is it to say, like, yes, this is exactly how it is, whether it's scientific or religious, prophetical or whatever?
The thing is, people are gonna. Go ahead, my bad.
Thank you. Nobody could definitively say this is exactly what happens. But the biggest thing is with religion is it gives hope. It gives hope to the people in desperate times. And that's why I try not to discredit religion, because in the most desperate times, when, I don't know, your mom's dying of cancer, for instance, you're like, please God, please something, please help someone, something. You know what I'm saying? That's the power of religion.
Well, here's the thing: people just see death. Go. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
I'm completely fine with death. I accept death. It's just a part of life, and honestly, death is more beautiful than life, in my personal opinion.
Look, you're only saying that because you're no longer young.
Well, I'm still pretty young, but I appreciate the insult. I'm fucking 33.
I think he was insulting me, Jody.
I didn't mean it as an insult, but it's just more like a statement of fact. Like nobody wants to be old and dying and full of disease. That's not fun.
Well, 33 is a bit before the spiritual age when people start facing those demons, though. Like, and Big Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big Ten. I own a slave. I tell this slave to do what it needs to do to get things done, and the slave doesn't complain, quite obedient. Then there's myself, who has a body which I call my slave. Don't be complacent.
The thing, whoever the guy on the bottom is, there's political implications to eternal life. For example, a king only wants eternal life because he wants to rule for his. Oh, wait, let me finish. Come on, Jody, let me finish, man.
Yes, sir.
And I get it. You don't believe it, man. There's political implications to the supernatural things. If there's such thing, the only reason a king wants eternal life is to rule over his subjects eternally, to keep them slaves eternally. The reason God has put death there is because he knows these tyrants will arise, but death makes sure they will not rule forever. So it is a mechanism to go ahead. To balance things out, basically.
And I think there are a lot of worldviews that have death as a returning to the origin, to the source. You know, I mean, we live on a farm and there's life and death every single day. So it's not all that foreign. It doesn't seem strange and homogenized to me.
The thing is, like, you must be stripped of your memories because you are no longer in that life. When you die, and your soul is sent to hell to be burned. What is being burnt is your memories to strip away that. I know, and I get it. You don't. I get it, you don't believe that, but this is the theological position.
That's a theological position for approximately 1/3 of the people on the earth, but that means about 2/3 of the people don't believe that.
Yes, I get that atheists exist, but I'm not gonna. I'm not an atheist. So,
sure. But no. I mean, I'm just arguing the point from a different place, and maybe it's 2/3 of the people who do believe that.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get across is there are political implications to these spiritual things. The reason we don't have eternal life is because the only people who want eternal life are freaking tyrants, so they can rule, they can have control over the things eternally. This is why kings. For example, in China, you have this mummified king with all his servants because he wants to live forever.
That's just because he was mentally ill. Emperor Chen.
He was. Look, if he can run a nation, no, he wasn't mentally ill. He can run a nation.
Sure he was. Do you know how he was treating the people when it comes to China, bro?
Yes,
I got you covered. And I'm the non-dual Taoist. So
look,
he was crazy.
Yeah, you're gonna say dictators are crazy. We agree on that.
No, I just said he was.
Okay.
In particular, after he conquered the thing, he was getting more progressively crazier and crazier.
He was drinking mercury, so he was losing his mind.
That's one way to get eternal life, I guess.
Yeah, but
if you do it right, Ben.
Yeah, but you don't get to that position by being a lunatic.
I don't disagree entirely with tyrants. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. I'd asked you.
You got to. There's a processing. You're not like ingesting pure mercury like that.
Right.
You're imbuing it with gold, and then you're making what's the name of it? Like the thing like where you put rocks in water and the essence of it is supposed to go into the water.
Sure,
It's more
yeah.
like that where you're not ingesting it itself.
Yeah, like it's
like
pseudoscience,
internal
but it's the goal.
crystallization, right?
But it's the goal why he's doing that. The goal is because he wants eternal life. In the very same way the Christian wants eternal life. Why do they want eternal? But the question:
Do you know why Chen was trying to avoid it?
You don't want eternal life.
Because he wants to rule forever.
Oh, he was afraid of the souls of all the people he killed.
Of course, he should be afraid. They're gonna rip him
That's
apart.
why he created the Terracotta Army.
Yeah, I mean,
that's our interpretation. There are writings about it, but
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
I'll
right.
take your point at de facto that yeah, a lot of people who have power want to continue life eternal in that, but that
again, and it
yeah,
goes back to the
eternal.
selfishness. Yeah, and it goes back to
This
the selfishness.
sucks,
the
man.
same selfishness,
Can't
the
wait
same
to get
selfishness found within the Christian who wants eternal life for the same very reason the tyrant or the king wants eternal life.
What's your
They just-
evidence for that, though, Darth?
Because we all want that. We're all selfish.
I don't want that.
I mean, you say that, but that's only because you're old.
No.
Wiseman,
When I was-
fourth
when I
Wiseman
was
comes in with
19,
the
I
big
volunteered for the bomb
eternally
squad, so no,
in
not
this
really.
world.
Man, you're crazy, man.
I want to die.
fourth-
Go to eternity in the next world.
fourth Wiseman comes in with the big 5, just knocking of numbers to see if 4 comes after 3. I think it still applies. I believe so.
Most everywhere.
I'm not sure.
Fucking W.
I always
W.
thought it was
Wiseman,
weird
dude.
that Christians
4
didn't
and
want to
3.
go to heaven.
Everyone shout out fucking
Square and
Wiseman
compass.
for the donos.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
He's
dude.
awesome.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I
Hell
started out as a Taoist. I mean, the Bible was something I started
Taoist.
studying because Jesus was an enlightened being. But when you start out with a thing that we're basically in the recycling mode, you don't hold on to things in quite the same way. And even as a father, you know, there were timelines and there are traditions of this in India, for example, that are thousands of years old, where they're essentially 3 seasons of your life. I think it's weird in the Western Academy where we try to be eternal, but a lot of places don't have the same thing.
I
Yeah,
think that it's
the Eastern is more like about letting go of things, while the West is more about holding on to the stuff, holding on
Could
to
be.
your life. And so the thing is, like, the West is not able to let go, and so they can never reconcile with themselves. And so, they spiritually,
maybe
they're
that's the loss of Gnosticism.
You guys need some stuff. I got some stuff you guys can have. You guys want some
I want
stuff?
You got silver dollars for $1 face value?
Oh, jeez.
I got some tools I don't need anymore.
Come on, Jody. That was a reasonable, dumb question.
Joe,
That was a
Rocky, are you
callback.
losing your house?
What kind of tools are we talking
Yeah,
about here,
wood chipper.
Rocky? You've piqued
Yeah.
my
I got wood chippers, welder, riding lawnmower, tractor. I think I might sell everything and hit the road.
Let it go, man.
I
Right,
might be
right.
interested
Where are
in
you
that
gonna go?
travel.
Where are you gonna go, Rocky?
I don't know. Just travel
To
around.
Chiron.
No, I'm saying
Might
when you
go
die,
to,
when you die, Rocky, where do you want to go?
where do I want to go?
What kind of heaven do you want to go? Because there ain't gonna
no,
be
when
titties
I
and
get
beer.
You want to go back with your friend, Rocky?
It'll be perfect when I get there. I know. Anyway,
Well, what's
this
your
life
heaven?
sucks. This world sucks, and I don't want to live forever in this world. The afterworld is what's important, and the
In the place
afterworld.
without the titties and beer?
There's a
You wanna
bunch of
live there
assholes in the
forever?
afterworld.
I don't know
Rocky.
what it's like. There might be beer. Jesus drank wine and shit. Like
What about
that.
the titties?
I think there's to be
That's what I'm
titties
saying.
too. There'll be titties there. Definitely
Hear that,
titties.
guys? Rocky's heaven's getting better. He's got beer and titties.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
72 virgins.
That's my kind of Valhalla.
It's going to be Epstein
Rocky
Island.
just turned into a Muslim. He's like,
I know, right?
Epstein Island.
Where the little
No.
small angels at?
No, I believe I'll meet my
No.
wife. I believe I'll meet my wife and she'll have a perfect body like she was meant to have, and I'll have a perfect body, and we'll do something, man.
As
We'll
one
connect
does.
somehow. Maybe we'll touch our fingers together and ooh.
But
Who
if you're
knows? Or
eternal,
maybe
why would you need to have any more
maybe I
babies?
could touch her titties because they're
He's
mine.
lucky.
They're my titties because she's still a part of me, right? Because we become one. So,
Jody, how do you not have a question about this stuff?
Okay,
think
fourth Wiseman comes in. If it keeps knocking these numbers off, I might get a SoCal sensible sequence and call it a scale of ascension of some kind. Yes. Yes.
I have so many questions, but
And
honestly,
Quark Arc. I love that name, Quark Arc. Couple of shekels, motherfuckers.
in my personal opinion, like I don't shit on any religion.
Sure.
I'm
Except for
neutral.
Jews.
Jody,
you mean?
you cannot be politically neutral. See what happens when you're politically
I
neutral.
don't give a fuck about. I didn't say anything about politics. I said religion.
No, religion is politics. That's what you don't
No,
realize.
it's not. No,
It
it's
is.
not.
You gotta face it. All the
No,
spiritual is very political.
You're just a.
You don't.
You're
Under,
just
you
a-
don't. You think you're political now? You're gonna be even more political in the afterlife.
I'm not
All the demons and
political,
the
dude.
angels are hyper political.
Okay, if you believe and you manifest that, sure, go for
No,
it.
they are.
I do
Well, why
not.
do you think the angels rebelled against God? Do you think it
I
was
don't.
because of
I don't.
non-political
I don't
reasons?
think that. I don't think that. You think
Okay.
that, and I'd let you think that, right?
Because he canceled Casual Day on Friday.
So
Yeah. No,
so let me not
Pizza
think
Thursday was
about it.
canceled, so they had a revolt.
Uptight.
If anything,
Nobody likes uptight management.
If anything, I would be Odinism over
it tells you
anything.
that-
And I would fucking blood eagle you fucking cocksucker. How about
so
that?
People don't really understand the Adam and Eve story. The sin that Eve, her real sin wasn't.
We've got a convert, Howard.
Come on,
Hail
Jody.
the All Father.
So the
Come
real
on.
sin. So the real sin of Eve was not that she just.
But how was
because-
Eve? How was Eve
Jody, come on.
even created?
Jody.
How was
Jody,
Eve
come on.
created?
Jody,
How
come
was
on.
Eve created?
That's a different question.
No. How was Eve created?
She was coded into existence.
Based
She
off
took-
of what?
took the rib of Adam and made boobies.
Well,
So what
I don't
about
even
Lilith?
believe in Adam and Eve. To be
There you go.
That was the rib. We got lucky that was the rib with the boobies in it.
But if you're asking me how humans or animals are created, they're coded into existence.
Oh, you're talking like a technological term? Like an AI term?
No.
Hmm.
Coding. Well, what coding is, it's just a bunch of strings of logic.
The DNA
Fourth
coding.
Wiseman comes in with the big 5, 7.5 minutes remaining. I will race everyone. Fourth Wiseman always wins.
What are we doing to race?
To the goal. 7 of 10 on the goal.
Oh,
Keep going and keep me up paying gas.
no doubt. Gas went up.
We gotta get the fucking. We gotta power those banks, dude. Ben has fucking major power fucking batteries that he needs replaced. So keep the donos
I was
coming
all,
in.
what banks are you talking about, man?
Yeah. And more
But I'm
money in that
he's on my
battery,
radar.
more money in that battery bank than there is in the bank in town. That's a fact.
Word.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like Ben needs fucking batteries.
More
He's
than
off
all the
grid.
golden Fort Knox.
Y'all can make fun of my voice and make fun of me as much as you want. Just keep donating.
I think are you just drunk?
Hey,
you sound drunk.
I'm as southern at least as you are, Jody. What are you talking about, man?
I'm not Southern at all. I'm from California.
I thought you were
Well, you
drunk.
sound Southern right now.
Yeah, you sound.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with big 5, says 5 minutes. I'm rabbiting. Where is the turtle?
Fuck yeah.
Turtle, soda pop.
Sorry
what's
for
your-
misstating you, Cody. Jody.
It's all right.
It's brain damage. I'm allowed to do that, right? Because I'm
It's all right,
old.
Santa. It's all right, Santa.
Well, you are a
for-
boomer from what I heard.
I'm
Thank
not
you
a
for
boomer. You know, we're both Gen X.
Thanks for delivering those presents all those years. I appreciate you, Santa.
Yeah,
I am
I'll hook you
mad.
up, man. I'll hook you up this year.
I am mad you missed my fucking my scooter request. I wanted a
Well-
scooter.
How many horsepower? Or do you mean electric?
Not just a regular scooter, dude. When I was like 12 years
What
old.
power?
Oh, are you gonna hold that against me? You gotta
Yeah,
move
fuck
forward,
off.
bro.
He's like, well, what about that shit that you did to your mom that year?
Yeah, no doubt.
I always thought
You know what I'm
Wait.
talking about. We don't got to say it
Yeah.
out loud, but you know.
Yeah, that would be awkward. Keep a record of wrong, or whatever. However that thing goes.
Fourth Wiseman says, I'm going to do, with big 5, I'm going to do the 10th. Beat me, bitches. And Objective Ethics to said, oh, yeah, I will. Be good or be good at getting away with it. That's exactly it.
Yeah, well, like I'm teaching Elf. Don't get caught.
I wish
you're all gonna get caught. You're all gonna get caught.
What do you do to the elves that do get caught?
You're all gonna get caught.
Well, that depends
And
on what they
Santa
got
came
caught
in
for.
with the big 10 and said, howdy.
There, Fourth Wiseman, I had to carry my load. So
Don't
I
eat the
wish,
cookies.
I wish Wiseman would join panel because he's such
he
a
had said
he's,
he shall one
he'd rip
day.
us up. He'd rip
Yeah.
us up.
he's such a legend, dude. Thank
Well,
you.
and he says something, you're like, yeah.
Oh, really?
Or,
Yeah.
you know, maybe that's the edibles, but, you know, that's cool.
Or both. I mean, you know.
But, you know, I'm in cycle right now, Ben, so I got to stay away from the herbal visions right now.
I am actually on the very light end of that also, because we're pretty much out of everything I grew last year. We had a shit year last year because we had an early winter. So 6 weeks early, and them last 6 weeks, everything gets fat, you know. And so I'm already out. Well, you know, pinging, you know, down to just flour instead of dabs. But it's good when the fresh frozen comes in. It'll be heaven again. Not
I'll
Rocky's
remember
heaven.
you this Christmas.
Have you had problems with aphids, Ben?
Oh yeah, every year with the aphids. Yeah, the best thing that we found. The best thing we found was I grow broccoli a lot. I eat a ton of broccoli.
Yeah.
And at the end of every when it starts getting warm out, I let all the broccoli go to flower, so that way I can just get seeds and grow a shit ton more next year. Well, the aphids love broccoli better than everything else, even though it's already flowered and stuff. So I just leave the broccoli flowers. The aphids go to it, and it's not like I'm eating that anymore anyway. So.
See, I do daisies as a deterrent. Yeah.
The biggest damn problem with them is it's the ants, because the aphids come in on the ants. So the fucking ants will fucking
Don't they
hike
feed
them
off
aphids.
the aphids or some?
Yeah, well,
little
the ants,
syrup?
the aphid eggs and the aphid eggs get stuck to the ants then, and then the ants go walking elsewhere, and all of a sudden they're dragging aphids all over the place with them.
Well, all life is sacred except for let's see, mosquitoes, ants, and I don't know what bit me last, but
hornets.
Hornets.
Oh yeah, those are mean son of a bitches, man.
Oh, that's got such a bite to it.
I threw rocks when I was a kid at a hornet's nest. A sucker bit me right on the face or stung me on the face. Never did it again. I'm like, no, you go ahead.
You learned your lesson.
Quark Arc comes in with the Big 10. Says I chucked in a couple bucks. Ken Heck. I know that name, Ken Heck. Why do I know that fucking name? Theology teacher representing pain and evil. Word salads. I know I've heard some of Ken Heck's stuff before.
Did we hit the goal there, Mr.
Yes,
Gold?
sir. We hit the goal.
Join in, baby.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah.
Congrats. I'm gonna dip out. It's getting late.
All right.
Good
Thanks
talking
for
to you,
coming up
man.
on the panel. You, like I said, you must feel vindicated after Shaman
Hell
said, "Don't bring him up on the panel."
Yeah, I was like, well, why is he coming after me? I haven't even said anything.
Yeah, he goes, "I haven't even said anything. What the hell?"
All right. See you guys.
Have a good night. And Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big 10. I'm a busy mofo. I've been doing some filming around of what I do, so you all get a bit better comprehension. I will really enjoy that. I would like to see that quite a bit of what I do behind the scenes when not here. I come on with a bit of an intro for y'all. Nice. Yeah, I would very much like to
Get a
see
picture of the castle.
that. Yeah. Show us Castle Day Wiseman.
Yeah, that's right. I thought I would be, as far as my tartan, I thought I would be Campbell. But I'm not sure that's true. You follow tartans at all, Ben?
Yeah, our family tartan is like a light blue. My mom's side.
Yeah. Initially, I was mostly Scottish, and then I keep getting the things. And as you know, so many people went from Ireland over to Scotland. It just became like a soup.
Yeah. Well, and then also on my other side, so it's funny. I'm Germanic, which and Scottish, and so then the Vikings. A lot of people don't realize that the biggest cities in Ireland are all Viking cities. Those aren't Irish cities. That's why, the original kings of Ireland, they would take them to Scone if they were an actual Irish king that's from Ireland.
Right.
Then they had to get made into kings at Scone instead of Edinburgh, because that's not Irish city.
Yeah, I'm
not Edinburgh. Dublin. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought that was a Scottish city where the Leinster kings were.
Scone is, yeah. Scone's where you had to be actually kinged if you were
be crowned. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Learn something.
Yeah,
What were you saying, Jody? I didn't.
my heritage, it's pretty. I don't really want to put it out there, but yeah, I got a plague. And it's mostly Icelandic and Germanic.
Awesome.
Hard to believe you argue just as much as Ben and I do.
That's my family curtain.
My family crest is, if I say my name, anyone who's watching could look me up, and I respect my privacy.
Yep. I respect that too.
Just say Helter Skelter. That'll be a fun query for him.
No, me and Ben already talked about Charlie the other night.
Yeah.
Ben's was yeah. Let's see, Germanic.
I was thinking earlier today we haven't seen Santa in a few days, and then you popped in. I was like, good.
Oh yeah, I materialized. I felt the beating of the drums. Now, one, getting ready for Sundance, and two, we're doing stuff around here. I really miss being here. Not arguing with Clay, for a week or so. That really creates a longing in my heart.
Clay's a good guy.
Yeah,
Clay,
no. We
Well, and
argue a lot, Jody, but yeah, we do.
his mom passed away, so Clay's a little on the rough side this week.
All right. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were gone, so I
didn't
figured
want to
you
tell
didn't
him.
know.
Yeah, no, he is a good guy, and I like listening to his questions.
It's not
to
my
be honest
business
with you.
to. It's not my business to tell other people, but yeah, Clay's going through some stuff, and so is Spin, and that's why I kind of wanted to say fuck off to Sam or
Sam.
Adam.
Well, that got hot quick.
Oh man, that guy.
Yeah.
There's something. It was like him and Omar were immediately oil and water. Like Omar didn't get even through a full sentence before that dude was interrupting the fuck out of him.
Yeah,
I was like, wow.
That's when I started listening. I kept checking in and doing stuff, checking in. I heard that. I'm like, okay.
It's like, holy fuck,
Dude.
dude.
Sit down. But I even like what Rocky says, too. I mean, he hits it. Joey,
Rocky's got
go
some
ahead.
interesting points.
I got to start wearing headphones.
Crazy sometimes. That's why Rocky's the prophet. You got to figure out which thing he says is brilliant and which thing's crazy.
Like you
I
said
feel-
the
I
other
feel
day,
bad
it's hard to
when
tell whether or
everyone-
not he's trolling sometimes because it's like, whoa. I'm like, come on, Rocky, you can't really believe that, bro.
He
won't
does
ask you.
though.
Yeah,
That's the
What?
thing, and I feel bad when everyone kind of gangs up on him. You know,
But he likes it. Do you see how much he's smiling when that happens? He feels loved. Maybe that was boomer love, you know.
Well, that was
'Cause
another point.
Gen X
It's like-
love is neglect, so maybe he, you know.
Hold on, Ben. Ben, why did they say all boomers are liberals? That still doesn't make no goddamn sense to me.
Because all of our current social programs were put in place in that generation. And so you got to remember FDR, they basically thought FDR was a god of some kind. Served 3 terms. They wanted him to serve more. He's the one who put into place and by executive order all the social programs that are basically busted now and breaking our backs. And he did it through executive order. So people that want to argue about, oh, Trump made this many executive orders, oh, Biden made this many executive orders, fucking Roosevelt made 4,000 executive orders. It was like 3,800 for fucking the better part of 4,000 executive orders in order to put into place all the social programs that
Wasn't
generation
that
got
the
to collect.
Great New Deal, or
The
some
Great
shit
New
like
Deal.
that?
Yeah, yeah.
You stand up against that shit. I didn't vote that shit in. I was still young, and FDR is way before my time. And they started that shit when I was young, brainwashing us with TV and subliminal messages. And I was against the hippie movement and all that shit. And I found out that our government was basically criminals by the time I was 10.
Right. So basically,
That
the
took
reason
me
that
until
they say
Reagan.
the way that they paint the boomers that way is because of all the liberal social programs that have ever been effected in our country's history. The bulk of it is during their generation, by far.
But it was still done by the elite, the 1%.
I believe that. Yeah. I'm sorry. Right. I believe that, but I never thought that. I tended to think of them as more conservative.
That's where things started getting real confused. Sure, they want to vote conservative, but that's why the trope of them mustache hair poking me in the nose. Irritating as hell, right?
The original definition of liberal means you believe in like the libertarian little government. That's what liberal used to mean, was small government. And so
Yeah,
now they
well, really, that
I'm
was
not-
just
liberal
that.
now,
That was
meaning-
just the things that got attached to the party. What liberal always was individual rights, and conservative was always group rights. So conservative was
Yeah.
always more nationalistic, and liberal was always more toward personal freedoms and things like that.
Now it's switched around, kind of.
Yeah, they
Well,
switched.
that's
back and
happened
forth.
before too,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it seems like they switch places every 60 to 100 years to keep everybody confused. But I've noticed, at least since George Jr., and I know a lot of people really like him, but you could take whatever they say after an event or a false flag or whatever you want to call it, and you can just have some blanks for, we're so sorry, our hearts and minds are with blank as they experience
Santa, I got a question.
And sure.
Do you really think that George Jr. had any control?
I don't think any of them
Or
have
what?
any control.
I mean, in my personal experience, I'm just a young buck, right?
Right.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to judge.
No,
or
I
anything.
mean, like Cheney said,
But
these people are selected before.
That's exactly my point. Is Cheney ran George Jr.
Those phonetically, those overlooped, but yeah, I mean these people, they already have their support cast and everybody else that's going to keep the mouthpiece in line. But there's not autonomy.
NGOs, the corporations which were created.
Well, corporations, including our corporation.
Corporations, according to the Bible, is an abomination because there's no one responsible. It's a corporation, therefore no one can be held accountable for their actions. They just sue the corporation, and no one's held accountable at the top. That's why they create corporations.
Yeah, corporations are abominations. They should be outlawed. 100%. Objective Ethics says, Benjamin Balderson, I'm surprised you are so against liberals and socialism. Most of the Scandinavian countries are very liberal and definitely socialist leaning. They also rank very high in the most metric and very low in crime and recidivism. I definitely understand what you're saying. Like, we take Howard here. Howard lives in Norway. Perfect example. Now, the thing about Norway is, if you look it up, they have a national deficit, but that national deficit isn't true. The national deficit is the interest rate on the national deficit is low enough that they are making more money on their national investments, which is put into a public fund that is then given back to the people. This is not direct theft of the earnings of the people and redistribution of such. This is the national, this is a national investment that they are then taken care of with. I'm absolutely for that. And when we're talking about Scandinavian countries, we're talking about countries the size of states. And I'm a much bigger fan of state programs than I am of a nationalistic program. And further, like, while you live out in the where I live, if another house burns down in the mountains, 50 fucking mountain people are going to show up with boards and tools and things like that, and they're going to have a new house within a week. And that is socialism, but forced taking of my earnings, which are mine, in order to get put into a pyramid scheme. Because that's the problem with our socialism. It was built on a pyramid scheme, which is part of why we have to maintain, when everybody's so worried about the replacement rate. That's because the next rung of the pyramid always has to be slightly bigger. That's why we need that 2.1, 2.2 replacement rate. So that way we got enough kids on that next rung to be our payers, so on and so forth. So at some point in time, it's a self-defeating system.
I agree. Socialism gets a bad name. It's way better than communism. They try to equate socialism with communism, but it's not. It's two different things. I
In their
mean,
implementation, they've been pretty different. I would completely agree.
I actually don't
community-
even have a problem with communism on small scale. Actually, almost every government system, I only have a problem with it at the large scale. At the small scale, I can use a perfect example of the Amish or the Hutterites or whatever, Mennonites, whatever group. That is a communist community. Everything that's earned goes to the head of the community, and the head of the community redistributes out to the rest of the community. This is absolute communism, and they live a very nice life. And as a community, they have succeeded, grown, gained more land, provide for their people. It's a good system, but it's not a system, I think, on a nation, especially a nation our size, that works at all. Big Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big 10. Corporation can write you up. You too can also, but why does when you can use the corporation to write you down, not off?
Wow, interesting accounting. Yeah. Little accounting funds there, because you can be written up. Let's see, written off is where you're an asset that's no longer of value. What's the rest of the quote?
Written up.
Yeah, let's see. Write you up, overvalue you can too, but why do so when you can use the corporation to write you down, not off? I'm not sure on the write you down.
Off.
Yeah.
I am not familiar enough. You're going to have to teach us on this, Wiseman.
Yeah.
Give us the Wiseman wisdom. We do not understand these things. We are the poors.
Yeah, I mean, I ran a company or several companies, and maybe it's just a different term. Down there, under, or over, wherever you're at again. I thought, wait, he's in Scotland, didn't he?
Originally, corporations were given permission to do things that would other be illegal, unlawful, like trading with the enemy. So they made corporations we could trade with the enemy.
Well, you talk about the Bushes, Prescott Bush. He was famous for his trading with the Nazis and things like that. That was one of the reasons that he wasn't allowed to be president, because the bank that he ran was a huge supporter of that movement.
Hey, Ben, I think OE is asking for a link to join back up.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And Jody, hope you didn't drop out.
Jody's at Jody drops sometimes and then comes back, or maybe he was done for the night. I don't know.
Yep, that's right, Cheney. Forrestal, boy, I got so much shit when that little bastard died. Oh, I'm sorry, McCain.
Yeah, there's Jody, and there's Objective Ethics.
I think the whole system's getting ready to crash. In my opinion, it's the profit.
Could be.
I think there's a crash coming, and you better get ready. It's good thing to be self-sufficient somehow, be able to get out of the cities, be self-reliant.
Good to know, homesteader.
Yeah.
But even with that, one of the things that I considered, and we're nobody, we got 6.5 acres, we'll be able to stay under the radar. But people with bigger land who are following that prepper model, the sad thing coming at it from a logistics military perspective, they're already mapped out. I'm not going to mention any names or any locations, but I'm familiar, allegedly, with a law enforcement group that had already decided to take over the Costco in their area should it hit the fan. So don't believe that everybody's out for
objective. Are you here?
Yeah.
Are you here, buddy?
I should be in bed, but I just couldn't pass this conversation up because I am curious. Because I actually have been doing a lot of research on this particular topic. I recently on my channel had a conversation. A Muslim and a Catholic wanted to come talk to me about happiness. So I did a lot of research into, happiness and how it relates to, religion, atheism, or whatever. And I was actually shocked at the statistics. It turns out that the countries that have the most atheists per capita rank the highest on the happiness index and also lowest in crime. And also, if you look at a lot of those countries are actually Scandinavian countries, and they do a really, really good job. The happiness index is not just self-reporting, right? Like, are you happy or not? There's like several criteria that go into it: GDP, overall health, impressions of corruption in the government. There's a few other statistics, like long life expectancy and things of that nature.
Right.
And if you look at what these Scandinavian countries are doing, now I do personally think that that like some kind of a combination between socialism and capitalism, because you want to have like free trade and certain things. You want to be able to infuse the market and keep competition going, because that's what tends to drive pricing down, so on and so forth. So I don't think just a strictly socialist policy is the best, but I do think that socialist policies like free to low cost healthcare, free education,
Right.
those types of things can be so beneficial to all the people, because you got to think that if everybody in your country is highly educated, that can only help you, right? So forcing people to pay for college just doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. There's just little things like that. So, Balderson, what do you think about that as a little pushback?
I think that a good portion of why the Scandinavian countries are happy is because they still live fairly simple, fulfilling lives that are not extraordinarily materialistic. You even look at like Erling Haaland, when videoed him from home, the guy's still drinking raw milk and eating meat from a butcher that he's shaking hands with, and doing everything real simply. I think that yeah, and I think the Amish have a much higher happiness index than we do. I don't think that materialism leads to any type of happiness whatsoever. Right. I don't think that the United States, I don't think any religion in any way, shape, or form drives us, or even atheism. I think raw materialism and consumerism drive this country. That's what our culture is built around. And that makes us pretty miserable as people. There's no doubt. It's easy to use the Northern Europeans because that's an extraordinarily high trust society and always has been. If you look back even to Germania, which was written around the time of while Christ was alive, supposedly, the German people were already living in a super high trust in what was considered a very happy society. This comes from being very family oriented, being very simple people, and sticking amongst yourselves. Now, where you're starting to see Europe really have a lot of problems, Northern Europe is where you're seeing a lot of integration of other cultures that are not high trust cultures. And now you're starting to see a lot of problems in a lot of these countries, a lot of rioting, things like that. These countries are tired of it. I believe fully, this is part of why I'm a focused person. The people and the culture that you grew up in, and cultures are very regional. The people in that culture, you're going to have an affinity toward that and that type of lifestyle, because that's the lifestyle you've learned, and those people are going to work well together. The forced integration of a lot of things that the governments have tried doing, and moving people around and shuffling people, this has been bad for everybody all around. Even in the United States, when they did forced integration, I don't think that forced segregation should be legal, but forced integration did not work any better. That broke those communities all apart.
Well, I have a lot to say about that, but I know Mr. Santa, I think he wanted to get in. So if you don't mind, after you go, Santa, I'd like to respond to Balderson there.
Well, why don't you respond first? I'll remember what I'm saying.
Well, I don't want to be rude. Okay. Yeah.
Well, no, I want to hear your response. I mean, you guys have a dialogue.
Well, I feel like there's a lot that I could agree with you there, at certain points. And I don't want to be, fair and offer you that olive branch, so to speak, because I do think that the simpler life can definitely help lead to happiness. I think that there's in the Quran, there's a particular verse, one of the surahs, and it talks about this mirage. And it's really important for people to understand what a mirage is. It's a specific type of a hallucination. It's not just a random hallucination, but it's a specific type when you're out in the desert and you see the heat waves kind of dancing on the sand out in the distance, and you think that that's water. And when you're dying of thirst, you desperately need that water, and you go out there, you use your last bit of energy, and you find out it's just more dry sand. That's what a mirage is. And I think that chasing materialism is this type of mirage, that people put so much value into having material things, and they get these things and they find out that they're not any happier or any more satisfied. In fact, oftentimes they're even worse off. So I definitely agree with you on that. I don't agree with you about integration being a problem. It depends on how it's implemented. I think that diversity is actually a strength, and that's one of the few things that I would credit America with, that we do have a really diverse culture, and that is a strength because it brings different ideas into the community, as well as not just scientific and medical advancements can benefit from diversity, but also from culture in general, like being able to enjoy art and theater and food and other things, philosophy, music, different things that come from different cultures, I think actually increase value to people's lives. The other thing that I would say is that when you look at specific countries or regions that did not integrate, they were not any less violent or less problematic. The white people killing white people, Europeans killing Europeans, black people killing black people, Chinese people killing Chinese people. I mean, I don't think that diversification adds or detracts from that in any way. I think it's a matter of how it's implemented. And I think that there's nuance there. And the other thing I would say, just really quickly, if I may sum up this, is that as somebody who really does follow science, and I may get a lot of pushback on this panel. I don't know how you guys feel about this. I know sometimes in these panels that people don't necessarily believe in things like human-caused climate change, for example. I
got you, bro.
I do think that overpopulation is a real problem. I'm not an anti-natalist, but I do think that this earth would be a lot better if humans considered themselves to be another animal and lived harmoniously in the ecosystem instead of being an invasive species that's just popping out kids all over the place. And this replacement rate theory is really problematic, because what happens is the infrastructure is basically supported by healthy middle-aged adults. And so in order to get healthy middle-aged adults, you have to have babies that will turn into these adults. And then these adults turn into elderly people. So the only people sustaining the infrastructure are just this one particular section of humans that are in that particular region. And so what happens is that you have to continue to have more and more babies that will turn into these middle-aged adults. And the infrastructure has to support both the babies, the middle-aged adults, and the elderly. And it becomes a self-perpetuating problem to where you have to continue to populate because the infrastructure grows. The infrastructure grows because you're continuing to populate.
But then you come into an incest problem.
No, you do
not.
So we can.
Hold on.
Yep, go ahead, Jody.
Hence population control, right? Because once so many people, we are overpopulating we are demons. We fuck and we reproduce. Can we not agree on Jesus Christ, dude? You can't even agree on that.
Scarcity is propaganda. There's no scarcity. It's all bullshit.
Rocky, you think the Earth is flat, brother?
Can I jump back in?
Anything that you might say about science or anything else, I'm literally going to dismiss offhand. When you figure out what shape the fucking Earth is, you can come be a part of this conversation.
Can I jump back in there?
Yeah, please do.
Quality of life is what really people should be after and hopefully are. Secondarily, the increase in violence. Please, I let everyone else go. So, population is a function of how tight people are in a particular area. And as you know, started with the Industrial Revolution and crowding people into cities, there were local anthropogenic effects, and there are probably global anthropogenic effects. But what has happened is we've also been, I'll use the word brainwashed, but it's too strong of a word. We've certainly been marketed to that the first world owes a debt to the rest of the world. And I would argue combining these three, most Americans would, for example, prefer nationwide health care that was fair to everybody.
Santa, be honest with yourself, dude.
I'm pretty honest.
You ain't got much long. Do you really think that, for instance, a nuclear event were to happen, right?
I went to school all the time going under my desk because of a nuclear event. That's kind of a tired argument, but keep going.
No, you're very smart.
Okay.
So
Thank
you understand that the genetics cannot be duplicated under
What do you mean by
tunnels.
that? Well,
Like,
genetics are
we all
duplicated all the
know.
time. They're identical
Well,
twins.
we all know that there's tunnels and fallout centers and this and that, right?
Nukes are fake.
Yeah, the wealthy have always been doing these things. Please continue.
At the
Do you
end
think
of
the
the
wealthy
day,
are going to nuke the agriculture and everything? Because I mean, if you look at some of the natural things that happened in the earth and the scale of what might be a thermonuclear bomb going off,
so
there was one that ruined the sun for like 2 or 3 years.
Hiroshima and
Thinking
Nagasaki
they
were
would do.
firebombed. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed.
And if you have above ground explosions, all of that's going to go over the majority of the surface of the earth. No, go ahead and look
Nukes
it
are
up.
fake.
I mean,
But Santa, you were in the middle of making a point. I'd like to hear you finish before you got distracted with this bomb stuff.
Okay, so I think people with if I could, I'm just trying to catch up where I was. I apologize if I'm not going to be right there, but I think, as Ben was saying, you get a population of 100 to maybe 1,000 people. A lot of communal, societal things can work. I mean, that's socialism. Everybody has their place. Communism, everybody's sharing. These things can work in small groups. But the larger the group, the more you have this human tendency. It's nothing else, just a human tendency where people want to take advantage of the rules. And then power wants to, continue to climb. It happens in all the systems. Now, I think that most Americans are actually pretty generous. They would prefer that everybody have health care, or at least affordable health care for real, because every time I've seen it come up, there's a lot of support for it. Where the support for it goes down is the reality is presidents, for example, meet with insurance companies and the insurance is not affordable. I think that's what turns a lot of us away. Then we're marketed that our capitalism is the only way for people to rise up. What the other half of the story or the other half of the coin is, all of the systems in their very nature are competitive because humans are competitive. There, in the chat, people are mentioning other stuff in these Norwegian countries where it's not all just blessed. And so is there a solution? I honestly am a little pessimistic.
Yeah,
because when you look, well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You just paused for too long enough. I thought you were done. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, that's a good place to stop.
I was just going to point out Howard, the guy in the chat that's talking about that, is from Norway. And so the people over there aren't as happy as what it's made out. And I would like to address the melting pot idea that it just comes from a book from the early 1900s. Prior to that, we never took immigration well, and immigration was primarily from Europe. And even when immigration was from Europe, they primarily stayed in their own group. You still see the effects of that anywhere that you go, from the Midwest east in the West Coast and whatnot. There's a lot of extreme mixing, mostly because people started filtering over here. But if you look anywhere from the Midwest over to the East Coast, every little town, you can find German towns, Swedish towns, even in California here, the older towns where they got Danish, Russian towns, they didn't intermingle the way that we've been taught is. And I also find beauty in all the other cultures. I've been to more cultural ceremonies than anybody I know. of different varieties. I find them all beautiful. When you start mushing everything together like it's one thing, then we lose all of that. We lose all those beautiful cultures, and now we just have this one big mush of a shit culture that's called consumerism, and nobody even knows about our cultures. Everybody says things like, oh, white people don't have a culture. They don't understand that the Germans, the Swedes, the Norwegians, we're all very different, have our own traditions, and that culture, again, white culture, Northern European culture was always an extremely high society culture, or a high trust culture. When you look at Odinism, the tenets of Odinism, the first book and the Havamal, all that is about being a good host. And it includes things like, if a man shows up at my door, I am obligated to give him first place by my fire and mead in a bowl of stew or whatever. That's something obligated, because people die if you just leave them out wandering around in the wilderness and it's cold and things like that. So taking care of your fellow man is geared into that, but also it's a society of free men that are responsible for themselves. And this is a very northern, or a very European and mostly Northern European culture. And that's what got carried over to America. As soon as we started having forced integration, we started having immigration from other places. We have never historically taken it well. It's caused nothing but problems for us. The citizens fought it. The government pushed it. And then when we look at the civil rights era, when they started the forced integration, prior to the forced integration, the black community was doing much better than they are now. That's just a fact. A lot of people try blaming it on the Jim Crow laws and the civil rights. No, it was the forced integration, where now they started flip-flopping communities. When the black community stuck to itself and shopped only in its community and did business with its community, that community rose. The same as, like, today, the Jewish community, they deal with each other, they buy from each other, they do all those things. That community rose. These communities that stay together and work based off of a shared values, they do well and rise. The communities that the only shared value is materialism, they fall.
Aren't the Germans like that? Aren't the Amish like a German?
Yeah, they're all Germans. Yeah, that's high German. They're Pennsylvania Dutch. Yeah, they're Germans and Dutch.
Christian sect. They're it's a Christian too.
Yeah.
They took hold of the Christian culture, and I think the
Christian culture morphed around Northern Europe. That culture existed.
Yeah.
During Tacitus, Germania. That culture existed before Jesus was a thing, dude.
Yeah, I know. The Germans, a lot of the Germans took hold of the new belief in Jesus, and they thrived with it. And
well, I mean, they were killed if they didn't. You know, I mean, that's just a fact. And now.
Well,
I mean, it's just a fact, dude. It's a historical fact. And now the Northern Europeans, the Allfather is coming back, and you're seeing resurgences of national religions. Like Iceland is now reopened, and they're all Odinist again, and all that's coming back. That was forced on us.
There's a lot that you said that I can agree with, brother. I do like how you articulated the idea of when you mingle everybody into one big melding pot, then you actually lose this sense of identity and culture. And I absolutely do agree with you. However, again, I think I go back to my original point is I don't think that integration is a bad thing. It's how it's implemented.
It's forced integration. I said forced.
Yes, I agree with you. And again, I think we do have some common ground there, but I just think that there's some nuance there where we're starting to maybe take different sides of the argument. And I do think that having these different cultures is really beneficial, but I also agree with you that as long as people can still maintain their sense of identity, it's really important. But the one thing that I tend to argue for, because part of the reason that I do believe in this objective moral principle, and I know you and I have a different viewpoint on that, and I'm not trying to argue about objective morality, but I do draw from this concept that there's only one race. It's the human race. And we are actually a social species. Our flourishing is dependent on cooperation. The problem is that once we started building governments and religions, frankly, especially these organized religions, these started to become so divisive. We started fighting over territory, resources, and whatnot, as opposed to thinking about our fundamental nature, which is cooperation. And when we go back, like, 50, 60, 100,000 years, when these were hunter-gatherers, there was no warring and stuff like that between cultures that I'm really aware of. There might have been some pockets of fighting and stuff. Go ahead, Santa.
Well, there is evidence that there was not only mixing and blending, but there was also competition for resources. But other than that, I would agree with you. Where there were enough resources, there was a lot less competition.
A lot less competition, because fundamentally we do thrive when we cooperate. And so you think about this thought experiment, right? If 10 people agreed and to cooperate, the axiomatic principle here is cooperation. Among those 10 people, there would be no wars, no stealing, no coercion, no SA, nothing, because they've agreed to cooperate. If we expand that to 100 people, it gets more complex and it becomes more difficult, because, like Santa was saying, the more people opinions that you start to put in here, you start to get more competition, and people are starting to fight for resources. But if we hold the axiomatic principle of cooperation, none of that happens. No wars, no theft, no nothing, because the logic still holds. If everybody on the planet agreed to cooperate, there would be no wars, there'd be no stealing, none of that stuff, because the axiomatic principle still holds. The trick is trying to get 100 people, trying to get just 10 people to cooperate can be really difficult. Trying to get 100 people, and the more people you add into it, complexity builds. But the logic still does hold. So the trick is, how do we get everybody on the planet to cooperate?
Ideally, communism is a good system, but you can't.
In small groups. The concern that I have is we're so localized to small areas. One, that lowers testosterone in men. It impedes the fertility. You see a lot of sexually related challenges. People's stress is higher in cities typically. I mean, obviously, if there's flooding or food's not out in the rural areas, there's plenty of stress. But if you look at when the country was, quote unquote, the strongest, it had a very dispersed population and a lot of self-independence.
Absolutely. And I think that's what the brother Balderson was talking about as well. When you have these, people more spread out, then you tend to be much more willing and able to help your neighbors, because you're really more reliant on each other. I mean, I volunteered at a nonprofit organization. It was a village up on the border of Washington and Canada, and it was so far out in the wilderness that they had no resources to fire departments or anything of this nature. So they actually, every week we would rent out the village to a different group. Sometimes church groups, sometimes the deaf community would rent it. It was really cool because different groups would come up each week. But the very first thing that we did every single week with the new community is we got in and taught them a fire line, a bucket line of how to fight fires, because you had to learn to work together or you would be fucked. So when you have these communities that are spread out more, people have more space, they have more freedom. They're busier working their land. They don't have time to worry about whether they have a new Xbox or whatever the fuck they're worried about these days. The people living on top of each other is a huge problem, and that comes from this overpopulation.
Washington and Canada border.
Percentage of this planet is actually inhabitable. 70% of it's covered by salt water, for one thing. Then if you actually travel, and I think a lot of you people on this channel have traveled, you know that just because there's open land doesn't mean it's habitable. There may not be well water available. The soil may not be usable. I mean, there's so many things that actually there's reasons why pockets of civilization have started growing where they are located. There's reasons for that.
Oh, for sure. Resources is especially water is your biggest problem. You see all kinds of ghost towns because the town well dried up. I don't disagree with that. Where I do have a disagreement, I don't see where we will possibly ever get to a one world agreement like that, because the problem is, and I will use a simple example, the Second Amendment. When you hear the arguments out of people in cities, because here's city and country, this is just two different regions, and it exists in every state. The people in the city, according to them, the only reason that you would have a semi-automatic rifle is because you're hunting, is because you're trying to kill humans. And I can understand where that comes from in their perspective, because in their mind, there is never a situation that they're in danger where they would need that or anything like that unless it was against humans. And I get that. Now that we're obviously from a country person perspective that farms, I've had rampaging mountain lions on my property. I have to chase off bears at least 3 or 4 times every year. And I got to tell you, when a lion in the middle of the night is rampaging across your farm, that whole 6 bullets on a fucking bolt action should be good enough. Well, fuck yourself right with a goat dick. Like, I'm gonna pull that trigger and sling as much lead as I can until that thing's done moving. Like, so what this is regional differences and different regional lifestyles. And as long as each region has its different needs based on the living in that region, we're not going to agree with each other on how we should live as a general whole. So I just don't in any way see. I think we can agree that trying to harm other groups should be agreed upon. That's the one thing I think we could maybe try to get everybody to agree upon. But this, even California in and of itself is too large of an area and too diverse and has too diverse of lifestyles for there to be one governance with one rule, and it shows. And before you guys pick up on that real quick, Fourth Wiseman came in with the Big Ten and says, sense of identity is not a name. A name is a season, like a salt to season something with, i.e., where are all the older names? The older seasons not utilized today due to free expression, season of trials.
Yeah, brother. So I actually do agree. So I think that I don't actually argue for like a globalization as far as politics or religion or anti-religion or any of that stuff. I think we do need to respect people's diversity and diversity of groups, because that's part of what makes the world so beautiful. The only globalization that I would like to see is this mutual respect, right? That we actually understand that we're all brothers and sisters. Like I really don't see myself as having friends or enemies. I only see myself as having brothers and sisters. Some that I really care about and I enjoy speaking to, and other ones I wish I could disown, but family doesn't work that way, right? You got to work it out. And also when I look at problems, I try to always look at the root of the problem as opposed to the symptoms. And so I say, well, you know what? If we would get rid of violence, it wouldn't matter how many bullets you had in your machine guns or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't affect my life anymore, because we get rid of the violence and then everything else takes care of itself. Because if we got rid of all the guns, and don't get rid of the violence, people will just start killing each other with like chainsaws or blowtorches or whatever the fuck they got around. It's not going to matter.
No, human on human violence is a problem and always has been. And I don't know that there's any way to stop that. I'm certainly not saying let's just put up with it. I agree. I would like to see what you're talking about, where we just quit beating each other up and we all just start trying to live productively. I think one of the bigger problems, I think more than overpopulation. So, and I do agree that a lot of land is uninhabitable, but there is more inhabitable land than what people possibly imagine. It's just been sucked up by either corporations or by the government. And everybody's been pushed into major cities, and people, just like any other animal, and I agree with your point on that also, we are animals. And there is not a single animal on earth that when you put them in a large group together, don't get really fucking stupid and start getting weird diseases. We need our space. That's just the way mammals are.
I think you're right, brother. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Absolutely. I think the biggest issue that I do see, that one of the biggest inhibitors, because I mentioned that the more people you add to it, just like the brother was talking about Santa, you increase complexity. It makes it very difficult to, like, how are we going to get these people to get along? But if we had less people that were living intentionally with the environment, which means considering each other as equals and living within an ecosystem, I think if we considered ourselves as part of an ecosystem, as opposed to all these dangerous beliefs that some God made this planet just for us, it's such a very harmful way to go about your life, to think that we're so fucking special, that this planet was made for us or the universe was made for us. I think living intentionally within it respecting the resources like the Native Americans did, and I'm sure like the native population in most places. Go ahead, Santa. Sorry, I'm going on here.
Well, I think there would be a better chance for that if we didn't have people directly marketing to us in all sorts of form and fashion that we need to fear the other.
Right.
A lot of these things, drive that fear. We're very susceptible to retaining negative things or perceiving them more directly or more profoundly. And the other, whenever there's any kind of resource restriction, as a guy who's been going to reservations and everything, they always know where the white guy is. and that's cool. That's cool. And that's, I used to have a mindset. I was like, man, it would be so cool if we could just get past racism. But racism is our tribal thing. It's part of our identity. And that's where I'm concerned by the forced integration. They intentionally, whoever they are, intentionally muddied the water of what our cultural heritages were. Because tying back to a past, tying back to a culture grounds us. Now, being raised by a hippie and moving around all the time and, a whole bunch of other quote unquote sad for other people shit, I was not grounded to a culture. And so I had to create my own culture. And so I have a motley group of different people. And the advantage of that has been that I've learned a lot more about my supposed culture. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, if I may, just really one last thought, and then I do have to go to bed. I'll just be listening to you guys for a little bit here. But let me
We ain't got much left either, brother.
the one thing that I do want to say or point out is that what I've observed here in America, when we talk about these forced integrations that have been extremely problematic, as far as I'm concerned, from what I've seen as somebody who not just grew up in it, but also then has been a business owner myself, a property owner. So I've seen it, all the way through, right? From both sides of the economic scale there. It is the haves versus the have-nots. It's not about the blacks and the whites or whatever else. It's really when you start forcing low-income situations into upper to middle class to upper income situations, they do not integrate well together. If you take rich people do great with other rich people. They don't care about the color of each other's skin or religion or anything else. Poor people, actually, the reason they have more problems is because they feel more desperate for resources. But when people feel like they have enough, they don't really mind being mixed in with other people, based on my anecdotal experience. And I could be wrong. But
well, there's science to back that up.
I do think it really comes down to the resource. What do we really have available for resources? What's people's perception of happiness that Balderson was talking about earlier? I think that ties into this a lot with this materialistic worldview. And so I just think that that's more problematic than the actual different cultures per se. I think it has to do with, you take people who are poor and you start making these districts inside, where they have basically said, we're going to make a poor district over here, or the colored district over here, whatever. They wouldn't call it the colored district because they wanted integration. So they would call it low income is how they rephrase that. Right. And as soon as you start mixing that stuff together, you get so many problems.
I want to just fucking call it a night because there's too much going on and there's too much to talk about. I love you guys. I'm
love you too, Jody. Always good having you, brother.
See you later, bro.
Love you guys. Hope you guys.
Hope you young kids do it better than we have.
Peace, brother. Peace out.
I think that when see, and here's why every time I said it with forced integration. If you live in a small town, I'm from South Dakota originally, very, very ethnic towns in South Dakota. It's only white people and primarily German in South Dakota, and then Native Americans. And we, the town I lived in, we had some black families move in, and that didn't cause any kind of problems. Everybody got along with the black kids. Everything was great. I do agree that more of our problems are economic than they are under culture. But where it comes, and this again, why I prefaced it with forced, when it was forced integration, they would move groups into another area. And the problem is then as a group, then their culture starts clashing with your culture as a larger group. When it's individuals, they tend to take on the culture that they've moved into, and not completely. They certainly still have their own things, but if you are an isolated individual, you're going to want to fit in with your neighbors. You're going to do the same activities they do and whatnot. When you come in as a group, you're going to keep your group identity, and now your group identity is directly conflicting with another group identity, which this is their space, and you've now moved into their space and expect your customs and ways to be respected, which is understandable. And so when it's done as a group, this is where it causes a problem. When it's done in a smaller scale, I don't see where integration is a problem. It's when it was forced integration where they said, we're going to take and shut down this whole neighborhood and we're going to move it into this other area, and you fuckers just need to deal with it. And that doesn't work.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think the only motivator to moving people in groups is economics. That's the only thing that justify those group moves is economic based. I do think that what Santa said also is really true and really important. There is this manufactured fear that the governments do not want the people rising up for whatever reason. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, you know what I mean, or whatever, or an anarchist, but it's just true. They do not want people getting along in large numbers because we would hold so much power at that point. The government would lose complete control, and they do not want that. So they want
they use
men fighting women, they want blacks fighting whites, and so on and so forth, because it's this manufactured fear. I don't think it's true. I think like Walterson was saying, if one or two families move into an area, those people are probably going to integrate pretty well, for the most part. But when you start moving in groups, it becomes a problem. And I think the governments know that, and I think they use that to their advantage, as well as what all the bullshit you see on the media. All manufactured fear.
I remember in the early 70s when they started busing the blacks to my neighborhood, and they were forced on us. The blacks didn't want to be there. We didn't want them there. We were Germans. I lived in a German white neighborhood, and they forced these blacks, and they didn't want us. They hated us. We always got in fights. And so this was forced on us, and it didn't work. And that's false. They're trying to make cultures like multicultures like bullshit. Small communities is the best, like state rights, like Omaha and Nebraska is like south of Sioux City. So I know what you're talking about. South Dakota.
Yeah. North
Dakota and South Dakota is right above me when I was growing up, and they integrated in Omaha. They had black communities. They were doing really good. They had their own shops. They lived together. They were happy, and then all of a sudden they mixed us together, and then they just started a war. And that was this late 60s, early 70s. The hippie movement was going on. They had subliminal messages in the cartoons. They had all this shit. They had the Black Globetrotters cartoons and shit. The basketball. We know how to play basketball. And then you were cool if you accepted it. That's all bullshit.
I had almost the opposite experience, but I was always the totally white guy.
Then they generalized all people that lived during that time, boomers, it's all our fault. But I was against all that shit. And how am I supposed to stop them motherfuckers?
There was nothing.
I don't think anybody blames the boomers for that. What they blame the boomers for is again, the boomers, all the socialist things where the country basically, and the problem is if we also got to enjoy those things, you guys didn't, the boomer generation didn't pull the ladder up behind them, then I don't think there would be that anger. But when the boomer generation bought their house for 30,000-40,000 and then want you to pay $750,000, $1 million for that same house, even though you're not making that much more than they were, and then they're like, I don't know why housing's unaffordable, and you're the only generation, and the boomer generation is the only generation that's truly going to get the social promises fulfilled. They've been banging on for 20 years how Social Security's basically bust at this point, and they're also tagging that into the birth rate crisis because our social safety nets were set up on a pyramid scheme. It was a bad system.
Yeah, that comes from the problems of capitalism that you guys pointed to earlier.
Pyramid shit. They told us that
and this fiat
food
system,
pyramids upside down. Everything they teach us is wrong.
The fiat system.
The fiat system, yeah.
They're counting on basically an exponential growth, but they know that's not realistic, which is why we have stock market crashes, Great Depressions, housing market crashes, AI bubbles, technology, all this stuff. It has to crash and be built back up again because nothing grows exponentially like that.
Yeah,
Well,
can't always have a bull market.
Yeah.
I think also it's a harvest and regrow process.
Right.
Because the people, that are in the know tend to be shorting it right before it crashes. It loses almost all its value, and then they buy it for pennies on the dollar, and they just keep doing it about every 8 to 10 years.
It's by design. You're absolutely right, brother. Yeah. And that's like I said, I do think that the only division that I see is not between these different cultures or races or any. I don't buy into any of that bullshit. For me, it's all about the haves and the have-nots, and I think that's the real struggle. And I think it's been that way for a long time, before the written record even, because we get the earliest written record we have is cuneiform writing, and when that came out of Sumer, they already had a fully established city. Right? Like a fully established city. They were using the wheel. They were using sails on ships. I mean, there was a lot of technology before there was even writing. And we see this. So these things that are being, implemented in all now, these systems that we're getting, these political systems, they've been building these ever since the agricultural revolution, 10,000 BCE. And it's just been growing and growing, but it's all tied to too many mouths to feed, in my opinion. And it's unhealthy ego. And, we have to be selfish to a healthy extent, right? Like when the airplane is crashing, the first air mask you put on is your own, not the guy next to you, right? They tell you, because if you can't save yourself first, you're not going to be any good to anybody else. But a lot of people have this misunderstanding of selfishness and ego and how to balance that. But I know that I want to live a good life. And I know that the best way for me to live my best life is to make sure that my neighbor has everything that they need, because if they do, they're not going to be motivated to come steal my shit because they've got everything they need, right? If they're healthy, they're not going to give me a disease. If they're happy, they're not going to come dump their bullshit on me. So taking care of my neighbor selfishly helps me, get the best life that I can possibly have. So you have a self-motivation to help other people, to lift the guy next to you up. But altruism doesn't make any sense because like a lifeguard, they'll tell you in lifeguard training, if you're not a strong swimmer and somebody's drowning, don't go out there because that fucker will drown both of you, right?
Yeah, we were taught to kick them away.
Right, absolutely.
Fatty, I always love having you up, but I'm going to shut her down here after I'm done with this cigarette, brother.
I got to get out of here. I got to go to bed too. I just really enjoyed talking to you guys. And that kind of
objective, another way to have a
I love
community.
this. This was my favorite part of the whole night.
I have Elf helping our neighbors, and we tend to do that, but it also helps when they know you go to the range a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Self-determination, right?
Yeah, I'm not against guns. I'm not against people owning guns at all. And that surprises a lot of people because my father was actually murdered. And people ask me,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Why are you not opposed to guns? And like I told you guys before, because if we got rid of all the guns, that wouldn't solve any problem. People would just start killing each other with axes and knives like they used to. So we got to get to the root of the problem, right? Which is the violence and stuff like that. So that's what I try to do actively in my life, is try to help people figure out how can we celebrate diversity and still get along with each other. And it's not easy. I mean, I don't have all the answers, but I do think the answers will come from education and science and philosophy, and not from religion, not from politics, not from this other bullshit that they keep throwing at us.
Right. And I want to, if I may polish the point, it's not that, I'm Billy Joe Badass, and I'm certainly more MEAL Team 6 than SEAL Team 6. but it's about having the tools that can help out in particular situations. Because when stuff is in an area, say 2 to 3 hours away, and there's lawlessness, I think everybody who's rational goes, how close am I to that?
Tools are great, man. I got lots of
Just
tools.
tools.
I got
That's all they
tools to build log cabins. I got a sawmill.
And they're not extensions, if you know what I mean.
You know,
Yeah, exactly.
and
That's
then
the thing.
I
Anything that's a
basically
tool,
built this
honesty
place
is
for
a tool, right? Honesty
refugees, for like a
And camaraderie.
self-sufficient
You know,
camaraderie,
just
place for
mutual
family.
respect.
These things can
And
be
my
used for good or
tools
bad,
are
just like any other tool. So, like, just because
gun is just a
there are
tool.
people out there who have used a hammer to murder somebody, does that mean we no longer want to use hammers to drive nails?
Yeah,
Of course
like
not, right?
cars
We
can
just
be
gotta
used.
make sure we're using the right tool for the
What
right reason.
about like jet engine airplanes? Should we not travel by airplane anymore because of 911? You can use anything as a weapon. As a Marine Corps, I know this because I was trained to grab anything. Like if I'm in a fight, I could grab a chair and use it as a weapon. I could grab
But Rocky, can you do a wick and use a pencil?
Pencil. Three men with a pencil.
He killed him with a pencil.
Anyway, you have to know
I
how
think
to
they're
fight.
making another one, guys.
You also have to fight for your freedom. You can't just let people walk all over you. So if you're in a community and outsiders come in and they want to disrupt your community, what are you going to do? You're going to let them come in and disrupt your community because they want to
local elections
and they
and
want
who the sheriff is.
they want to teach your children to do certain disgusting things, and you're going to allow that shit. I understand.
Yeah,
that
you
it
saw
seems like
Cheney's.
we have allowed too much shit. We have allowed too much shit in this country.
Now,
and we need
Cheney
to
had
clean
a
shit
solution
up.
for you, Rock. She
Well,
said
I
it's
say
an
the
ancient
solution
Chinese
is
secret.
to accept the Lord and follow the commandment, the two commandments: love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. These are the two great laws. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to murder him. You're not going to steal their wife. You're not going to do shit like that. So all the law is in those two laws. Love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. You're not going to harm your neighbor if you follow God's law. That's Jesus's law. That was what Jesus.
You know what, Rocky? Nobody can steal my wife from me for two reasons. One, she's not my property. And two, because I give her a lot of motivation to stay with me. I treat her well. I don't have to worry about somebody coming and stealing my wife.
Well, you're not supposed to lust after your neighbor's wife. Don't lust after your neighbor's wife. Don't steal from your neighbor.
Disrespect.
Treat your neighbor as yourself, as you would have him treat you. These are just the moral law. That's like a moral law. All the moral laws depend on them.
Well,
If
that
you
was
love
fantastic.
God with all
Wasn't
your
that
heart.
a good ending right there, Ben?
Yeah, that was fantastic, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming back up, objective. Why
you, guys.
I keep stumbling over objective tonight, objective ethics, but that was fantastic, guys. It was a
Yeah.
fantastic stream.
Great meeting you.
Love you guys.
See you guys.
See you later.
Thank you very much.